Section 19 of the Journals of Robert Falcon Scott, Volume 1, by Robert Falcon Scott. This is a LibriVox recording. Section 19, Chapter 9, The Work and the Workers, Part 2. Friday, May the 5th, another calm day following a quiet night. Once or twice in the night a light northerly wind, soon dying away. The temperature down to -12 degrees. What is the meaning of this comparative warmth? As usual in calms, the Wind Vane Hill temperature is 3 degrees or 4 degrees higher. It is delightful to contemplate the amount of work which is being done at the station. No one is idle, all hands are full, and one cannot doubt that the labour will be productive of remarkable result. I do not think that there can be any life quite so demonstrative of character as that which we had on these expeditions. One sees a remarkable reassortment of values. Under ordinary conditions it is so easy to carry a point with a little bounce. Self-assertion is a mask which covers many a weakness. As a rule we have neither the time nor the desire to look beneath it, and so it is that commonly we accept people on their own valuation. Here the outward show is nothing, it is the inward purpose that counts. So the gods dwindle, and the humble supplant them. Pretence is useless. One sees Wilson busy with pencil and colour box, rapidly and steadily adding to his portfolio of charming sketches, and at intervals filling the gaps in his zoological work of Discovery Times, withal ready and willing to give advice and assistance to others at all times, his sound judgment appreciated, and therefore a constant referee. Simpson, master of his craft, untiringly attentive to the working of his numerous self-recording instruments, observing all changes with scientific acumen, doing the work of 2 observers at least, and yet ever seeking to correlate an expanded scope. So the current meteorological and magnetic observations are taken as never before by polar expeditions. Wright, good-hearted, strong, keen, striving to saturate his mind with the ice problems of this wonderful region, he has taken the electrical work in hand with all its modern interest of association with radioactivity. Evans, with a clear-minded zeal in his own work, does it with all the success of result which comes from the taking of pains. Therefrom we derive a singularly exact preservation of time, an important consideration to all, but especially necessary for the physical work. Therefrom also, and including more labour, we have an accurate survey of our immediate surroundings, and can trust to possess the correctly mapped results of all surveying data obtained. He has Gran for assistant. Taylor's intellect is omnivorous and versatile. His mind is unceasingly active, his grasp wide. Whatever he writes will be of interest. His pen flows well. Debenham's is clearer. Here we have a well-trained, sturdy worker, with a quiet meaning that carries conviction. He realizes the conceptions of thoroughness and conscientiousness. To Bowes's practical genius is owed much of the smooth working of our station. He has a natural method, in line with which all arrangements fall, so that expenditure is easily and exactly adjusted to supply, and I have the inestimable advantage of knowing the length of time which each of our possessions will last us, and the assurance that there can be no waste. Active mind and active body were never more happily blended. It is a restless activity, admitting no idle moments, and ever budding into new forms. So we see the balloons ascending under his guidance, and anon he is away over the floe, tracking the silk thread which held it. Such a task completed, he is away to exercise his pony, and later out again with the dogs, the last typically self-suggested, because for the moment there is no one else to care for these animals. Now in a similar manner he is spreading thermometer screens to get comparative readings with the home station. He is for the open air, seemingly incapable of realizing any discomfort from it, and yet his hours within doors spent with equal profit. For he is intent on tracking the problems of sledging, food and clothing to their innermost bearings, and is becoming an authority on past records. This will be no small help to me, and one which others never could have given. Adjacent to the physicist's corner of the hut, Atkinson is quietly pursuing the subject of parasites. Already he is in a new world. The laying out of the fish trap was his action, and the catches are his field of labour. Constantly he comes to ask if I would like to see some new form, and I am taken to see some protozoa or ascidian isolated on the slide plate of his microscope. The fishes themselves are comparatively new to science. It is strange that their parasites should have been under investigation so soon. Atkinson's bench, with its array of microscopes, test tubes, spirit lamps, etc., is next the darkroom, in which Ponting spends the greater part of his life. I would describe him as sustained by artistic enthusiasm. This world of ours is a different one to him than it is to the rest of us. He gauges it by its picturesqueness. His joy is to reproduce its pictures artistically, his grief to fail to do so. No attitude could be happier for the work which he has undertaken, and one cannot doubt its productiveness. I would not imply that he is out of sympathy with the works of others, which is far from being the case, but his energies centre devotedly to the minutiae of his business. Cherry Garrard is another of the open-air, self-effacing, quiet workers. His whole heart is in the life, with profound eagerness to help everyone. One has caught glimpses of him in tight places, sound all through and pretty hard also. Indoors he is editing our Polar Journal. Out of doors he is busy making trial stone huts and blubber stoves, primarily with a view to the winter journey to Cape Crozier, but incidentally these are instructive experiments for any party which may get into difficulty by being cut off from the home station. It is very well to know how best to use the scant resources that nature provides in these regions. In this connection I have been studying our Arctic library to get details concerning snow hut building and the implements used for it. Oates's whole heart is in the ponies. He is really devoted to their care, and I believe will produce them in the best possible form for the sledging season. Opening out the stores, installing a blubber stove, etc., has kept him busy, whilst his satellite, Anton, is ever at work in the stables, an excellent little man. Evans and Crean are repairing sleeping bags, covering felt boots, and generally working on sledging kit. In fact, there is no one idle, and no one who has the least prospect of idleness. Saturday, May the 6th. 2 more days of calm, interrupted with occasional gusts. Yesterday, Friday evening, Taylor gave an introductory lecture on his remarkably fascinating subject, modern physiography. These modern physiographers set out to explain the forms of land erosion on broad, common-sense lines, heedless of geological support. They must, in consequence, have their special language. River courses, they say, are not temporary. In the main, they are archaic. In conjunction with land elevations, they have worked through geological cycles, perhaps many. In each geographical cycle, they have advanced from infantile V-shaped forms. The courses broaden and deepen. The bank slopes reduce in angle as maturer stages are reached, until the level of sea surface is more and more nearly approximated. In senile stages, the river is a broad, sluggish stream, flowing over a plain with little inequality of level. The cycle has formed a peneplain. Subsequently, with fresh elevation, a new cycle is commenced. So much for the simple case, but in fact nearly all cases are modified by unequal elevations due to landslips, by variation in hardness of rock, etc. Hence modification in positions of river courses, and the fact of different parts of a single river being in different stages of cycle. Taylor illustrated his explanations with examples. The Red River, Canada, plain flat though elevated, water lies in pools, river flows in V infantile form. The Rhine Valley, the gorgeous scenery from Mainz down, due to infantile form in recently elevated region. The Russian plains, examples of senility. Greater complexity in the Blue Mountains, these are undoubtedly earth folds. The Nepean River flows through an offshoot of a fold, the valley being made as the fold was elevated. The curious valley is made by erosion of hard rock, overlying soft. River piracy, domestic, the short circuiting of a meander, such as at Coo in the Ardennes. Foreign, such as Shoalhaven River, Australia. Stream has captured river. Landslips have caused the isolation of Lake George and altered the watershed of the whole country to the south. Later on Taylor will deal with the effects of ice and lead us to the formation of the scenery of our own region, and so we shall have much to discuss. Sunday, May the 7th. Daylight now is very short. One wonders why the Hut Point party does not come. Bowers and Cherry Garrard have set up a thermometer screen containing maximum thermometers and thermographs on the sea floe about 3/4 of a mile northwest of the hut. Another smaller one is to go on top of the ramp. They took the screen out of one of Day's bicycle wheel carriages and found it ran very easily over the salty ice, where the sledges give so much trouble. This vehicle is not easily turned, but may be very useful before there is much snowfall. Yesterday a balloon was sent up and reached a very good height, probably 2 to 3 miles, before the instrument disengaged. The balloon went almost straight up, and the silk fell in festoons over the rocky part of the cape, affording a very difficult clue to follow. But whilst Bowers was following it, Atkinson observed the instrument fall a few hundred yards out on the bay. It was recovered, and gives the first important record of upper air temperature. Atkinson and Crean put out the fish trap in about 3 fathoms of water off the west beach. Both yesterday morning and yesterday evening, when the trap was raised, it contained over 40 fish, whilst this morning and this evening the catches in the same spot have been from 20 to 25. We had fish for breakfast this morning, but an even more satisfactory result of the catches has been revealed by Atkinson's microscope. He had discovered quite a number of new parasites and found work to last quite a long time. Last night it came to my turn to do night watchman again, so that I shall be glad to have a good sleep tonight. Yesterday we had a game of football. It is pleasant to mess about, but the light is failing. Clissold is still producing food novelties. Tonight we had galantine of seal. It was excellent. Monday, May the 8th, Tuesday, May the 9th. As one of the series of lectures, I gave an outline of my plans for next season on Monday evening. Everyone was interested, naturally. I could not but hint that in my opinion the problem of reaching the pole can be best solved by relying on the ponies and man-haulage. With this sentiment the whole company appeared to be in sympathy. Everyone seems to distrust the dogs when it comes to Glacier and Summit. I have asked everyone to give thought to the problem, to freely discuss it and bring suggestions to my notice. It's going to be a tough job. That is better realised the more one dives into it. Today, Tuesday, Debenham has been showing me his photographs taken west. With Wright's and Taylor's, these will make an extremely interesting series. The ice forms especially, in the region of the Coatless Glacier, are unique. The strait has been frozen over a week. I cannot understand why the Hut Point party doesn't return. The weather continues wonderfully calm, though now looking a little unsettled. Perhaps the unsettled look stops the party, or perhaps it waits for the moon, which will be bright in a day or two. Anyway, I wish it would return, and shall not be free from anxiety till it does. Cherry Garrard is experimenting in stone huts and with blubber fires, all with a view to prolonging the stay at Cape Crozier. Bowers has placed one thermometer screen on the floe about 3/4 out, and another, smaller one, above the ramp. Oddly, the floe temperature seems to agree with that on Windvane Hill, whilst the hut temperature is always 4 degrees or 5 degrees colder in calm weather. To complete the records, a thermometer is to be placed in South Bay. Science, the rock foundation of all effort. Wednesday, May the 10th. It has been blowing from the south, 12 to 20 miles per hour since last night. The ice remains fast. The temperature -12 degrees to -19 degrees. The party does not come. I went well beyond Inaccessible Island, till Hut Point and Castle Rock appeared beyond Tent Island. That is, well out on the space which was last seen as open water. The ice is 9 inches thick, not much for 8 or 9 days freezing, but it is very solid. The surface wet, but very slippery. I suppose Mears waits for 12 inches in thickness, or fears the floe is too slippery for the ponies. Yet I wish he would come. I took a thermometer on my walk today. The temperature was -12 degrees inside Inaccessible Island, but only -8 degrees on the sea ice outside. The wind seemed less outside. Coming in under lee of island and bergs, I was reminded of the difficulty of finding shelter in these regions. The weather side of the hills seems to afford better shelter than the lee side, as I have remarked elsewhere. May it be in part because all lee sides tend to be filled by drift snow, blown and weathered rock debris? There was a good lee under one of the bergs. In one corner the ice sloped out over me, and on either side, forming a sort of grotto. Here the air was absolutely still. Ponting gave us an interesting lecture on Burma, illustrated with fine slides. His descriptive language is florid, but shows the artistic temperament. Bowers and Simpson were able to give personal reminiscences of this land of pagodas, and the discussion led to interesting statements on the religion, art and education of its people, their philosophic idleness, etc. Our lectures are a real success. Friday, May the 12th. Yesterday morning was quiet. Played football in the morning. Wind got up in the afternoon and evening. All day it has been blowing hard, 30 to 60 miles an hour. It has never looked very dark overhead, but a watery cirrus has been in evidence for some time, causing well-marked paraselene. I have not been far from the hut, but had a great fear on one occasion that the ice had gone out in the strait. The wind is dropping this evening, and I have been up to Wind Vane Hill. I now think the ice has remained fast. There has been astonishingly little drift with the wind, probably due to the fact that there has been so very little snowfall of late. Atkinson is pretty certain that he has isolated a very motile bacterium in the snow. It is probably airborne, and though no bacteria have been found in the air, this may be carried in upper currents and brought down by the snow. If correct, it is an interesting discovery. Tonight Debenham gave a geological lecture. It was elementary. He gave little more than the rough origin and classification of rocks, with a view to making his further lecture better understood. Saturday, May the 13th. The wind dropped about 10 last night. This morning it was calm and clear, save for a light misty veil of ice crystals, through which the moon shone with scarce clouded brilliancy, surrounded with bright cruciform halo and white paraselene. Mock moons with prismatic patches of colour appeared in the radiant ring, echoes of the main source of light. Wilson has a charming sketch of this phenomenon. I went to Inaccessible Island and climbed some way up the steep western face, reassured myself concerning the ice. It was evident that there had been no movement in consequence of yesterday's blow. In climbing I had to scramble up some pretty steep rock faces and screens, and held on only in anticipation of gaining the top of the island and an easy descent. Instead of this I came to an impossible overhang cliff of lava, and was forced to descend as I had come up. It was no easy task, and I was glad to get down with only one slip, when I brought myself up with my ice axe in the nick of time to prevent a fall over a cliff. This island is very steep on all sides. There is only one known place of ascent. It will be interesting to try and find others. After tea Atkinson came in with the glad tidings that the dog team were returning from Hut Point. We were soon on the floe to welcome the last remnants of our wintering party. Mears reported everything well, and the ponies not far behind. The dogs were unharnessed and tied up to the chains. They are all looking remarkably fit. Apparently they have given no trouble at all of late. There have not even been any fights. Half an hour later, Day, Lashley, Nelson, Ford and Kean arrived with the 2 ponies, men and animals in good form. It is a great comfort to have the men and dogs back, and a greater to contemplate all the 10 ponies comfortably stabled for the winter. Everything seems to depend on these animals. I have not seen the meteorological record brought back, but it appears that the party had had very fine calm weather since we left them, except during the last 3 days when the wind has been very strong. It is curious that we should only have got 1 day with wind. I am promised the sea freezing record tomorrow. 4 seals were got on April the 22nd, the day after we left, and others have been killed since, so that there is a plentiful supply of blubber and seal meat at the hut. The rest of the supplies seem to have been pretty well run out. Some more forage had been fetched in from the depot. A young sea leopard had been killed on the sea ice near Castle Rock 3 days ago, this being the second only found in the Sound. It is a strange fact that none of the returning party seem to greatly appreciate the food luxuries that they have had since their return. It would have been the same with us had we not had a day or two in tents before our return. It seems more and more certain that a very simple fare is all that is needed here. Plenty of seal meat, flour and fat, with tea, cocoa and sugar. These are the only real requirements for comfortable existence. The temperatures at Hut Point have not been as low as I expected. There seems to have been an extraordinary heat wave during the spell of calm recorded since we left, the thermometer registering little below zero until the wind came, when it fell to -20°. Thus, as an exception, we have had a fall instead of a rise of temperature with wind. The exact inventory of stores at Hut Point here recorded has no immediate bearing on the history of the expedition, but it may be noted as illustrating the care and thoroughness with which all operations were conducted. Other details as to the carbide consumed in making acetylene gas may be briefly noted. The first tin was opened on February the 1st, the second on March the 26th, the 7th on May the 20th, the next 8 at average interval of 9½ days. Sunday, May the 14th, grey and dull in the morning. Exercised the ponies and held the usual service. This morning I gave Wright some notes containing speculations on the amount of ice on the Antarctic continent and on the effects of winter movements in the sea ice. I want to get into his head the larger bearing of the problems which our physical investigations involve. He needs 2 years here to fully realise these things, and with all his intelligence and energy will produce little unless he has had that extended experience. The sky cleared at noon, and this afternoon I walked over the North Bay to the ice cliffs. Such a very beautiful afternoon and evening. The scene bathed in moonlight, so bright and pure as to be almost golden, a very wonderful scene. At such times the bay seems strangely homely, especially when the eye rests on our camp with the hut and lighted windows. I am very much impressed with the extraordinary and general cordiality of the relations which exist amongst our people. I do not suppose that a statement of the real truth, namely that there is no friction at all, will be credited. It is so generally thought that the many rubs of such a life as this are quietly and purposely sunk in oblivion. With me there is no need to draw a veil. There is nothing to cover. There are no strained relations in this hut, and nothing more emphatically evident than the universally amicable spirit which is shown on all occasions. Such a state of affairs would be delightfully surprising under any conditions, but it is much more so when one remembers the diverse assortment of our company. This theme is worthy of expansion. Tonight Oates, captain in a smart cavalry regiment, has been scrapping over chairs and tables with Debenham, a young Australian student. It is a triumph to have collected such men. The temperature has been down to -23°, the lowest yet recorded here. Doubtless we shall soon get lower, for I find an extraordinary difference between this season, as far as it has gone, and those of 1902-3. End of Chapter 9, Part 2. Section 20 of the Journals of Robert Falcon Scott, Volume 1, by Robert Falcon Scott. This is a LibriVox recording. Section 20. Chapter 10, In Winter Quarters, Modern Style, Part 1. Monday, May the 15th. The wind has been strong from the north all day, about 30 miles an hour. A bank of stratus cloud, about 6,000 or 7,000 feet, measured by Erebus, has been passing rapidly overhead towards the north. It is nothing new to find the overlying layers of air moving in opposite directions, but it is strange that the phenomenon is so persistent. Simpson has frequently remarked, as a great feature of weather conditions here, the seeming reluctance of air to mix. The fact seems to be the explanation of many curious fluctuations in temperature. Went for a short walk, but it was not pleasant. Wilson gave an interesting lecture on penguins. He explained the primitive characteristics in the arrangement of feathers on wings and body. the absence of primaries and secondaries or bare tracts, the modification of the muscles of the wings and in the structure of the feet, the metatarsal joint. He pointed out, and the subsequent discussion seemed to support him, that these birds probably branched at a very early stage of bird life, coming pretty directly from the lizard bird Archaeopteryx of the Jurassic age. Fossils of giant penguins of Eocene and Miocene ages shows that there has been extremely little development since. He passed on to the classification and habitat of different genera, nest-making habits, eggs, etc., then to a brief account of the habits of the emperors and adelies, which was of course less novel ground for the old hands. Of special points of interest I recall his explanation of the desirability of embryonic study of the emperor to throw further light on the development of the species in the loss of teeth, etc., and Ponting's contribution and observation of adult adelies teaching their young to swim. This point has been obscure. It has been said that the old birds push the young into the water, and, per contra, that they leave them deserted in the rookery. Both statements seemed unlikely. It would not be strange if the young adelie had to learn to swim. It is a well-known requirement of the northern fur seal, sea bear. But it will be interesting to see in how far the adult birds lay themselves out to instruct their progeny. During our trip to the ice and sledge journey, one of our dogs, Vida, was especially distinguished for his savage temper and generally uncouth manners. He became a bad wreck with his poor coat at Hut Point, and in this condition I used to massage him. At first the operation was mistrusted and only continued to the accompaniment of much growling, but later he evidently grew to like the warming effect, and sidled up to me whenever I came out of the hut, though still with some suspicion. On returning here he seemed to know me at once, and now comes and buries his head in my legs whenever I go out of doors. He allows me to rub him and push him about without the slightest protest, and scampers about me as I walk abroad. He is a strange beast. I imagine so unused to kindness that it took him time to appreciate it. Tuesday, May the 16th. The north wind continued all night, but dropped this forenoon. Conveniently it became calm at noon, and we had a capital game of football. The light is good enough, but not much more than good enough for this game. Had some instruction from Wright this morning on the electrical instruments. Later went into our carbide expenditure with Day. I am glad to find it sufficient for 2 years, but am not making this generally known, as there are few things in which economy is less studied than light, if regulations allow of waste. Electrical instruments. For measuring the ordinary potential gradient we have 2 self-recording quadrant electrometers. The principle of this instrument is the same as that of the old Kelvin instrument. The clockwork attached to it unrolls a strip of paper wound on a roller. At intervals the needle of the instrument is depressed by an electromagnet and makes a dot on the moving paper. The relative position of these dots forms the record. One of our instruments is adjusted to give only 1/10 the refinement of measurement of the other by means of reduction in the length of the quartz fibre. The object of this is to continue the record in snowstorms, etc., when the potential difference of air and earth is very great. The instruments are kept charged with batteries of small Daniell cells. The clocks are controlled by a master clock. The instrument available for radioactivity measurements is a modified type of the old gold leaf electroscope. The measurement is made by the mutual repulsion of quartz fibres acting against a spring. The extent of the repulsion is very clearly shown against a scale magnified by a telescope. The measurements to be made with instruments are various. The ionization of the air, a length of wire charged with 2000 volts negative, is exposed to the air for several hours. It is then coiled on a frame and its rate of discharge measured by the electroscope. The radioactivity of the various rocks of our neighbourhood, this by direct measurement of the rock. The conductivity of the air, that is, the relative movement of ions in the air, by movement of air past charged surface. Rate of absorption of plus and minus ions is measured, the negative ion travelling faster than the positive. Wednesday, May the 17th. For the first time this season we have a rise of temperature with a southerly wind. The wind force has been about 30 since yesterday evening. The air is fairly full of snow, and the temperature has risen to -6 from -18. I heard one of the dogs barking in the middle of the night, and on inquiry learnt that it was one of the seres, that he seemed to have something wrong with his hind leg, and that he had been put under shelter. This morning the poor brute was found dead. I'm afraid we can place but little reliance on our dog teams, and reflect ruefully on the misplaced confidence with which I regarded the provision of our transport. Well, one must suffer for errors of judgment. This afternoon Wilson held a post-mortem on the dog. He could find no sufficient cause of death. This is the third animal that has died at winter quarters without apparent cause. Wilson, who is nettled, proposes to examine the brain of this animal tomorrow. Went up the ramp this morning. There was light enough to see our camp, and it looked homely, as it does from all sides. Somehow we loom larger here than at Cape Armitage. We seem to be more significant. It must be from contrast of size. The larger hills tend to dwarf the petty human element. Tonight the wind has gone back to the north and is now blowing fresh. This sudden and continued complete change of direction is new to our experience. Oates has just given us an excellent little lecture on the management of horses. He explained his plan of feeding our animals soft during the winter and hardening them up during the spring. He pointed out that the horse's natural food being grass and hay, he would naturally employ a great number of hours in the day filling a stomach of small capacity with food from which he could derive only a small percentage of nutriment. Hence it is desirable to feed horses often and light. His present routine is as follows: morning, chaff; noon, after exercise, snow; chaff and either oats or oil cake alternate days; evening, 5 p.m, snow; hot bran mash with oil cake or boiled oats, and chaff; finally a small quantity of hay. This sort of food should be causing the animals to put on flesh, but is not preparing them for work. In October he proposes to give hard food, all cold, and to increase the exercising hours. As concerning the food we possess, he thinks the chaff, made of young wheat and hay, is doubtful. There does not seem to be any grain with it. And would farmers cut young wheat? There does not seem to be any fat in this food, but it is very well for ordinary winter purposes. N.B. It seems to me this ought to be inquired into. Bran, much discussed, but good because it causes horses to chew the oats with which mixed. Oil cake, greasy, producing energy, excellent for horses to work on. Oats, of which we have two qualities, also very good working food. Our white quality much better than the brown. Our trainer went on to explain the value of training horses, of getting them balanced to pull with less effort. He owns it is very difficult when one is walking horses only for exercise, but thinks something can be done by walking them fast and occasionally making them step backwards. Oates referred to the deeds which have been done with horses by foreigners in shows, and with polo ponies by Englishmen when the animals were trained. It is, he said, a sort of gymnastic training. The discussion was very instructive, and I have only noted the salient points. Thursday, May the 18th. The wind dropped in the night. Today it is calm with slight snowfall. We have had an excellent football match, the only outdoor game possible in this light. I think our winter routine very good. I suppose every leader of a party has thought that, since he has the power of altering it. On the other hand, routine in this connection must take into consideration the facilities of work and play afforded by the preliminary preparations for the expedition. The winter occupations of most of our party depend on the instruments and implements, the clothing and sledging outfit provided by forethought, and the routine is adapted to these occupations. The busy winter routine of our party may therefore be excusably held as a subject for self-congratulation. Friday, May the 19th. Wind from the north in the morning. Temperature comparatively high, but -6 We played football during the noon hour. The game gets better as we improve our football condition and skill. In the afternoon the wind came from the north, dying away again late at night. In the evening Wright lectured on ice problems. He had a difficult subject and was nervous. He is young and has never done original work. He is only beginning to see the importance of his task. He started on the crystallization of ice and explained with very good illustrations the various forms of crystals, the manner of their growth under different conditions and different temperatures. This was instructive. Passing to the freezing of salt water, he was not very clear. Then on to glaciers and their movements, theories for same, and observations in these regions. There was a good deal of disconnected information. Silt bands, crevasses were mentioned. Finally he put the problems of larger aspect. The upshot of the discussion was a decision to devote another evening to the larger problems, such as the great ice barrier and the interior ice sheet. I think I will write the paper to be discussed on this occasion. I note with much satisfaction that the talks on ice problems and the interest shown in them has had the effect of making Wright devote the whole of his time to them. That may mean a great deal, for he is a hard and conscientious worker. Atkinson has a new hole for his fish trap in 15 fathoms. Yesterday morning he got a record catch of 43 fish, but oddly enough yesterday evening there were only 2 caught. Saturday, May the 20th. Blowing hard from the south, with some snow and very cold. Few of us went far. Wilson and Bowers went to the top of the ramp and found the wind there force 6 to 7, temperature -24 degrees. As a consequence they got frostbitten. There was lively cheering when they reappeared in this condition. Such is the sympathy which is here displayed for affliction. But with Wilson much of the amusement arises from his peculiarly scant headgear, and the confessed jealousy of those of us who cannot face the weather with so little face protection. The wind dropped at night. Sunday, May the 21st. Observed as usual. It blew from the north in the morning. Had an idea to go to Cape Royds this evening, but it was reported that the open water reached to the Barn Glacier, and last night my own observations seemed to confirm this. This afternoon I started out for the open water. I found the ice solid off the Barn Glacier tongue, but always ahead of me a dark horizon, as though I was within a very short distance of its edge. I held on with this appearance, still holding up to Cape Barn itself, and then passed that cape and halfway between it and Cape Royds. This was far enough to make it evident that the ice was continuous to Cape Royds, and has been so for a long time. Under these circumstances the continual appearance of open water to the north is most extraordinary and quite inexplicable. Have had some very interesting discussions with Wilson, Wright and Taylor on the ice formations to the west. How to account for the marine organisms found on the weathered glacier ice north of the Koettlitz Glacier. We have been elaborating a theory under which this ice had once a negative buoyancy, due to the morainic material on top and in the lower layers of the ice mass, and had subsequently floated when the greater amount of this material had weathered out. Have arranged to go to Cape Royds tomorrow. The temperatures have sunk very steadily this year. For a long time they hung about 0, then for a considerable interval remained about -10 degrees. Now they are down to the -20s, with signs of falling. Today -24 degrees. Bowers's meteorological stations have been amusingly named Archibald, Bertram, Clarence. They are entered by the initial letter, but spoken of by full title. Tonight we had a glorious auroral display, quite the most brilliant I have seen. At one time the sky from north-northwest to south-southeast, as high as the zenith, was massed with arches, band and curtains, always in rapid movement. The waving curtains were especially fascinating. A wave of bright light would start at one end and run along to the other, or a patch of brighter light would spread as if to reinforce the failing light of the curtain. Auroral notes. The auroral light is of a palish green colour, but we now see distinctly a red flush preceding the motion of any bright part. The green ghostly light seems suddenly to spring to life with rosy blushes. There is infinite suggestion in this phenomenon, and in that lies its charm, the suggestion of life, form, colour and movement, never less than evanescent, mysterious, no reality. It is the language of mystic signs and portents, the inspiration of the gods, holy spiritual, divine signalling, remindful of superstition, provocative of imagination. Might not the inhabitants of some other world, Mars, controlling mighty forces, thus surround our globe with fiery symbols, a golden writing which we have not the key to decipher. There is argument on the confession of Ponting's inability to obtain photographs of the aurora. Professor Stormer of Norway seems to have been successful. Simpson made notes of his method, which seems to depend merely on the rapidity of lens and plate. Ponting claims to have greater rapidity in both, yet gets no result, even with long exposure. It is not only a question of aurora. The stars are equally reluctant to show themselves on Ponting's plate. Even with 5 seconds exposure, the stars become short lines of light on the plate of a fixed camera. Stormer's stars are points, and therefore his exposure must have been short. Yet there is detail in some of his pictures, which seems impossible could have been got with a short exposure. It is all very puzzling. End of Chapter 10, Part 1. Section 21 of the Journals of Robert Falcon Scott, Volume 1, by Robert Falcon Scott. This is a LibriVox recording. Section 21, Chapter 10, Part 2, In Winter Quarters, Modern Style. Monday, May the 22nd. Wilson, Bowers, Atkinson, Evans, Petty Officer, Clissold and self went to Cape Royds with a go-cart, carrying our sleeping bags, a cooker, and a small quantity of provision. The go-cart consists of a framework of steel tubing supported on 4 bicycle wheels. The surface of the floes carries 1 to 2 inches of snow, barely covering the salt ice flowers, and for this condition this vehicle of days is excellent. The advantage is that it meets the case where the salt crystals form a heavy frictional surface for wood runners. I'm inclined to think that there are a great number of cases when wheels would be more efficient than runners on the sea ice. We reached Cape Royds in 2.5 hours, killing an emperor penguin in the bay beyond Cape Barne. This bird was in splendid plumage, the breast reflecting the dim northern light like a mirror. It was fairly dark when we stumbled over the rocks and dropped on to Shackleton's hut. Clissold started the cooking range. Wilson and I walked over to the Black Beach and round back by Blue Lake. The temperature was down at -31 degrees and the interior of the hut was very cold. Tuesday, May the 23rd. We spent the morning mustering the stores within and without the hut, after a cold night which we passed very comfortably in our bags. We found a good quantity of flour and Danish butter, and a fair amount of paraffin, with smaller supplies of assorted articles, the whole sufficient to afford provision for such a party as ours for about 6 or 8 months, if well administered. In case of necessity, this would undoubtedly be a very useful reserve to fall back upon. These stores are somewhat scattered, and the hut has a dilapidated, comfortless appearance due to its tenantless condition, but even so it seemed to me much less inviting than our old Discovery hut at Cape Armitage. After a cup of cocoa there was nothing to detain us, and we started back. The only useful articles added to our weights being a scrap or 2 of leather and 5 hymn books. Hitherto we have been only able to muster 7 copies. This increase will improve our Sunday services. Wednesday, May the 24th. A quiet day with northerly wind. The temperature rose gradually to 0. Having the night duty, it did not go out. The moon has gone and there is little to attract one out of doors. Atkinson gave us an interesting little discourse on parasitology, with a brief account of the life history of some ecto and some endo parasites, nematodes, trematodes. He pointed out how in nearly every case there was a secondary host, how in some cases disease was caused, and in others the presence of the parasite was even helpful. He acknowledged the small progress that had been made in this study. He mentioned ankylostomiasis, blood-sucking worms, Behutsia, trematode, attacking bladder, Egypt, Filaria, round tapeworm, guinea worm, trichina, pork, and others, pointing to disease caused. From worms he went to protozoa, trypanosomes, sleeping sickness, host tsetse fly, showed life history comparatively, propagated in secondary host or insisted in primary host. Similarly, malarial germs spread by Anopheles mosquitoes, all very interesting. In the discussion following, Wilson gave some account of the grouse disease worm, and especially of the interest in finding free-living species almost identical. Also, part of the life of disease worm is free-living. Here we approached a point pressed by Nelson concerning the degeneration consequent on adoption of the parasitic habit. All parasites seem to have descended from free-living beasts. One asks, what is degeneration, without receiving a very satisfactory answer. After all, such terms must be empirical. Thursday, May the 25th. It has been blowing from south with heavy gusts and snow, temperature extraordinarily high, -6 degrees. This has been a heavy gale. The weather conditions are certainly very interesting. Simpson has again called attention to the wind in February, March and April at Cape Evans. The record shows an extraordinarily large percentage of gales. It is quite certain that we scarcely got a fraction of the wind on the barrier, and doubtful if we got as much as at Hut Point. Friday, May the 26th. A calm and clear day. A nice change from recent weather. It makes an enormous difference to the enjoyment of this life if one is able to get out and stretch one's legs every day. This morning I went up the ramp. No sign of open water, so that my fears for a broken highway in the coming season are now at rest. In future, gales can only be a temporary annoyance. Anxiety as to their result is finally allayed. This afternoon I searched out ski and ski sticks and went for a short run over the floe. The surface is quite good since the recent snowfall and wind. This is satisfactory, as sledging can now be conducted on ordinary lines, and if convenient our parties can pull on ski. The young ice troubles of April and May have passed away. It is curious that circumstances caused us to miss them altogether during our stay in the Discovery. We are living extraordinarily well. At dinner last night we had some excellent thick seal soup, very much like thick hare soup. This was followed by an equally tasty seal steak and kidney pie, and a fruit jelly. The smell of frying greeted us on awaking this morning, and at breakfast each of us had 2 of our nutty little notothenia fish after our bowl of porridge. These little fish have an extraordinarily sweet taste. Bread and butter and marmalade finished the meal. At the midday meal we had bread and butter, cheese and cake, and tonight I smell mutton in the preparation. Under the circumstances it would be difficult to conceive more appetizing repasts, or a regime which is likely to produce scorbutic symptoms. I cannot think we shall get scurvy. Nelson lectured to us tonight, giving a very able little elementary sketch of the objects of the biologist. A fact struck one in his explanation of the rates of elimination. 2 of the offspring of 2 parents alone survive. Speaking broadly, this is the same of the human species, or the ling, with 24 million eggs in the roe of each female. He talked much of evolution, adaptation, etc. Mendelism became the most debated point of the discussion. The transmission of characters has a wonderful fascination for the human mind. There was also a point striking deep in the debate on Professor Loeb's experiments with sea urchins. How far had he succeeded in reproducing the species without the male spermatozoa? Not very far, it seemed, when all was said. A theme for a pen would be the expansion of interest in polar affairs. Compare the interests of a winter spent by the old Arctic voyagers with our own, and look into the causes. The aspect of everything changes as our knowledge expands. The expansion of human interest in rude surroundings may perhaps best be illustrated by comparisons. It will serve to recall such a simple case as the fact that our ancestors applied the terms horrid, frightful, to mountain crags which in our day are more justly admired as lofty, grand and beautiful. The poetic conception of this natural phenomenon has followed not so much an inherent change of sentiment as the intimacy of wider knowledge and the death of superstitious influence. One is much struck by the importance of realizing limits. Saturday, May the 27th. A very unpleasant, cold, windy day. Annoyed with conditions, so did not go out. In the evening Bowers gave his lecture on sledging diets. He has shown great courage in undertaking the task, great perseverance in unearthing facts from books, and a considerable practical skill in stringing these together. It is a thankless task to search polar literature for dietary facts, and still more difficult to attach due weight to varying statements. Some authors omit discussion of this important item altogether. Others fail to note alterations made in practice, or additions afforded by circumstances. Others again forget to describe the nature of various foodstuffs. Our lecturer was both entertaining and instructive when he dealt with old-time rations, but he naturally grew weak in approaching the physiological aspect of the question. He went through with it manfully and with a touch of humour much appreciated, whereas, for instance, he deduced facts from the equivalent of Mr. Joule, a gentleman whose statements he had no reason to doubt. Wilson was the mainstay of the subsequent discussion, and put all doubtful matters in a clearer light. Increase your fats, carbohydrate, is what science seems to say, and practice with conservatism is inclined to step cautiously in response to this urgence. I shall, of course, go into the whole question as thoroughly as available information and experience permits. Meanwhile, it is useful to have had a discussion which aired the popular opinions. Feeling went deepest on the subject of tea versus cocoa, admitting all that can be said concerning stimulation and reaction. I am inclined to see much in favour of tea. Why should not one be mildly stimulated during the marching hours if one can cope with reaction by profounder rest during the hours of inaction? Sunday, May the 28th. Quite an excitement last night. One of the ponies, the grey which I led last year and salved from the flow, either fell or tried to lie down in his stall, his head being lashed up to the stanchions on either side. In this condition he struggled and kicked till his body was twisted right round, and his attitude extremely uncomfortable. Very luckily his struggles were heard almost at once, and his head ropes being cut, Oates got him on his feet again. He looked a good deal distressed at the time, but is now quite well again, and has been out for his usual exercise. Held service as usual. This afternoon went on ski around the bay and back across. Little or no wind. Sky clear, temperature -25°. It was wonderfully mild considering the temperature. This sounds paradoxical, but the sensation of cold does not conform to the thermometer. It is obviously dependent on the wind and less obviously on the humidity of the air and the ice crystals floating in it. I cannot very clearly account for this effect, but as a matter of fact I have certainly felt colder in still air at -10° than I did today when the thermometer was down to -25°, other conditions apparently equal. The amazing circumstance is that by no means can we measure the humidity, or indeed the precipitation or evaporation. I have just been discussing with Simpson the insuperable difficulties that stand in the way of experiment in this direction, since cold air can only hold the smallest quantities of moisture, and saturation covers an extremely small range of temperature. Monday, May the 29th. Another beautiful calm day. Went out both before and after the midday meal. This morning with Wilson and Bowers towards the thermometer off Inaccessible Island. On the way my companionable dog was heard barking and dimly seen. We went towards him and found that he was worrying a young sea leopard. This is the second found in the strait this season. We had to secure it as a specimen, but it was sad to have to kill. The long, lithe body of this seal makes it almost beautiful in comparison with our stout, bloated Weddells. This poor beast turned swiftly from side to side as we strove to stun it with a blow on the nose. As it turned, it gaped its jaws wide, but oddly enough not a sound came forth, not even a hiss. After lunch a sledge was taken out to secure the prize, which had been photographed by flashlight. Ponting has been making great advances in flashlight work, and has opened up quite a new field in which artistic results can be obtained in the winter. Lecture, Japan. Tonight Ponting gave us a charming lecture on Japan, with wonderful illustrations of his own. He is happiest in his descriptions of the artistic side of the people, with which he is in fullest sympathy. So he took us to see the flower pageants, the joyful festivals of the cherry blossom, the wisteria, the iris and chrysanthemum, the sombre colours of the beech blossom, and the paths about the lotus gardens, where mankind meditated in solemn mood. We had pictures, too, of Nikko and its beauties, of temples and great Buddhas, then, in more touristy strain, of volcanoes and their craters, waterfalls and river gorges, tiny tree-clad islets, that feature of Japan, baths and their bathers, Ainos, and so on. His descriptions were well given, and we all of us thoroughly enjoyed our evening. Tuesday, May the 30th. Am busy with my physiological investigations. Atkinson reported a sea leopard at the tide crack. It proved to be a crab-eater, young and very active. In curious contrast to the sea leopard of yesterday, in snapping round it uttered considerable noise, a gasping, throaty growl. Went out to the outer berg, where there was quite a collection of people, mostly in connection with ponting, who had brought camera and flashlight. It was beautifully calm and comparatively warm. It was good to hear the gay chatter and laughter, and see ponies and their leaders come up out of the gloom to add liveliness to the scene. The sky was extraordinarily clear at noon, and to the north very bright. We have had an exceptionally large tidal range during the last 3 days. It has upset the tide gorge arrangements, and brought a little doubt on the method. Day is going into the question, which we thoroughly discussed today. Tidal measurements will be worse than useless unless we can be sure of the accuracy of our methods. Pools of salt water have formed over the beach floes in consequence of the high tide, and in the chase of the crab-eater today, very brilliant flashes of phosphorescent light appeared in these pools. We think it due to a small copepod. I have just found a reference to the same phenomena in Nordenskjöld's Vega. He, and apparently Bellet before him, noted the phenomenon. An interesting instance of bipolarity. Another interesting phenomenon observed today was a cirrus cloud lit by sunlight. It was seen by Wilson and Bowers 5 degrees above the northern horizon. The sun is 9 degrees below our horizon, and without refraction we calculate a cloud could be seen which was 12 miles high. Allowing refraction, the phenomenon appears very possible. Wednesday, May the 31st. The sky was overcast this morning, and the temperature up to -13 degrees. Went out after lunch to Land's End. The surface of snow was sticky for ski, except where drifts were deep. There was an oppressive feel in the air, and I got very hot, coming in with head and hands bare. At 5, from dead calm, the wind suddenly sprang up from the south, force 40 miles per hour, and since that it has been blowing a blizzard. Wind very gusty, from 20 to 60 miles. I've never known a storm come on so suddenly, and it shows what possibility there is of individuals becoming lost, even if they only go a short way from the hut. Tonight Wilson has given us a very interesting lecture on sketching. He started by explaining his methods of rough sketch and written colour record, and explained its suitability to this climate as opposed to coloured chalks, etc. A very practical method for cold fingers, and one that becomes more accurate with practice in observation. His theme then became the extreme importance of accuracy, his mode of expression and explanation frankly Ruskinesque. Don't put in meaningless lines. Every line should be from observation. So with contrast of light and shade, fine shading, subtle distinction, everything impossible without care, patience and trained attention. He raised a smile by generalizing failures in sketches of others of our party which had been brought to him for criticism. He pointed out how much had been put in from preconceived notion. He will draw a berg faithfully as it is now, and he studies it, but he leaves the sea and sky to be put in afterwards, as he thinks they must be like sea and sky everywhere else, and he is content to try and remember how these should be done. Nature's harmonies cannot be guessed at. He quoted much from Ruskin, leading on a little deeper to composition, paying a hearty tribute to Ponting. The lecture was delivered in the author's usual modest strain, but unconsciously it was expressive of himself and his whole-hearted thoroughness. He stands very high in the scale of human beings. How high I scarcely knew till the experience of the past few months. There is no member of our party so universally esteemed. Only tonight I realise how patiently and consistently he has given time and attention to help the efforts of other sketchers, and so it is all through. He has had a hand in almost every lecture given, and has been consulted in almost every effort which has been made towards the solution of the practical or theoretical problems of our polar world. The achievement of a great result by patient work is the best possible object lesson for struggling humanity, for the results of genius, however admirable, can rarely be instructive. The chief of the scientific staff sets an example which is more potent than any other factor in maintaining that bond of good fellowship which is the marked and beneficent characteristic of our community. End of Chapter 10, Part 2. Section 22 of the Journals of Robert Falcon Scott, Volume 1, by Robert Falcon Scott. This is a LibriVox recording. Section 22. Chapter 11, To Midwinter Day, Part 1. Thursday, June the 1st. The wind blew hard all night, gusts are rising to 72 miles per hour. The anemometer choked 5 times, temperature +9 degrees. It is still blowing this morning. Incidentally, we have found that these heavy winds react very conveniently on our ventilating system. A fire is always a good ventilator, ensuring the circulation of inside air and the indraft of fresh air. Its defect as a ventilator lies in the low level at which it extracts inside air. Our ventilating system utilises the normal fire draught, but also by suitable holes in the funnelling causes the same draught to extract foul air at higher levels. I think this is the first time such a system has been used. It is a bold step to make holes in the funnelling, as obviously any uncertainty of draught might fill the hut with smoke. Since this does not happen with us, it follows that there is always strong suction through our stovepipes, and this is achieved by their exceptionally large dimensions and by the length of the outer chimney pipe. With wind this draught is greatly increased, and with high winds the draught would be too great for the stoves if it were not for the relief of the ventilating holes. In these circumstances, therefore, the rate of extraction of air automatically rises, and since high wind is usually accompanied with marked rise in temperature, the rise occurs at the most convenient season, when the interior of the hut would otherwise tend to become oppressively warm. The practical result of the system is that in spite of the numbers of people living in the hut, the cooking and the smoking, the inside air is nearly always warm, sweet and fresh. There is usually a drawback to the best of arrangements, and I have said nearly always. The exceptions in this connection occur when the outside air is calm and warm and the galley fire, as in the early morning, needs to be worked up. It is necessary under these conditions to temporarily close the ventilating holes, and if at this time the cook is intent on preparing our breakfast with a frying pan, we are quickly made aware of his intentions. A combination of this sort is rare and lasts only a very short time, for directly the fire is aglow, the ventilator can be opened again, and the relief is almost instantaneous. This very satisfactory condition of inside air must be a highly important factor in the preservation of health. I have today regularized the pony nicknames. I must leave it to Drake to pull out the relation to the proper names according to our school contracts. The nicknames are as follows: James Pig, Cian; Bones, Crean; Michael, Clissold; Snatcher, Evans, Petty Officer; Jehu, China; Christopher, Hooper; Victor, Bowers; Snippets, Windsucker; Nobby, Lashley. Friday, June 2nd. The wind still high. The drift ceased at an early hour yesterday. It is difficult to account for the fact. At night the sky cleared. Then and this morning we had a fair display of aurora streamers to the north and a faint arch east. Curiously enough, the temperature still remains high, about +7 degrees. The meteorological conditions are very puzzling. Saturday, June the 3rd. The wind dropped last night, but at 4 a.m. suddenly sprang up from a dead calm to 30 miles an hour. Almost instantaneously, certainly within the space of 1 minute, there was a temperature rise of 9 degrees. It is the most extraordinary and interesting example of a rise of temperature with a southerly wind that I can remember. It is certainly difficult to account for, unless we imagine that during the calm the surface layer of cold air is extremely thin, and that there is a steep inverted gradient. When the wind arose, the sky overhead was clearer than I ever remember to have seen it, the constellations brilliant, and the Milky Way like a bright auroral streamer. The wind has continued all day, making it unpleasant out of doors. I went for a walk over the land. It was dark, the rock very black, very little snow lying. Old footprints in the soft sandy soil were filled with snow, showing quite white on a black ground. Have been digging away at food statistics. Simpson has given us a discourse in the ordinary lecture series on his instruments. Having already described these instruments, there is little to comment upon. He is excellently lucid in his explanations. As an analogy to the attempt to make a scientific observation when the condition under consideration is affected by the means employed, he rather quaintly cited the impossibility of discovering the length of trousers by bending over to see. The following are the instruments described. Features: the outside bimetallic thermograph, the inside thermograph, alcohol, alcohol in spiral, small lead pipe, float vessel, the electrically recorded anemometer, cam device with contact on wheel, slowing arrangement, inertia of wheel, the Dines anemometer, parabola on immersed float, the recording wind vane, metallic pen, the magnetometer, horizontal force measured in 2 directions, vertical force in 1, timing arrangement, the high and low potential apparatus of the balloon thermograph, spotting arrangement and difference, see ante. Simpson is admirable as a worker, admirable as a scientist, and admirable as a lecturer. Sunday, June the 4th. A calm and beautiful day. The account of this, a typical Sunday, would run as follows. Breakfast, a half hour or so selecting hymns and preparing for service whilst the hut is being cleared up. The service, a hymn, morning prayers to the Psalms, another hymn, prayers from communion service and litany, a final hymn and our special prayer. Wilson strikes the note on which the hymn is to start, and I try to hit it after, with doubtful success. After church the men go out with their ponies. Today Wilson, Bowers, Cherry Garrard, Lashley and I went to start the building of our first igloo. There is a good deal of difference of opinion as to the best implement with which to cut snow blocks. Cherry Garrard had a knife which I designed and Lashley made, Wilson a saw and Bowers a large trowel. I am inclined to think the knife will prove most effective, but the others don't acknowledge it yet. As far as one can see at present, this knife should have a longer handle and much coarser teeth in the saw edge. Perhaps also the blade should be thinner. We must go on with this hut building till we get good at it. I'm sure it's going to be a useful art. We only did 3 courses of blocks when tea time arrived, and light was not good enough to proceed after tea. Sunday afternoon for the men means a stretch of the land. I went over the floe on ski, the best possible surface after the late winds, as far as Inaccessible Island. Here, and doubtless in most places along the shore, this, the first week of June, may be noted as the date by which the wet, sticky salt crystals become covered, and the surface possible for wood runners. Beyond the island the snow is still very thin, barely covering the ice flowers, and the surface is still bad. There has been quite a small landslide on the south side of the island. 7 or 8 blocks of rock, 1 or 2 tons in weight, have dropped onto the floe, an interesting instance of the possibility of transport by sea ice. Ponting has been out to the bergs photographing by flashlight. As I passed south of the island, with its whole mass between myself and the photographer, I saw the flashes of magnesium light, having all the appearance of lightning. The light illuminated the sky, and apparently objects at a great distance from the camera. It is evident that there may be very great possibilities in the use of this light for signalling purposes, and I propose to have some experiments. N.B. Magnesium flashlight as a signalling apparatus in the summer. Another crab-eater seal was secured today. He had come up by the bergs. Monday, June the 5th. The wind has been south all day, sky overcast and air misty with snow crystals. The temperature has gone steadily up, and tonight rose to plus 16 degrees. Everything seems to threaten a blizzard, which cometh not. But what is to be made of this extraordinary high temperature, heaven only knows. Went for a walk over the rocks, and found it very warm and muggy. Taylor gave us a paper on the Beardmore Glacier. He has taken pains to work up available information. On the ice side, he showed the very gradual gradient as compared with the Ferrar. If crevasses are as plentiful as reported, the motion of Glacier must be very considerable. There seem to be 3 badly crevassed parts where the glacier is constricted and the fall is heavier. Geologically he explained the rocks found and the problems unsolved. The basement rocks, as to the north, appear to be reddish and grey granites and altered slate, possibly bearing fossils. The Cloudmaker appears to be diorite. Mount Buckley sedimentary. The suggested formation is of several layers of coal with sandstone above and below. Interesting to find if it is so and investigate coal. Wood fossil conifer appears to have come from this. Better to get leaves, wrap fossils up for protection. Mount Dawson described as pinkish limestone with a wedge of dark rock. This is very doubtful. Limestone is of great interest owing to the chance of finding Cambrian fossils, Archaeocyathus. He mentioned the interest of finding here, as in Dry Valley, volcanic cones of recent date, later than the recession of the ice, as points to be looked to in geology and physiography. 1. Hope Island shape. 2. Character of wall facets. 3. Type of tributary, glacier cliff or curtain broken. 4. Do tributaries enter at grade? 5. Natural gullies, pinnacle, etc. Shape and size of slope. 6. Do tributaries cut out gullies? Empty unoccupied cirques, hangers, etc. 7. Do upland moraines show tessellation? 8. Arrangement of strata, inclusion of. 9. Types of moraines, distance of blocks. 10. Weathering of glaciers, types of surface. Thrust mark, rippled, snow stool, glass house, coral reef, honeycomb, ploughshare, bastions, pie crust. 11. Amount of water silt bands, stratified or irregular folded or broken. 12. Cross-section of valleys, 35-degree slopes. 13. Weather slopes debris covered, height to which. 14. Nunataks, height of rounded, height of any angle in profile, erratics. 15. Evidence of order in glacier delta. Debenham, in discussion, mentioned usefulness of small chips of rock. Many chips from several places are more valuable than few larger specimens. We had an interesting little discussion. I must enter a protest against the use made of the word glaciated by geologists and physiographers. To them a glaciated land is one which appears to have been shaped by former ice action. The meaning I attach to the phrase, and the one which I believe is more commonly current, is that it describes a land at present wholly or partly covered with ice and snow. I hold the latter is the obvious meaning, and the former results from a piracy committed in very recent times. The alternative terms, descriptive of the different meanings, are ice-covered and ice-eroded. Today I have been helping the soldier to design pony rugs. The great thing, I think, is to get something which will completely cover the hindquarters. Tuesday, June 6th. The temperature has been as high as plus 19 degrees today. The south winds persisted until the evening with clear sky, except for fine effects of torn cloud round about the mountain. Tonight the moon has emerged from behind the mountain and sails across the cloudless northern sky. The wind has fallen and the scene is glorious. It is my birthday, a fact I might easily have forgotten, but my kind people did not. At lunch an immense birthday cake made its appearance, and we were photographed assembled around it. Clissold had decorated its sugared top with various devices in chocolate and crystallized fruit, flags and photographs of myself. After my walk I discovered that great preparations were in progress for a special dinner, and when the hour for that meal arrived we sat down to a sumptuous spread with our sledge banners hung about us. Clissold's especially excellent seal soup, roast mutton and red currant jelly, fruit salad, asparagus and chocolate. Such was our menu. For drink we had cider cup, a mystery not yet fathomed, some sherry and a liqueur. After this luxurious meal everyone was very festive and amiably argumentative. As I write, there is a group in the darkroom discussing political progress with discussions, another at one corner of the dinner table airing its views on the origin of matter and the probability of its ultimate discovery, and yet another debating military problems. The scraps that reach me from the various groups sometimes pieced together in ludicrous fashion. Perhaps these arguments are practically unprofitable, but they give a great deal of pleasure to the participants. It's delightful to hear the ring of triumph in some voice when the owner imagines he has delivered himself of a well-rounded period, or a clinching statement concerning the point under discussion. They are boys, all of them, but such excellent good-natured ones. There has been no sign of sharpness or anger, no jarring note in all these wordy contests. All end with a laugh. Nelson has offered Taylor a pair of socks to teach him some geology. This lulls me to sleep. Wednesday, June 7th. A very beautiful day. In the afternoon went well out over the floe to the south, looking up Nelson at his ice hole and picking up Bowers at his thermometer. The surface was polished and beautifully smooth for ski, the scene brightly illuminated with moonlight, the air still and crisp, and the thermometer at -10°. Perfect conditions for a winter walk. In the evening I read a paper on the ice barrier and inland ice. I have strung together a good many new points, and the interest taken in the discussion was very genuine, so keen in fact that we did not break up till close to midnight. I am keeping this paper, which makes a very good basis for all future work on these subjects. See Volume 2. Shelters to ice holes. Time out of number one is coming across rediscoveries. Of such a nature is the building of shelters for ice holes. We knew a good deal about it in the Discovery, but unfortunately did not make notes of our experiences. I sketched the above figures for Nelson, and found on going to the hole that the drift accorded to my sketch. The sketches explain themselves. I think wall B should be higher than wall A. My night on duty. The silent hours passed rapidly and comfortably. To bed 7 a.m. Thursday, June the 8th. Did not turn out till 1 p.m. Then with a bad head, an inevitable sequel to a night of vigil. Walked out to and around the bergs. Bright moonlight, but clouds rapidly spreading up from south. Tried the snow knife, which is developing. Debenham and Gran went off to Hut Point this morning. They should return tomorrow. Friday, June the 9th. No wind came with the clouds yesterday, but the sky has not been clear since they spread over it, except for about 2 hours in the middle of the night, when the moonlight was so bright that one might have imagined the day returned. Otherwise the web of stratus which hangs over us thickens and thins, rises and falls with very bewildering uncertainty. We want theories for these mysterious weather conditions. Meanwhile it is annoying to lose the advantages of the moonlight. This morning had some discussion with Nelson and Wright regarding the action of sea water in melting barrier and sea ice. The discussion was useful to me in drawing attention to the equilibrium of layers of sea water. In the afternoon I went round the Razorback Islands on ski, a run of 5 or 6 miles. The surface was good, but in places still irregular with the pressures formed when the ice was young. The snow is astonishingly soft on the south side of both islands. It is clear that in the heaviest blizzard one could escape the wind altogether by camping to windward of the larger island. One sees more and more clearly what shelter is afforded on the weather side of steep-sided objects. Passed 3 seals asleep on the ice. 2 others were killed near the bergs. Saturday, June the 10th. The impending blizzard has come. The wind came with a burst at 9:30 this morning. Simpson spent the night turning over a theory to account for the phenomenon, and delivered himself of it this morning. It seems a good basis for the reference of future observations. He imagines the atmosphere AC in potential equilibrium with large margin of stability, i.e. the difference of temperature between A and C being much less than the adiabatic gradient. In this condition there is a tendency to cool by radiation until some critical layer, B, reaches its due point. A stratus cloud is thus formed at B. From this moment AB continues to cool, but BC is protected from radiating, whilst heated by radiation from snow and possibly by release of latent heat due to cloud formation. The condition now rapidly approaches unstable equilibrium, BC tending to rise, AB to descend. Owing to lack of sun heat, the effect will be more rapid in south than north, and therefore the upset will commence first in the south. After the first start, the upset will rapidly spread north, bringing the blizzard. The facts supporting the theory are the actual formation of a stratus cloud before a blizzard, the snow and warm temperature of the blizzard, and its gusty nature. It is a pretty starting point, but of course there are weak spots. Atkinson has found a trypanosome in the fish. It has been stained, photographed and drawn. An interesting discovery, having regard to the few species that have been found. A trypanosome is the cause of sleeping sickness. The blizzard has continued all day with a good deal of drift. I went for a walk, but the conditions were not inviting. We have begun to consider details of next season's travelling equipment, the crampons, repair of finnesko with sealskin, and an idea for a double tent have been discussed today. Petty Officer Evans and Lashley are delightfully intelligent in carrying out instructions. Sunday, June the 11th. A fine clear morning, the moon now revolving well aloft and with full face. For exercise I run on ski to the South Bay in the morning and a dash up the ramp before dinner. Wind and drift arose in the middle of the day, but it is now nearly calm again. At our morning service, Cherry Garrard, a good fellow, vamped the accompaniment of 2 hymns. He received encouraging thanks and will cope with all 3 hymns next Sunday. Day by day news grows scant in this midwinter season. All events seem to compress into a small record. Yet a little reflection shows that this is not the case. For instance, I have had at least 3 important discussions on weather and ice conditions today, concerning which many notes might be made, and quite a number of small arrangements have been made. If a diary can be so inadequate here, how difficult must be the task of making a faithful record of a day's events in ordinary civilized life. I think this is why I have found it so difficult to keep a diary at home. Monday, June the 12th. The weather is not kind to us. There has not been much wind today, but the moon has been hid behind stratus cloud. One feels horribly cheated in losing the pleasure of its light. I scarcely know what the Crozier party can do if they don't get better luck next month. Debenham and Gran have not yet returned. This is their 5th day of absence. Bowers and Cherry Garrard went to Cape Royds this afternoon to stay the night. Taylor and Wright walked there and back after breakfast this morning. They returned shortly after lunch. Went for a short spin on ski this morning and again this afternoon. This evening Evans has given us a lecture on surveying. He was shy and slow, but very painstaking, taking a deal of trouble in preparing pictures, etc. I took the opportunity to note hurriedly the few points to which I want attention especially directed. No doubt others will occur to me presently. I think I now understand very well how and why the old surveyors, like Belcher, failed in the early Arctic work. 1. Every officer who takes part in the southern journey ought to have in his memory the approximate variation of the compass at various stages of the journey, and to know how to apply it to obtain a true course from the compass. The variation changes very slowly, so that no great effort of memory is required. 2. He ought to know what the true course is to reach one depot from another. 3. He should be able to take an observation with the theodolite. 4. He should be able to work out a meridian altitude observation. 5. He should advantageously add to his knowledge the ability to work out a longitude observation or an ex-meridian altitude. 6. He should know how to read the sledge meter. 7. He should note and remember the error of the watch he carries and the rate which is ascertained from it from time to time. 8. He should assist the surveyor by noting the coincidences of objects, the opening out of valleys, the observation of new peaks, etc. End of chapter 11, part 1. Section 23 of the Journals of Robert Falcon Scott, Volume 1, by Robert Falcon Scott. This is a LibriVox recording. Section 23. Chapter 11, In Winter Quarters, Part 2. Tuesday, June the 13th. A very beautiful day. We revelled in the calm, clear moonlight. The temperature has fallen to -26°. The surface of the floe perfect for ski. Had a run to South Bay in forenoon and was away on a long circuit around Inaccessible Island in the afternoon. In such weather the cold splendour of the scene is beyond description. Everything is satisfying, from the deep purple of the starry sky to the gleaming bergs and the sparkle of the crystals underfoot. Some very brilliant patches of aurora over the southern shoulder of the mountain. Observed an exceedingly bright meteor shoot across the sky to the northward. On my return found Debenham and Gran back from Cape Armitage. They had intended to start back on Sunday, but were prevented by bad weather. They seem to have had stronger winds than we. On arrival at the hut they found poor little Mukaka coiled up outside the door, looking pitifully thin and weak, but with enough energy to bark at them. This dog was run over and dragged for a long way under the sledge runners whilst we were landing stores in January the 7th. He has never been worth much since, but remained lively in spite of all the hardships of sledging work. At Hut Point he looked a miserable object, as the hair refused to grow in his hind quarters. It seemed as though he could scarcely continue in such a condition, and when the party came back to Cape Evans he was allowed to run free alongside the sledge. On the arrival of the party I especially asked after the little animal, and was told by Dimitri that he had returned, but later it transpired that this was a mistake, that he had been missed on the journey and had not turned up again later, as was supposed. I learned this fact only a few days ago, and had quite given up the hope of ever seeing the poor little beast again. It is extraordinary to realise that this poor, lame, half-clad animal has lived for a whole month by himself. He had blood on his mouth when found, implying the capture of a seal, but how he managed to kill it and then get through its skin is beyond comprehension. Hunger drives hard. Wednesday, June the 14th. Storms are giving us little rest. We found a thin stratus over the sky this morning, foreboding ill. The wind came, as usual, with a rush, just after lunch. At first there was much drift. Now the drift has gone, but the gusts run up to 65 miles per hour. Had a comfortless stroll around the hut. How rapidly things change when one thinks of the delights of yesterday. Paid a visit to Wright's ice cave. The pendulum is installed and will soon be ready for observation. Wright anticipates the possibility of difficulty with ice crystals on the agate plains. He tells me that he has seen some remarkably interesting examples of the growth of ice crystals on the walls of the cave, and has observed the same unaccountable confusion of the size of grains in the ice, showing how little history can be gathered from the structure of ice. This evening Nelson gave us his second biological lecture, starting with a brief reference to the scientific classification of the organism into kingdom, phylum, group, class, order, genus, species. He stated the justification of a biologist in such an expedition as being to determine the condition under which organic substances exist in the sea. He proceeded to draw divisions between the bottom organisms, without power of motion, benthon, the nekton motile life in midwater, and the plankton or floating life. Then he led very prettily on to the importance of the tiny vegetable organisms as the basis of all life. In the killer whale may be found a seal, in the seal a fish, in the fish a smaller fish, in the smaller fish a copepod, and in the copepod a diatom. If this be regular feeding throughout, the diatom or vegetable is essentially the base of all. Light is the essential of vegetable growth or metabolism, and light quickly vanishes in depth of water, so that all ocean life must ultimately depend on the phytoplankton. To discover the conditions of this life is therefore to go to the root of matters. At this point came an interlude descriptive of the various biological implements in use in the ship and on shore. The otter trawl, the agassiz trawl, the D-net, and the ordinary dredger. A word or two on the using of D-nets, and then explanation of sieves for classifying the bottom, its nature causing variation in the organisms living on it. From this he took us among the tow nets with their beautiful silk fabrics, meshes running 180 to the inch, and materials costing 2 guineas the yard. To the German tow nets for quantitative measurements, the object of the latter and its doubtful accuracy, young fish trawls. From this to the chemical composition of seawater, the total salt about 3.5%, but variable. The proportions of the various salts do not appear to differ. Thus the chlorine test detects the salinity quantitatively. Physically, plankton life must depend on this salinity and also on temperature, pressure, light and movement. If plankton only inhabits surface waters, then density, temperatures, etc. of surface waters must be the important factors. Why should biologists strive for deeper layers? Why should not deep sea life be maintained by dead vegetable matter? Here again the lecturer branched off into descriptions of water bottles, deep-sea thermometers and current meters, the which I think have already received some notice in this diary. To what depth light may extend is the difficult problem, and we had some speculation, especially in the debate on this question. Simpson suggested that laboratory experiment should easily be determined. Atkinson suggested growth of bacteria on a scratched plate. The idea seems to be that vegetable life cannot exist without red rays, which probably do not extend beyond 7 feet or so. Against this is an extraordinary recovery of Holosphera viridis by German expedition from 2,000 fathoms. This seems to have been confirmed. Bowers caused much amusement by demanding to know if the pycnogonics, were more nearly related to the arachnids, spiders, or crustaceans. As a matter of fact, a very sensible question, but it caused amusement because of its sudden display of long names. Nelson is an exceedingly capable lecturer. He makes his subject very clear and is never too technical. Thursday, June the 15th. Keen cold wind, overcast sky till 5:30 p.m. Spent an idle day. Jimmy Pigg had an attack of colic in the stable this afternoon. He was taken out and doctored on the flow, which seemed to improve matters, but on return to the stable he was off his feed. This evening the soldier tells me he has eaten his food, so I hope all be well again. Friday, June the 16th. Overcast again. Little wind, but also little moonlight. Jimmy Pigg quite recovered. Went round the bergs in the afternoon. A great deal of ice has fallen from the irregular ones, showing that a great deal of weathering of bergs goes on during the winter, and hence that the life of a berg is very limited, even if it remains in the high latitudes. Tonight Debenham lectured on volcanoes. His matter is very good, but his voice a little monotonous, so that there were signs of slumber in the audience, but all woke up for a warm and amusing discussion succeeding the lecture. The lecturer first showed a world chart showing the distribution of volcanoes, showing general tendency of eruptive explosions to occur in lines. After following these lines in other parts of the world, he showed difficulty of finding symmetrical linear distribution near McMurdo Sound. He pointed out, incidentally, the important inference which could be drawn from the discovery of altered sandstones in the Erebus region. He went to the shapes of volcanoes. The massive type, formed by very fluid lavas, Mauna Loa, Hawaii, Vesuvius, examples. The more perfect cones formed by ash talus, Fujiyama, Discovery. The explosive type with parasitic cones, Erebus, Morning, Etna. Fissure eruption, historic only in Iceland, but best prehistoric examples, Deccan, India, and Oregon, US. There is small ground for supposing relation between adjacent volcanoes. Activity in one is rarely accompanied by activity in the other. It seems most likely that vent tubes are entirely separate. Products of volcanoes. The lecturer mentioned the escape of quantities of free hydrogen. There was some discussion on this point afterwards. That water is broken up is easily understood, but what becomes of the oxygen? Simpson suggested the presence of much oxidizable material. CO2 as a noxious gas, also mentioned and discussed, causes mythical upas tree. Sulphurous fumes attend final stages. Practically little or no heat escapes through the sides of a volcano. There was argument over physical conditions influencing explosions, especially as to barometric influence. There was a good deal of disjointed information on lavas, ropey or rapid flowing, and viscous, also on spatter cones and caverns. In all cases lavas cool slowly. Heat has been found close to the surface after 87 years. On Etna there is lava over ice. The lecturer finally reviewed the volcanicity of our own neighbourhood. He described various vents of Erebus, thinks Castle Rock a plug. Here some discussion. Observation Hill, part of old volcano. Nothing in common with Crater Hill. Inaccessible Island seems to have no connection with Erebus. Finally, we had a few words on the origin of volcanicity, and afterwards some discussion on an old point, the relation to the sea. Why are volcanoes close to the sea? Debenham thinks not cause and effect, but two effects resulting from the same cause. Great argument as to whether effect of barometric changes on Erebus vapour can be observed. Not much was said about the theory of volcanoes, but Debenham touched on American theories, the melting out from internal magma. There was nothing much to catch hold of throughout, but discussion of such a subject sorts one's ideas. Saturday, June the 17th, northerly wind, temperature changeable, dropping to -16 degrees. Wind doubtful in the afternoon, moon still obscured. It is very trying. Feeling dull in spirit today. Sunday, June the 18th, another blizzard. The weather is distressing. It ought to settle down soon, but unfortunately the moon is passing. Held the usual morning service. Hymns not quite successful today. Tonight Atkinson has taken the usual monthly measurement. I don't think there has been much change. Monday, June the 19th. A pleasant change to find the air calm and the sky clear. Temperature down to -28 degrees. At 1:30 the moon vanished behind the western mountains, after which, in spite of the clear sky, it was very dark on the floe. Went out on ski across the bay, then round about the Cape, and so home, facing a keen northerly wind on return. Atkinson is making a new fish trap hole. From one cause and another, the breaking of the trap and the freezing of the hole, no catch has been made for some time. I don't think we shall get good catches during the dark season, but Atkinson's own requirements are small, and the fish, though nice enough, are not such a luxury as to be greatly missed from our menu. Our daily routine has possessed a settled regularity for a long time. Clissold is up about 7 a.m. to start the breakfast. At 7:30 Hooper starts sweeping the floor and setting the table. Between 8 and 8:30 the men are out and about, fetching ice for melting, etc. Anton is off to feed the ponies, Dimitri to see to the dogs. Hooper bursts on the slumberers with repeated announcements of the time, usually a quarter of an hour ahead of the clock. There is a stretching of limbs and an interchange of morning greetings, garnished with sleepy humour. Wilson and Bowers meet in a state of nature beside a washing basin filled with snow and proceed to rub glistening limbs with this chilling substance. A little later, with less hardihood, some others may be seen making the most of a meagre allowance of water. Soon after 8:30 I manage to drag myself from a very comfortable bed and make my toilet with a bare pint of water. By about 10 minutes to 9 my clothes are on. My bed is made, and I sit down to my bowl of porridge. Most of the others are gathered about the table by this time, but there are a few laggards who run the 9 o'clock rule very close. The rule is instituted to prevent delay in the day's work, and has needed a little pressure to keep one or two up to its observation. By 9:20 breakfast is finished, and before the half hour has struck the table has been cleared. From 9:30 to 1:30 the men are steadily employed on a programme of preparation for sledging, which seems likely to occupy the greater part of the winter. The repair of sleeping bags and the alteration of tents has already been done, but there are many other tasks uncompleted or not yet begun, such as the manufacture of provision bags, crampons, sealskin soles, pony clothes, etc. Hooper has another good sweep up the hut after breakfast, washes the mess traps, and generally tidies things. I think it is a good thing that in these matters the officers need not wait on themselves. It gives long unbroken days of scientific work, and must therefore be an economy of brain in the long run. We meet for our midday meal at 1:30 or 1:45, and spend a very cheerful half hour over it. Afterwards the ponies are exercised, weather permitting. This employs all the men and a few of the officers for an hour or more. The rest of us generally take exercise in some form at the same time. After this the officers go on steadily with their work, whilst the men do odd jobs to while away the time. The evening meal, our dinner, comes at 6:30 and is finished within the hour. Afterwards people read, write, or play games, or occasionally finish some piece of work. The gramophone is usually started by some kindly disposed person, and on 3 nights of the week the lectures to which I have referred are given. These lectures still command full audiences and lively discussions. At 11 p.m. the acetylene lights are put out, and those who wish to remain up or to read in bed must depend on candlelight. The majority of candles are extinguished by midnight, and the night watchman alone remains awake to keep his vigil by the light of an oil lamp. Day after day passes in this fashion. It is not a very active life, perhaps, but certainly not an idle one. Few of us sleep more than 8 hours out of the 24. On Saturday afternoon or Sunday morning some extra bathing takes place. Chins are shaven and perhaps clean garments donned. Such signs, with the regular service on Sunday, mark the passage of the weeks. Tonight Day has given us a lecture on his motor sledge. He seems very hopeful of success, but I fear is rather more sanguine in temperament than his sledge is reliable in action. I wish I could have more confidence in his preparations, as he is certainly a delightful companion. Tuesday, June the 20th. Last night the temperature fell to -36 degrees, the lowest we have had this year. On the ramp the minimum was -31 degrees. Not the first indication of a reversed temperature gradient. We have had a calm day, as is usual with a low temperature. It was very beautiful out of doors this morning. As the crescent moon was sinking in the west, Erebus showed a heavy vapour cloud, showing that the quantity is affected by temperature rather than pressure. I am glad to have had a good run on ski. The Cape Crozier party are preparing for departure, and heads have been put together to provide as much comfort as the strenuous circumstances will permit. I came across a hint as to the value of a double tent in Sverdrup's book, New Land, and Petty Officer Evans has made a lining for one of the tents. It is secured on the inner side of the poles and provides an air space inside the tent. I think it is going to be a great success, and that it will go far to obviate the necessity of considering the question of snow huts, though we shall continue our efforts in this direction also. Another new departure is the decision to carry eiderdown sleeping bags inside the reindeer ones. With such an arrangement the early part of the journey is bound to be comfortable, but when the bags get iced, difficulties are pretty certain to arise. Day has been devoting his energies to the creation of a blubber stove, much assisted, of course, by the experience gained at Hut Point. The blubber is placed in an annular vessel, A. The oil from it passes through a pipe, B, and spreads out on the surface of a plate, C, with a containing flange. DD are raised points which serve as heat conductors. EE is a tin chimney for flame with air holes at its base. To start the stove, the plate C must be warmed with spirit lamp or primus, but when the blubber oil is well alight, its heat is quite sufficient to melt the blubber in A and keep up the oil supply. The heat gradually rises until the oil issues from B in a vaporized condition, when of course the heat given off by the stove is intense. This stove was got going this morning in 5 minutes in the outer temperature, with the blubber hard frozen. It will make a great difference to the Crozier party if they can manage to build a hut, and the experience gained will be everything for the Western party in the summer. With a satisfactory blubber stove, it would never be necessary to carry fuel on a coast journey, and we shall deserve well of posterity if we can perfect one. A Crozier journey is to be made to serve a good many trial ends. As I have already mentioned, each man is to go on a different food scale, with a view to determining the desirable proportion of fats and carbohydrates. Wilson is also to try the effect of a double windproof suit instead of extra woolen clothing. If 2 suits of windproof will keep one as warm in the spring as a single suit does in the summer, it is evident that we can face the summit of Victoria Land with a very slight increase of weight. I think the new crampons, which will also be tried on this journey, are going to be a great success. We have returned to the last Discovery type, with improvements. The magnalium sole plates of our own crampons are retained, but shod with half-inch steel spikes. These plates are riveted through canvas to an inner leather sole, and the canvas is brought up on all sides to form a covering to the finnesko of which it is laced. They are less than half the weight of an ordinary ski boot, go on very easily, and secure very neatly. Midwinter day, the turn of the season, is very close. It will be good to have light for the more active preparations for the coming year. Wednesday, June the 21st. The temperature low again, falling to -36 degrees. A curious hazy look in the sky, very little wind. The cold is bringing some minor troubles to the clockwork instruments in the open, and with the acetylene gas plant. No insuperable difficulties. Went for a ski run round the bergs. Found it very dark and uninteresting. The temperature remained low during night, and Taylor reported a very fine display of aurora. Thursday, June the 22nd, midwinter. The sun reached its maximum depression at about 2:30 p.m. on the 22nd, Greenwich Mean Time. This is 2:30 a.m. on the 23rd, according to the local time of the 180th meridian, which we are keeping. Dinner tonight is therefore the meal which is nearest the sun's critical change of course, and has been observed with all the festivity customary at Christmas at home. At tea we broached an enormous buzzard cake, with much gratitude to its provider, Cherry Garrard. In preparation for the evening, our Union Jacks and sledge flags were hung about the large table, which itself was laid with glass and a plentiful supply of champagne bottles, instead of the customary mugs and enamel lime juice jugs. At 7 o'clock we sat down to an extravagant bill of fare, as compared with our usual simple diet. Beginning on seal soup, by common consent the best decoction that our cook produces, we went on to roast beef with Yorkshire pudding, fried potatoes and Brussels sprouts. Then followed a flaming plum pudding and excellent mince pies, and thereafter a dainty savoury of anchovy and cod's roe. A wondrous attractive meal, even in so far as judged by our simple lights, but with its garnishments a positive feast. For withal the table was strewn with dishes of burnt almonds, crystallized fruits, chocolates, and such toothsome kickshaws, whilst the unstinted supply of champagne which accompanied the courses was succeeded by a noble array of liqueur bottles, from which choice could be made in the drinking of toasts. I screwed myself up to a little speech, which drew attention to the nature of the celebration as a halfway mark not only in our winter but in the plans of the expedition as originally published. I fear there are some who don't realise how rapidly time passes, and who have barely begun work which by this time ought to be in full swing. We have come through a summer season and half a winter, and had before us half a winter and a second summer. We ought to know how we stood in every respect. We did know how we stood in regard to stores and transport, and I especially thanked the officer in charge of stores and the custodians of the animals. I said that as regards the future, chance must play a part, but that experience showed me that it would have been impossible to have chosen people more fitted to support me in the enterprise to the south than those who were to start in that direction in the spring. I thanked them all for having put their shoulders to the wheel and given me this confidence. We drank to the success of the expedition. Then everyone was called on to speak, starting on my left and working round the table. The result was very characteristic of the various individuals. One seemed to know so well the style of utterance to which each would commit himself. Needless to say, all were entirely modest and brief. Unexpectedly, all had exceedingly kind things to say of me. In fact, I was obliged to request the omission of compliments at an early stage. Nevertheless, it was gratifying to have a really genuine recognition of my attitude towards the scientific workers of the expedition, and I felt very warmly towards all these kind, good fellows for expressing it. If goodwill and happy fellowship count towards success, very surely we shall deserve to succeed. It was a matter for comment, much applauded, that there had not been a single disagreement between any two members of our party from the beginning. By the end of dinner a very cheerful spirit prevailed, and the room was cleared for Ponting and his lantern, whilst the gramophone gave forth its most lively airs. When the table was up-ended, its legs removed, and the chairs arranged in rows, we had quite a roomy lecture hall. Ponting had cleverly chosen this opportunity to display a series of slides made from his own local negatives. I have never so fully realised his work as on seeing these beautiful pictures. They so easily outclass anything of their kind previously taken in these regions. Our audience cheered vociferously. After this show the table was restored for snapdragon, and a brew of milk punch was prepared, in which we drank the health of Campbell's party and of our good friends in the Terra Nova. Then the table was again removed, and a set of lancers formed. By this time the effect of stimulating liquid refreshment on men so long accustomed to a simple life became apparent. Our biologist had retired to bed. The silent soldier bubbled with humour and insisted on dancing with Anton. Evans, petty officer, was imparting confidences in heavy whispers. Pat Kean had grown intensely Irish and desirous of political argument, whilst Clissold sat with a constant expansive smile and punctuated the babble of conversation with an occasional whoop of delight or disjointed witticism. Other bright-eyed individuals merely reached the capacity to enjoy that which under ordinary circumstances might have passed without evoking a smile. In the midst of the revelry, Bowers suddenly appeared, followed by some satellites bearing an enormous Christmas tree whose branches bore flaming candles, gaudy crackers, and little presents for all. The presents, I learnt, had been prepared with kindly thought by Miss Super, Mrs. Wilson's sister, and the tree had been made by Bowers of pieces of stick and string, with coloured paper to clothe its branches. The whole erection was remarkably creditable, and the distribution of the presents caused much amusement. Whilst revelry was the order of the day within our hut, the elements without seemed desirous of celebrating the occasion with equal emphasis and greater decorum. The eastern sky was massed with swaying auroral light, the most vivid and beautiful display that I had ever seen. Fold on fold, the arches and curtains of vibrating luminosity rose and spread across the sky, to slowly fade and yet again spring to glowing life. The brighter light seemed to flow, now to mass itself in wreathing folds in one quarter, from which lustrous streamers shot upward, and anon to run in waves through the system of some dimmer figure, as if to infuse new life within it. It is impossible to witness such a beautiful phenomenon without a sense of awe, and yet this sentiment is not inspired by its brilliancy, but rather by its delicacy in light and colour, its transparency, and above all by its tremulous evanescence of form. There is no glittering splendour to dazzle the eye, as has been too often described. Rather the appeal is to the imagination by the suggestion of something wholly spiritual, something instinct with a fluttering ethereal life, serenely confident, yet restlessly mobile. One wonders why history does not tell us of aurora worshippers. So easily could the phenomenon be considered the manifestation of God or demon. To the little silent group which stood at gaze before such enchantment, it seemed profane to return to the mental and physical atmosphere of our house. Finally, when I stepped within, I was glad to find that there had been a general movement bedwards, and in the next half hour the last of the roisterers had succumbed to slumber. Thus, except for a few bad heads in the morning, ended the high festival of Midwinter. There is little to be said for the artificial uplifting of animal spirits, yet few could take exception to so rare an outburst in the long run of quiet days. After all, we celebrated the birth of a season which, for weal or woe, must be numbered amongst the greatest in our lives. End of chapter 11, part 2. Section 24 of the Journals of Robert Falcon Scott, Volume 1, by Robert Falcon Scott. This is a LibriVox recording. Section 24, Chapter 12, Awaiting the Crozier Party, Part 1. Friday, June the 23rd, to Saturday, June the 24th. 2 quiet, uneventful days and a complete return to routine. Sunday, June the 25th. I find I have made no mention of Cherry Garrard's first number of the revived South Polar Times, presented to me on Midwinter Day. It is a very good little volume, bound by Day in a really charming cover of carved venesta wood and sealskin. The contributors are anonymous, but I have succeeded in guessing the identity of the greater number. The editor has taken a statistical paper of my own on the plans for the southern journey, and a well-written serious article on the geological history of our region by Taylor. Except for editorial and meteorological notes, the rest is conceived in a lighter vein. The verse is mediocre, except perhaps for a quaint play of words in an amusing little skit on the sleeping bag argument. But an article entitled Valhalla appears to me to be altogether on a different level. It purports to describe the arrival of some of our party at the gates proverbially guarded by St. Peter. The humour is really delicious, and nowhere at all forced. In the jokes of a small community it is rare to recognise one which would appeal to an outsider, but some of the happier witticisms of this article seem to me fit for wider circulation than our journal enjoys at present. Above all, there is distinct literary merit in it, a polish which leaves you unable to suggest the betterment of a word anywhere. I unhesitatingly attribute this effort to Taylor, but Wilson and Garrard make me as responsible for it. If they are right, I shall have to own that my judgment of attributes is very much at fault. I must find out. A quiet day. Read church service as usual. In afternoon walked up the ramp with Wilson to have a quiet talk before he departs. I wanted to get his ideas as to the scientific work done. We agreed as to the exceptionally happy organisation of our party. I took the opportunity to warn Wilson concerning the desirability of complete understanding with Ponting and Taylor with respect to their photographs and records on their return to civilization. The weather has been very mysterious of late. On the 23rd and 24th it continuously threatened a blizzard, but now the sky is clearing again with all signs of fine weather. Monday, June the 26th. With a clear sky it was quite twilighty at noon today. Already such signs of day are inspiriting. In the afternoon the wind arose with drift, and again the prophets predicted a blizzard. After an hour or two the wind fell, and we had a calm, clear evening and night. The blizzards proper seem to be always preceded by an overcast sky, in accordance with Simpson's theory. Taylor gave a most interesting lecture on the physiographic features of the region traversed by his party in the autumn. His mind is very luminous and clear, and he treated the subject with a breadth of view which was delightful. The illustrative slides were made from Debenham's photographs, and many of them were quite beautiful. Ponting tells me that Debenham knows quite a lot about photography and goes to work in quite the right way. The lecture being a précis of Taylor's report, there is no need to recapitulate its matter. With the pictures it was startling to realise the very different extent to which tributary glaciers have carved the channels in which they lie. The Canadian glacier lies dead, but at grade it has cut a very deep channel. The double curtain hangs at an angle of 25 degrees with practically no channel. Mention was made of the difference of water found in Lake Bonny by me in December 1903, and the Western Party in February 1911. It seems certain that water must go on accumulating in the lake during the 2 or 3 summer months, and it is hard to imagine that all can be lost again by the winter's evaporation. If it does, evaporation becomes a matter of primary importance. There was an excellent picture showing the finest sponges on the XVIII Glacier. Heaps of large sponges were found containing corals and some shells, all representative of present-day fauna. How on earth did they get to the place where found? There was a good deal of discussion on the point, and no very satisfactory solution offered. Cannot help thinking that there is something in the thought that the glacier may have been weighted down with rubble, which finally disengaged itself and allowed the ice to rise. Such speculations are interesting. Preparations for the start of the Crozier party are now completed, and the people will have to drag 253 pounds per man, a big weight. Day has made an excellent little blubber lamp for lighting. It has an annular wick and talc chimney. A small circular plate over the wick conducts the heat down and raises the temperature of combustion, so that the result is a clear white flame. We are certainly within measurable distance of using blubber in the most effective way for both heating and lighting, and this is an advance which is of very high importance to the future of Antarctic exploration. Tuesday, June the 27th. The Crozier party departed this morning in good spirits. Their heavy load was distributed on 2 9-feet sledges. Ponting photographed them by flashlight and attempted to get a cinematograph picture by means of a flash candle. But when the candle was ignited, it was evident that the light would not be sufficient for the purpose, and there was not much surprise when the film proved a failure. The 3 travellers found they could pull their load fairly easily on the sea ice, when the rest of us stood aside for the trial. I am afraid they will find much more difficulty on the barrier, but there was nothing now to prevent them starting, and off they went. With helping contingent I went round the Cape. Taylor and Nelson left at the Razorback Island and report all well. Simpson, Mears and Gran continued and have not yet returned. Gran just back on ski, left party at 5¼ miles. Says Mears and Simpson are returning on foot. Reports a bad bit of surface between Tent Island and Glacier Tongue. It was well that the party had assistance to cross this. This winter travel is a new and bold venture, but the right men have gone to attempt it. All good luck go with them. Coal consumption. Bowers reports that present consumption, midwinter, equals 4 blocks per day, 100 pounds. An occasional block is required for the absolute magnetic hut. He reports 8½ tons used since landing. This is in excess of 4 blocks per day, as follows. 8½ tons in 150 days equals 127 pounds per diem, equals 889 pounds per week, or nearly 8 hundredweight, equals 20½ tons per year. Report August the 4th. Used to date equals 9 tons, equals 20,160 pounds. Say 190 days at 106 pounds per day. Coal remaining 20½ tons. Estimate 8 tons to return of ship. Total estimate for year 17 tons. We should have 13 or 14 tons for next year. A fresh manuscript book. Quotations on the flyleaf. Where the Queen's law does not carry, it is irrational to exact an observation of other and weaker rules. Rudyard Kipling. Confident of his good intentions, but doubtful of his fortitude. So far as I can venture to offer an opinion on such a matter, the purpose of our being in existence, the highest object that human beings can set before themselves is not the pursuit of any such chimera as the annihilation of the unknown, but it is simply the unwearied endeavour to remove its boundaries a little further from our little sphere of action. Huxley. Wednesday, June the 28th. The temperature has been hovering around -30 degrees with a clear sky. At midday it was exceptionally light, and even 2 hours after noon I was able to pick my way amongst the boulders of the ramp. We miss the Crozier party. Lectures have ceased during its absence, so that our life is very quiet. Thursday, June the 29th. It seemed rather stuffy in the hut last night. I found it difficult to sleep, and noticed a good many others in like case. I found the temperature was only 50 degrees, and that the small uptake on the stove pipe was closed. I think it would be good to have a renewal of air at bedtime, but I don't quite know how to manage this. It was calm all night, and when I left the hut at 8:30, at 9 the wind suddenly rose to 40 miles per hour, and at the same moment the temperature rose 10 degrees. The wind and temperature curves shows this sudden simultaneous change more clearly than usual. The curious circumstance is that this blow comes out of a clear sky. This will be disturbing to our theories unless the wind drops again very soon. The wind fell within an hour, almost as suddenly as it had risen. The temperature followed, only a little more gradually. One may well wonder how such a phenomenon is possible. In the middle of a period of placid calm, and out of a clear sky, there suddenly rushed upon one this volume of comparatively warm air. It has come and gone like the whirlwind. Whence comes it, and whither goeth? Went round the bergs after lunch on ski. Splendid surface and quite a good light. We are now getting good records with the tide gauge, after a great deal of trouble. Day has given much of his time to the matter, and after a good deal of discussion has pretty well mastered the principles. We brought a self-recording instrument from New Zealand, but this was passed over to Campbell. It has not been an easy matter to manufacture one for our own use. The wire from the bottom weight is led through a tube filled with paraffin, as in Discovery days, and kept tight by a counterweight after passage through a block on a stanchion rising 6 feet above the flow. In his first instrument, Day arranged for this wire to pass around a pulley, the revolution of which actuated the pen of the recording drum. This should have been successful but for the difficulty of making good mechanical connection between the recorder and the pulley. Backlash caused an unreliable record, and this arrangement had to be abandoned. The motion of the wire was then made to actuate the recorder through a hinged lever, and this arrangement holds, but days and even weeks have been lost in grappling the difficulties of adjustment between the limits of the tide and those of the recording drum. Then, when all seemed well, we found that the flow was not rising uniformly with the water. It is hung up by the beach ice. When we were considering the question of removing the whole apparatus to a more distant point, a fresh crack appeared between it and the shore, and on this hinge the flow seems to be moving more freely. Friday, June the 30th, 1911. The temperature is steadily falling. We are descending the scale of -30s, and today reached its limit, 39 degrees. Day has manufactured a current vane, a simple arrangement. Up to the present he has used this near the Cape. There is little doubt, however, that the water movement is erratic and irregular inside the islands, and I have been anxious to get observations which will indicate the movement in the strait. I went with him today to find a crack which I thought must run to the north from Inaccessible Island. We discovered it about 2 to 2.5 miles out, and found it to be an ideal place for such work. A fracture in the ice sheet, which is constantly opening and therefore always edged with thin ice. Have told Day that I think a bottle weighted so as to give it a small negative buoyancy and attached to a fine line should give as good results as his vane, and would be much handier. He now proposes to go one better and put an electric light in the bottle. We found that our loose dogs had been attacking a seal, and then came across a dead seal which had evidently been worried to death some time ago. It appears Dimitri saw more seal further to the north, and this afternoon Mears has killed a large one, as well as the one which was worried this morning. It is good to find the seals so close, but very annoying to find that the dogs have discovered their resting place. The long spell of fine weather is very satisfactory. Saturday, July the 1st, 1911. We have designed new ski boots, and I think they are going to be a success. My object is to stick to the Huitfeldt binding for sledging if possible. One must wear finnesko on the barrier, and with finnesko alone a loose binding is necessary. For this we brought fin-on bindings consisting of leather toe straps and thong heel binding. With this arrangement one does not have good control of his ski and stands the chance of a chafe on the tendon Achilles. Owing to the last consideration, many had decided to go with a toe strap alone, as we did in the Discovery. This brought into my mind the possibility of using the iron crossbar and snap heel strap of the Huitfeldt on a suitable overshoe. Evans, petty officer, has arisen well to the occasion as a bootmaker, and has just completed a pair of shoes which are very nearly what we require. The soles have 2 thicknesses of sealskin cured with alum, stiffened at the foot with a layer of venester board, and raised at the heel on a block of wood. The upper part is large enough to contain a finnesko, and is secured by a simple strap. A shoe weighs 13 ounces against 2 pounds for a single ski boot, so that shoe and finnesko together are less weight than a boot. If we can perfect this arrangement, it should be the greatest use to us. Wright has been swinging the pendulum in his cavern. Prodigious trouble has been taken to keep the time, and this object has been immensely helped by the telephone communication between the cavern, the transit instrument, and the interior of the hut. The timekeeper is perfectly placed. Wright tells me that the ice platform proves to be 5 times as solid as the fixed piece of masonry used at Potsdam. The only difficulty is the low temperature, which freezes his breath on the glass window of the protecting dome. I feel sure these gravity results are going to be very good. The temperature has been hanging in the -30s all day, with calm and clear sky, but this evening a wind has sprung up without rise of temperature. It is now -32 degrees, with a wind of 25 miles per hour, a pretty stiff condition to face outside. Sunday, July the 2nd. There was wind last night, but this morning found a settled calm again, with temperature as usual about -35 degrees. The moon is rising again. Came over the shoulder of Erebus about 5 p.m. in second quarter. It will cross the meridian at night, worse luck, but such days as this will be pleasant even with a low moon. One is very glad to think the Crozier party are having such a peaceful time. Sunday routine, and nothing much to record. Monday, July the 3rd. Another quiet day, the sky more suspicious in appearance, thin stratus cloud forming and dissipating overhead, curling stratus clouds over Erebus. Wind at Cape Crozier seemed a possibility. Our people have been far out on the floe. It is cheerful to see the twinkling light of some worker at a waterhole, or hear the ring of distant voices or swish of ski. Tuesday, July the 4th, a day of blizzard and adventure. The wind arose last night, and although the temperature advanced a few degrees, it remained at a very low point, considering the strength of the wind. This forenoon it was blowing 40 to 45 miles per hour, with the temperature -25 degrees to -28 degrees. No weather to be in the open. In the afternoon the wind modified slightly. Taylor and Atkinson went up to the ramp thermometer screen. After this, entirely without my knowledge, two adventurous spirits, Atkinson and Gran, decided to start off over the floe, making respectively for the North and South Bay thermometers, Archibald and Clarence. This was at 5:30. Gran was back by dinner at 6:45, and it was only later that I learned that he had gone no more than 200 or 300 yards from the land, and that it had taken him nearly an hour to get back again. Atkinson's continued absence passed unnoticed until dinner was nearly over at 7:15, although I had heard that the wind had dropped at the beginning of dinner, and that it remained very thick all round, with light snow falling. Although I felt somewhat annoyed, I had no serious anxiety at this time, and as several members came out of the hut, I dispatched them short distances to shout and show lanterns, and arranged to have a paraffin flare lit on Windvane Hill. Evans, petty officer, Crean and Kean, being anxious for a walk, was sent to the north with a lantern. Whilst this desultory search proceeded, the wind sprang up again from the south, but with no great force, and meanwhile the sky showed signs of clearing, and the moon appeared dimly through the drifting clouds. With such a guide we momentarily looked for the return of our wanderer, and with his continued absence our anxiety grew. At 9:30 Evans, petty officer, and his party returned without news of him, and at last there was no denying the possibility of a serious accident. Between 9:30 and 10 proper search parties were organised, and I give the details to show the thoroughness which I thought necessary to meet the gravity of the situation. I had by this time learnt that Atkinson had left with comparatively light clothing, and, still worse, with leather ski boots on his feet. Fortunately he had wind clothing. Petty officer Evans was away first with Crean, Kean and Dimitri, a light sledge, a sleeping bag and a flask of brandy. His orders were to search the edge of the land and glacier through the sweep of the bay to the Barn Glacier and to Cape Barn beyond, then to turn east along an open crack and follow it to Inaccessible Island. Evans, lieutenant, with Nelson, Ford and Hooper, left shortly after, similarly equipped, to follow the shore of the South Bay in similar fashion, and then turn out to the Razorback and search there. Next, Wright, Gran and Lashly set out for the bergs to look thoroughly about them, and from thence pass round and examine Inaccessible Island. After these parties got away, Mears and Debenham started with a lantern to search to and fro over the surface of our promontory. Simpson and Oates went out in a direct line over the northern floe to the Archibald thermometer, whilst Ponting and Taylor re-examined the tide crack towards the Barn Glacier. Meanwhile Day went to and fro Windvane Hill to light at intervals upon its crest bundles of tow well soaked in petrol. At length Clissold and I were left alone in the hut, and as the hours went by I grew ever more alarmed. It was impossible for me to conceive how an able man could have failed to return to the hut before this, or by any means found shelter in such clothing in such weather. Atkinson had started for a point a little more than a mile away. At 10:30 he had been 5 hours away. What conclusion could be drawn? And yet I felt it most difficult to imagine an accident on open floe, with no worse pitfall than a shallow crack or steep-sided snowdrift. At least I could feel that every spot which was likely to be the scene of such an accident would be searched. Thus 11 o'clock came without change, then 11:30 with its 6 hours of absence. But at 11:45 I heard voices from the Cape, and presently the adventure ended, to my extreme relief, when Mears and Debenham led our wanderer home. He was badly frostbitten in the hand, and less seriously on the face, and though a good deal confused, as men always are on such occasions, he was otherwise well. His tale is confused, but as far as one can gather, he did not go more than a quarter of a mile in the direction of the thermometer screen before he decided to turn back. He then tried to walk with the wind a little to one side on the bearing he had originally observed, and after some time stumbled on an old fish-trap hole, which he knew to be 200 yards from the Cape. He made this 200 yards in the direction he supposed correct, and found nothing. In such a situation, had he turned east, he must have hit the land somewhere close to the hut, and so found his way to it. The fact that he did not, but attempted to wander straight on, is clear evidence of the mental condition caused by that situation. There can be no doubt that in a blizzard a man has not only to safeguard the circulation in his limbs, but must struggle with a sluggishness of brain and an absence of reasoning power, which is far more likely to undo him. In fact, Atkinson has really no very clear idea of what happened to him after he missed the Cape. He seems to have wandered aimlessly upwind till he hit an island. He walked all round this, says he couldn't see a yard at this time, fell often into the tide crack, finally stopped under the lee of some rocks, here got his hand frostbitten owing to difficulty of getting frozen mitt on again, finally got it on, started to dig a hole to wait in, saw something of the moon and left the island, lost the moon and wanted to go back, could find nothing, finally stumbled on another island, perhaps the same one, waited again saw the moon, now clearing, shaped some sort of course by it, then saw flare on Cape and came on rapidly. Says he shouted to someone on Cape quite close to him, greatly surprised not to get an answer. It is a rambling tale tonight, and a half-thawed brain. It is impossible to listen to such a tale without appreciating that it has been a close escape, and that there would have been no escape had the blizzard continued. The thought that it would return after a short lull was amongst the worst with me during the hours of waiting. 2 a.m. The search parties have returned, and all is well again, but we must have no more of these very unnecessary escapades. Yet it is impossible not to realise that this bit of experience has done more than all the talking I could have ever accomplished to bring home to our people the dangers of a blizzard. End of chapter 12, part 1. Section 25 of the Journals of Robert Falcon Scott, Volume 1, by Robert Falcon Scott. This is a LibriVox recording. Section 25, Chapter 12, Awaiting the Crozier Party, Part 2. Wednesday, July the 5th. Atkinson has a bad hand to-day. Immense blisters on every finger, giving them the appearance of sausages. To-night Ponting has photographed the hand. As I expected, some amendment of Atkinson's tale, as written last night, is necessary, partly due to some lack of coherency in the tale as first told, and partly a reconsideration of the circumstances by Atkinson himself. It appears he first hit Inaccessible Island and got his hand frostbitten before he reached it. It was only on arrival in its lee that he discovered the frostbite. He must have waited there some time, then groped his way to the western end, thinking he was near the ramp. Then, wandering away in a swirl of drift to clear some irregularities at the ice foot, he completely lost the island when he could only have been a few yards from it. He seems in this predicament to have clung to the old idea of walking upwind, and it must be considered wholly providential that on this course he next struck Tent Island. It was round this island that he walked, finally digging himself a shelter on its lee side, under the impression that it was Inaccessible Island. When the moon appeared, he seems to have judged its bearing well, and as he travelled homeward he was much surprised to see the real Inaccessible Island appear on his left. The distance of Tent Island, 4 to 5 miles, partly accounts for the time he took in returning. Everything goes to confirm the fact that he had a very close shave of being lost altogether. For some time past some of the ponies have had great irritation of the skin. I felt sure it was due to some parasite, though the soldier thought the food responsible and changed it. Today a tiny body louse was revealed under Atkinson's microscope after capture from Snatcher's coat. A dilute solution of carbolic is expected to rid the poor beasts of their pests, but meanwhile one or two of them have rubbed off patches of hair which they can ill afford to spare in this climate. I hope we shall get over the trouble quickly. The day has been gloriously fine again, with bright moonlight all the afternoon. It was a wondrous sight to see Erebus emerge from soft, filmy clouds of mist, as though some thin veiling had been withdrawn with infinite delicacy to reveal the pure outline of this moonlit mountain. Thursday, July the 6th, continued. The temperature has taken a plunge to -46° last night. It is now -45°, with a 10-mile breeze from the south. Frostbiting weather. Went for a short run on foot this forenoon, and a longer one on ski this afternoon. The surface is bad after the recent snowfall. A new pair of sealskin overshoes for ski, made by Evans, seem to have been a complete success. He has modified the shape of the toe to fit the ski irons better. I am very pleased with this arrangement. I find it exceedingly difficult to settle down to solid work just at present, and keep putting off the tasks which I have set myself. The sun has not yet risen a degree of the 11 degrees below our horizon, which it was at noon on Midwinter day, and yet to-day there was a distinct red in the northern sky. Perhaps such sunset colours have something to do with this cold snap. Friday, July the 7th. The temperature fell to -49° last night. Our record so far, and likely to remain so, one would think. This morning it was fine and calm, temperature -45°, but this afternoon a 30-mile wind sprang up from the southeast, and the temperature only gradually rose to -30°, never passing above that point. I thought it a little too strenuous, and so was robbed of my walk. The dogs' coats are getting pretty thick, and they seem to take matters pretty comfortably. The ponies are better, I think, but I shall be glad when we are sure of having rid them of their pest. I was the victim of a very curious illusion to-day. On our small heating stove stands a cylindrical ice melter, which keeps up the supply of water necessary for the darkroom and other scientific instruments. This iron container naturally becomes warm if it is not fed with ice, and it is generally hung around with socks and mitts, which require drying. I put my hand on the cylindrical vessel this afternoon and withdrew it sharply with the sensation of heat. To verify the impression I repeated the action 2 or 3 times, when it became so strong that I loudly warned the owners of the socks, etc., of the peril of burning to which they were exposed. Upon this Mears said, "But they filled the melter with ice a few minutes ago," and then coming over to feel the surface himself added, "Why, it's cold, sir." And indeed so it was. The slightly damp, chilled surface of the iron had conveyed to me the impression of excessive heat. There is nothing intrinsically new in this observation. It has often been noticed that metal surfaces at low temperatures give a sensation of burning to the bare touch, but none the less it is an interesting variant of the common fact. Apropos, Atkinson is suffering a good deal from his hand. The frostbite was deeper than I thought. Fortunately he can now feel all his fingers, though it was 24 hours before the sensation returned to one of them. Monday, July the 10th. We have had the worst gale I have ever known in these regions, and have not yet done with it. The wind started at about midday on Friday, and increasing in violence reached an average of 60 miles for 1 hour on Saturday, the gusts at this time exceeding 70 miles per hour. This force of wind, although exceptional, has not been without parallel earlier in the year, but the extraordinary feature of this gale was the long continuance of a very cold temperature. On Friday night the thermometer registered -39°. Throughout Saturday and the greater part of Sunday it did not rise above -35°. Late yesterday it was in the -20s, and to-day at length it has risen to 0. Needless to say, no one has been far from the hut. It was my turn for duty on Saturday night, and on the occasions when I had to step out of doors I was struck with the impossibility of enduring such conditions for any length of time. One seemed to be robbed of breath as they burst on one. The fine snow beat in behind the wind guard, and 10 paces against the wind were sufficient to reduce one's face to the verge of frostbite. To clear the anemometer vein it was necessary to go to the other end of the hut and climb a ladder. Twice, whilst engaged in this task, I had literally to lean against the wind with head bent and face averted, and so stagger, crab-like, on my course. In those 2 days of really terrible weather, our thoughts often turn to absentees at Cape Crozier, with the devout hope that they may be safely housed. They are certain to have been caught by this gale, but I trust before it reached them they had managed to get up some sort of shelter. Sometimes I have imagined them getting much more wind than we do, yet at others it seems difficult to believe that the emperor penguins have chosen an excessively windswept area for their rookery. Today, with the temperature at 0, one can walk about outside without inconvenience in spite of a 50-mile wind. Although I am loath to believe it, there must be some measure of acclimatization, for it is certain we should have felt today's wind severely when we first arrived in McMurdo Sound. Tuesday, July the 11th. Never was such persistent bad weather. Today the temperature is up to 5 degrees to 7 degrees, the wind 40 to 50 miles per hour, the air thick with snow, and the moon a vague blue. This is the 4th day of gale. If one reflects on the quality of transported air, nearly 4,000 miles, one gets a conception of the transference which such a gale effects, and must conclude that potentially warm upper currents are pouring into our polar region from more temperate sources. The dogs are very gay and happy in the comparative warmth. I have been going to and fro on the home beach, and about the rocky knolls in its environment. In spite of the wind, it was very warm. I dug myself a hole in a drift in the shelter of a large boulder and lay down in it and covered my legs with loose snow. It was so warm that I could have slept very comfortably. I have been amused and pleased lately in observing the manners and customs of the persons in charge of our stores. Quite a number of secret caches exist in which articles of value are hidden from public knowledge, so that they may escape use until a real necessity arises. The policy of every storekeeper is to have something up his sleeve for a rainy day. For instance, Evans, petty officer, after thoroughly examining the purpose of some individual who is pleading for a piece of canvas, will admit that he may have a small piece somewhere which could be used for it, when, as a matter of fact, he possesses quite a number of rolls of that material. Tools, metal material, leather, straps, and dozens of items are administered with the same spirit of jealous guardianship by Day, Lashley, Oates, and Mears, whilst our main storekeeper Bowers even affects to bemoan imaginary shortages. Such parsimony is the best guarantee that we are prepared to face any serious call. Wednesday, July the 12th. All night and today wild gusts of wind shaking the hut. Long, ragged, twisted wind cloud in the middle heights. A watery moon shining through a filmy cirrostratus. The outlook wonderfully desolate, with its ghostly illumination and patchy clouds of flying snowdrift. It would be hardly possible for a tearing, raging wind to make itself more visible. At Windvane Hill the anemometer has registered 68 miles between 9 and 10 a.m, a record. The gusts at the hut frequently exceed 70 miles per hour. Luckily the temperature is up to 5 degrees, so that there is no hardship for the workers outside. Thursday, July the 13th. The wind continued to blow throughout the night with squalls of even greater violence than before. A new record was created by a gust of 77 miles per hour, shown by the anemometer. The snow is so hard blown that only the fiercest gusts raise the drifting particles. It is interesting to note the balance of nature whereby one evil is eliminated by the excess of another. For an hour after lunch yesterday, the gale showed signs of moderation, and the ponies had a short walk over the floe. Out for exercise at this time, I was obliged to lean against the wind, my light overall clothes flapping wildly and almost dragged from me. Later, when the wind rose again, it was quite an effort to stagger back to the hut against it. This morning the gale still rages, but the sky is much clearer. The only definite clouds are those which hang to the southward of Erebus summit, but the moon, though bright, still exhibits a watery appearance, showing that there is still a thin stratus above us. The work goes on very steadily. The men are making crampons and ski boots of the new style. Evans is constructing plans of the Dry Valley and the Koettlitz Glacier with the help of the Western Party. The physicists are busy always, Mears is making dog harness, Oates ridding the ponies of their parasites, and Ponting printing from his negatives. Science cannot be served by dilettante methods, but demands a mind spurred by ambition, or the satisfaction of ideals. Our most popular game for evening recreation is chess. So many players have developed that our 2 sets of chessmen are inadequate. Friday, July the 14th. We have had a horrible fright and are not yet out of the wood. At noon yesterday, one of the best ponies, Bones, suddenly went off his feed. Soon after, it was evident that he was distressed, and there could be no doubt that he was suffering from colic. Oates called my attention to it, but we were neither much alarmed, remembering the speedy recovery of Jimmy Pigg under similar circumstances. Later, the pony was sent out for exercise with Crean. I passed him twice and seemed to gather that things were well, but Crean afterwards told me that he had had considerable trouble. Every few minutes the poor beast had been seized with a spasm of pain, at first dashed forward as though to escape it, then endeavoured to lie down. Crean had had much difficulty in keeping him in and on his legs, for he is a powerful beast. When he returned to the stable he was evidently worse, and Oates and Anton patiently dragged a sack to and fro under his stomach. Every now and then he attempted to lie down, and Oates eventually thought it wiser to let him do so. Once down, his head gradually drooped until he lay at length, every now and again twitching very horribly with the pain, and from time to time raising his head and even scrambling to his legs when it grew intense. I don't think I ever realized before how pathetic a horse could be under such conditions. No sound escapes him. His misery can only be indicated by those distressing spasms and by dumb movements of the head, turning with patient expression, always suggestive of appeal. Although alarmed by this time, remembering the care with which the animals are being fed, I could not picture anything but a passing indisposition. But as hour after hour passed without improvement, it was impossible not to realize that the poor beast was dangerously ill. Oates administered an opium pill, and later on a second. Sacks were heated in the oven and placed on the poor beast. Beyond this nothing could be done except to watch. Oates and Crean never left the patient. As the evening wore on, I visited the stable again and again, but only to hear the same tale. No improvement. Towards midnight I felt very downcast. It is so very certain that we cannot afford to lose a single pony. The margin of safety has already been far overstepped. We are reduced to face the circumstance that we must keep all the animals alive or greatly risk failure. So far everything has gone so well with them that my fears of a loss had been lulled in a growing hope that all would be well. Therefore at midnight, when poor Bones had continued in pain for 12 hours and showed little sign of improvement, I felt my fleeting sense of security rudely shattered. It was shortly after midnight when I was told that the animals seemed a little easier. At 2:30 I was again in the stable and found the improvement had been maintained. The horse still lay on its side with outstretched head, but the spasms had ceased, its eye looked less distressed, and its ears pricked to occasional noises. As I stood looking, it suddenly raised its head and rose without effort to its legs. Then, in a moment, as though some bad dream had passed, it began to nose at some hay and at its neighbour. Within 3 minutes it had drunk a bucket of water and had started to feed. I went to bed at 3 with much relief. At noon today the immediate cause of the trouble and an indication that there is still risk were disclosed in a small ball of semi-fermented hay covered with mucus and containing tapeworms. So far not very serious, but unfortunately attached to this mass was a strip of the lining of the intestine. Atkinson, from a humanly comparative point of view, does not think this is serious if great care is taken with the food for a week or so, and so one can hope for the best. Meanwhile we have had much discussion as to the first cause of the difficulty. The circumstances possibly contributing are as follows: fermentation of the hay, insufficiency of water, overheated stable, a chill from exercise after the gale. I think all of these may have had a bearing on the case. It can scarcely be coincidence that the two ponies which have suffered so far are those which are nearest the stove end of the stable. In future the stove will be used more sparingly. A large ventilating hole is to be made near it, and an allowance of water is to be added to the snow hitherto given to the animals. In the food line we can only exercise such precautions as are possible, but, one way or another, we ought to be able to prevent any more danger of this description. Saturday, July the 15th. There was strong wind with snow this morning, and the wind remained keen and cold in the afternoon. But tonight it has fallen calm, with a promising clear sky outlook. Have been up the ramp, clambering about in my sealskin overshoes, which seem extraordinarily satisfactory. Oates thinks a good few of the ponies have got worms, and we are considering means of ridding them. Bones seems to be getting on well, though not yet quite so buckish as he was before this trouble. A good big ventilator has been fitted in the stable. It is not easy to get over the alarm of Thursday night. The situation is altogether too critical. Sunday, July the 16th. Another slight alarm this morning. The pony China went off his feed at breakfast time and lay down twice. He was up and well again in half an hour, but what on earth is it that is disturbing these poor beasts? Usual Sunday routine. Quiet day, except for a good deal of wind off and on. The Crozier party must be having a wretched time. Monday, July the 17th. The weather still very unsettled. The wind comes up with a rush to fade in an hour or two. Clouds chase over the sky in similar fashion. The moon has dipped during the daylight hours, and so one way or another there is little to attract one out of doors. Yet we are only 9 days off the light value of the day when we left off football. I hope we shall be able to recommence the game in that time. I am glad that the light is coming for more than one reason. The gale and consequent inaction not only affected the ponies. Ponting is not very fit as a consequence. His nervous temperament is of the quality to take this wintering experience badly. Atkinson has some difficulty in persuading him to take exercise. He managed only by dragging him out to his own work, digging holes in the ice. Taylor is another backslider in the exercise line, and is not looking well. If we can get these people to run about at football, all will be well. Anyway, the return of the light should cure all ailments, physical and mental. Tuesday, July the 18th. A very brilliant red sky at noon today, and enough light to see one's way about. This fleeting hour of light is very pleasant, but of course dependent on a clear sky, very rare. Went round the outer berg in the afternoon. It was all I could do to keep up with Snatcher on the homeward round, speaking well for his walking powers. Wednesday, July the 19th, again calm and pleasant. The temperature is gradually falling down to -35 degrees. Went out to the old working crack, north of Inaccessible Island. Nelson and Evans had had great difficulty in rescuing their sounding sledge, which had been left near here before the gale. The course of events is not very clear, but it looks as though the gale pressed up the crack, raising broken pieces of the thin ice formed after recent opening movements. These raised pieces had become nuclei of heavy snowdrifts, which in turn, weighing down the flow, had allowed water to flow in over the sledge level. It is surprising to find such a big disturbance from what appears to be a very simple cause. This crack is now joined, and the contraction is taking on a new one, which has opened much nearer to us and seems to run to Cape Barne. We have noticed a very curious appearance of heavenly bodies when setting in a northwesterly direction. About the time of Midwinter, the moon observed in this position appeared in a much distorted shape of blood-red colour. It might have been a red flare or distant bonfire, but could not have been guessed for the moon. Yesterday the planet Venus appeared under similar circumstances, as a ship's sidelight or Japanese lantern. In both cases there was a flickering in the light and a change of colour from deep orange yellow to blood red, but the latter was dominant. Thursday, July the 20th, Friday 21st, Saturday 22nd. There is very little to record. The horses are going on well. All are in good form, at least for the moment. They drink a good deal of water in the morning. Saturday, July the 22nd continued. This and the better ventilation of the stable makes for improvement, we think. Perhaps the increase of salt allowance is also beneficial. Today we have another raging blizzard, the wind running up to 72 miles per hour in gusts. One way and another, the Crozier party must have had a pretty poor time. I am thankful to remember that the light will be coming on apace now. Monday, July the 24th. The blizzard continued throughout yesterday, Sunday, in the evening reaching a record force of 82 miles per hour. The vane of our anemometer is somewhat sheltered. Simpson finds the hill readings 20% higher. Hence, in such gusts as this, the free wind must reach nearly 100 miles per hour, a hurricane force. Today, Nelson found that his sounding sledge had been turned over. We passed a quiet Sunday with the usual service to break the weekday routine. During my night watch last night I could observe the rapid falling of the wind, which on dying away left a still atmosphere almost oppressively warm at 7 degrees. The temperature has remained comparatively high today. I went to see the crack at which soundings were taken a week ago. Then it was several feet open with thin ice between. Now it is pressed up into a sharp ridge 3 to 4 feet high. The edge pressed up shows an 18-inch thickness. This is, of course, an effect of the warm weather. Tuesday, July the 25th. Wednesday, July the 26th. There is really very little to be recorded in these days. Life proceeds very calmly, if somewhat monotonously. Everyone seems fit. There is no sign of depression. To all outward appearance, the ponies are in better form than they have ever been. The same may be said of the dogs, with 1 or 2 exceptions. The light comes on apace. Today, Wednesday, it was very beautiful at noon. The air was very clear, and the detail of the western mountains was revealed in infinitely delicate contrasts of light. Thursday, July the 27th. Friday, July the 28th. Calmer days. The sky rosier, the light visibly advancing. We have never suffered from low spirits, so that the presence of day raises us above a normal cheerfulness to the realm of high spirits. The light, merry humour of our company has never been eclipsed. The good-natured, kindly chaff has never ceased since those early days of enthusiasm which inspired them. They have survived the winter days of stress and already renew themselves with the coming of spring. If pessimistic moments had foreseen the growth of rifts in the bond forged by these amenities, they stand prophetically falsified. There is no longer room for doubt that we shall come to our work with a unity of purpose and a disposition for mutual support which have never been equalled in these paths of activity. Such a spirit should tide us over all minor difficulties. It is a good omen. End of chapter 12, part 2. Section 26 of the Journals of Robert Falcon Scott, Volume 1, by Robert Falcon Scott. This is a LibriVox recording. Section 26, Chapter 12, Awaiting the Crozier Party, Part 3. Saturday, July the 29th, Sunday, July the 30th. 2 quiet days, temperature low in the -30s, an occasional rush of wind lasting for but a few minutes. One of our best sledge dogs, Julick, has disappeared. I'm afraid he's been set on by the others at some distant point, and we shall see nothing more but his stiffened carcass when the light returns. Mears thinks the others would not have attacked him, and imagines he has fallen into the water in some seal hole or crack. In either case, I'm afraid we must be resigned to another loss. It's an awful nuisance. Gran went to Cape Royds today. I asked him to report on the open water, and so he went on past the Cape. As far as I can gather, he got halfway to Cape Bird before he came to thin ice. For at least 5 or 6 miles past Cape Royds the ice is old and covered with wind-swept snow. This is very unexpected. In the Discovery first year the ice continually broke back to the Glacier tongue. In the second year it must have gone out to Cape Royds very early in the spring, if it did not go out in the winter, and in the Nimrod year it was rarely fast beyond Cape Royds. It is very strange, especially as this has been the windiest year recorded so far. Simpson says the average has exceeded 20 miles per hour, since the instruments were set up, and this figure has for comparison 9 and 12 miles per hour for the 2 discovery years. There remains a possibility that we have chosen an especially wind-swept spot for our station, yet I can scarcely believe that there is generally more wind here than at Hut Point. I was out for 2 hours this morning. It was amazingly pleasant to be able to see the inequalities of one's path, and the familiar landmarks bathed in violet light. An hour after noon the northern sky was intensely red. Monday, July the 31st. It was overcast today, and the light not quite so good, but this is the last day of another month, and August means the sun. One begins to wonder what the Crozier party is doing. It has been away 5 weeks. The ponies are getting buckish. Chinaman squeals and kicks in the stable. Nobby kicks without squealing, but with even more purpose. Last night he knocked down a part of his stall. The noise of these animals is rather trying at night. One imagines all sorts of dreadful things happening, but when the watchman visits the stables its occupants blink at him with a sleepy air, as though the disturbance could not possibly have been there. There was a glorious northern sky today. The horizon was clear, and the flood of red light illuminated the underside of the broken stratus cloud above, producing very beautiful bands of violet light. Simpson predicts a blizzard within 24 hours. We are interested to watch results. Tuesday, August the 1st. The month has opened with a very beautiful day. This morning I took a circuitous walk over our land estate, winding to and fro in gullies filled with smooth ice patches or loose sandy soil, with a twofold object. I thought I might find the remains of poor Julick. In this I was unsuccessful, but I wished further to test our new crampons, and with these I am immensely pleased. They possess every virtue in a footwear designed for marching over smooth ice: lightness, warmth, comfort, and ease in the putting on and off. The light was especially good to-day. The sun was directly reflected by a single twisted iridescent cloud in the north, a brilliant and most beautiful object. The air was still, and it was very pleasant to hear the crisp sounds of our workers abroad. The tones of voices, the swish of ski, or the chipping of an ice pick carry 2 or 3 miles on such days. More than once to-day we could hear the notes of some blithe singer, happily signalling the coming of the spring and the sun. This afternoon, as I sit in the hut, I find it worthy of record that 2 telephones are in use, the one keeping time for Wright, who works at the transit instrument, and the other bringing messages from Nelson at his ice hole 3/4 of a mile away. This last connection is made with a bare aluminium wire and earth return, and shows that we should have little difficulty in completing our circuit to Hut Point as is contemplated. Account of the winter journey. Wednesday, August the 2nd. The Crozier party returned last night, after enduring for 5 weeks the hardest conditions on record. They looked more weather-worn than anyone I have yet seen. Their faces were scarred and wrinkled, their eyes dull, their hands whitened and creased with the constant exposure to damp and cold. Yet the scars of frostbite were very few, and this evil had never seriously assailed them. The main part of their afflictions arose, and very obviously arose, from the sheer lack of sleep, and to-day, after a night's rest, our travellers are very different in appearance and mental capacity. The story of a very wonderful performance must be told by the actors. It is for me now to give but an outline of the journey, and to note more particularly the effects of the strain which they have imposed on themselves, and the lessons which their experience teach for our future guidance. Wilson is very thin, but this morning very much his keen, wiry self. Bowers is quite himself to-day. Cherry Garrard is slightly puffy in the face and still looks worn. It is evident that he has suffered most severely, but Wilson tells me that his spirit never wavered for a moment. Bowers has come through best, all things considered, and I believe he is the hardest traveller that ever undertook a polar journey, as well as one of the most undaunted. More by hint than direct statement I gather his value to the party, his untiring energy, and the astonishing physique which enables him to continue to work under conditions which are absolutely paralysing to others. Never was such a sturdy, active, undefeatable little man. So far as one can gather, the story of this journey in brief is much as follows. The party reached the barrier 2 days after leaving Cape Evans, still pulling their full load of 250 pounds per man. The snow surface then changed completely and grew worse and worse as they advanced. For one day they struggled on as before, covering 4 miles, but from this onward they were forced to relay, and found the half load heavier than the whole one had been on the sea ice. Meanwhile the temperature had been falling, and now for more than a week the thermometer fell below -60°. On one night the minimum showed -71°, and on the next -77°, 109 degrees of frost. Although in this truly fearful cold the air was comparatively still, every now and again little puffs of wind came eddying across the snow plain with blighting effect. No civilized being has ever encountered such conditions before, with only a tent of thin canvas to rely on for shelter. We have been looking up the records today and find that Amundsen, on a journey to the North Magnetic Pole in March, encountered temperatures similar in degree and recorded a minimum of 79°. But he was with Eskimos, who built him an igloo shelter nightly. He had a good measure of daylight. The temperatures given are probably unscreened for radiation, and finally he returned homeward and regained his ship after 5 days' absence. Our party went outward and remained absent for 5 weeks. It took the best part of a fortnight to cross the coldest region, and then rounding Cape Mackay they entered the windswept area. Blizzard followed blizzard. The sky was constantly overcast, and they staggered on in a light which was little better than complete darkness. Sometimes they found themselves high on the slopes of Terror on the left of their track, and sometimes diving into the pressure ridges on the right amidst crevasses and confused ice disturbance. Reaching the foothills near Cape Crozier, they ascended 800 feet, then packed their belongings over a moraine ridge and started to build a hut. It took 3 days to build the stone walls and complete the roof with the canvas brought for the purpose. Then at last they could attend to the object of the journey. The scant twilight at midday was so short that they must start in the dark and be prepared for the risk of missing their way and returning without light. On the first day in which they set forth under these conditions, it took them 2 hours to reach the pressure ridges, and to clamber over them roped together occupied nearly the same time. Finally they reached a place above the rookery where they could hear the birds squawking, but from which they were quite unable to find a way down. The poor light was failing, and they returned to camp. Starting again the following day, they wound their way through frightful ice disturbances under the high basalt cliffs. In places the rock overhung, and at one spot they had to creep through a small channel hollowed in the ice. At last they reached the sea ice, but now the light was so far spent that they were obliged to rush everything. Instead of the 2,000 or 3,000 nesting birds which had been seen here in Discovery days, they could now only count about 100. They hastily killed and skinned 3 to get blubber for their stove, and collected 6 eggs, 3 of which alone survived. They dashed for camp. It is possible the birds are deserting this rookery, but it is also possible that this early date found only a small minority of the birds, which will be collected at a later one. The eggs, which have not yet been examined, should throw light on this point. Wilson observed yet another proof of the strength of the nursing instinct in these birds. In searching for eggs, both he and Bowers picked up rounded pieces of ice, which these ridiculous creatures had been cherishing with fond hope. The light had failed entirely by the time the party were clear of the pressure ridges on their return, and it was only by good luck they regained their camp. That night a blizzard commenced, increasing in fury from moment to moment. They now found that the place chosen for the hut for shelter was worse than useless. They had far better have built in the open, for the fierce wind, instead of striking them directly, was deflected on them in furious whirling gusts. Heavy blocks of snow and rock placed on the roof were whirled away, and the canvas ballooned up, tearing and straining at its securings. Its disappearance could only be a question of time. They had erected their tent with some valuables inside close to the hut. It had been well spread and more than amply secured with snow and boulders, but one terrific gust tore it up and whirled it away. Inside the hut they waited for the roof to vanish, wondering what they could do if it went, and vainly endeavouring to make it secure. After 14 hours it went, as they were trying to pin down one corner. The smother of snow was on them, and they could only dive for their sleeping bags with a gasp. Bowers put his head out once and said, "We're all right," in as near his ordinary tones as he could compass. The others replied, "Yes, we're all right," and all was silent for a night and half a day, whilst the wind howled on. The snow entered every chink and crevasse of the sleeping bags, and the occupants shivered and wondered how it would all end. This gale was the same, July the 23rd, in which we registered our maximum wind force, and it seems probable that it fell on Cape Crozier even more violently than on us. The wind fell at noon the following day. The forlorn travellers crept from their icy nests, made shift to spread their floor cloth overhead, and lit their primus. They tasted their first food for 48 hours, and began to plan a means to build a shelter on the homeward route. They decided that they must dig a large pit nightly, and cover it as best they could with their floor cloth. But now fortune befriended them. A search to the north revealed the tent lying amongst boulders a quarter of a mile away, and, strange to relate, practically uninjured, a fine testimonial for the material used in its construction. On the following day they started homeward, and immediately another blizzard fell on them, holding them prisoners for 2 days. By this time the miserable condition of their effects was beyond description. The sleeping bags were far too stiff to be rolled up. In fact, they were so hard frozen that attempts to bend them actually split the skins. The eiderdown bags inside Wilson's and Cherry Garrard's reindeer covers served but to fitfully stop the gaps made by such rents. All socks, finnesko and mitts had long been coated with ice, placed in breast pockets or inside vests at night. They did not even show signs of thawing, much less of drying. It sometimes took Cherry Garrard 3/4 of an hour to get into his sleeping bag, so flat did it freeze and so difficult was it to open. It is scarcely possible to realise the horrible discomforts of the forlorn travellers as they plodded back across the barrier, with the temperature again constantly below -60°. In this fashion they reached Hut Point, and on the following night our home quarters. Wilson is disappointed at seeing so little of the penguins, but to me and to everyone who has remained here, the result of this effort is the appeal it makes to our imagination as one of the most gallant stories in polar history. That men should wander forth in the depths of a polar night to face the most dismal cold and the fiercest gales in darkness is something new, and that they should have persisted in this effort, in spite of every adversity, for 5 weeks, is heroic. It makes a tale for our generation, which I hope may not be lost in the telling. Moreover, the material results are by no means despicable. We shall know now when that extraordinary bird, the emperor penguin, lays its eggs, and under what conditions. But even if our information remains meagre concerning its embryology, our party has shown the nature of the conditions which exist on the Great Barrier in winter. Hitherto we have only imagined its severity. Now we have proof, and a positive light is thrown on the local climatology of our strait. Experience of sledging rations and equipment. For our future sledge work several points have been most satisfactorily settled. The party went on a very simple food ration in different and extreme proportions. They took pemmican, butter, biscuit and tea only. After a short experience they found that Wilson, who had arranged for the greatest quantity of fat, had too much of it, and Cherry Garrard, who had gone for biscuit, had more than he could eat. A middle course was struck, which gave a general proportion agreeable to all, and at the same time suited the total quantities of the various articles carried. In this way we have arrived at a simple and suitable ration for the inland plateau. The only change suggested is the addition of cocoa for the evening meal. The party contented themselves with hot water, deeming the tea might rob them of their slender chance of sleep. On sleeping bags little new can be said. The eiderdown bag may be a useful addition for a short time on a spring journey, but they soon get iced up. Bowers did not use an eiderdown bag throughout, and in some miraculous manner he managed to turn his reindeer bag 2 or 3 times during the journey. The following are the weights of sleeping bags before and after. Wilson, reindeer and eiderdown, starting weight 17 pounds, final weight 40 pounds. Bowers, reindeer only, starting weight 17 pounds, final weight 33 pounds. Cherry Garrard, reindeer and eiderdown, starting weight 18 pounds, final weight 45 pounds. This gives some idea of the ice collected. The double tent has been reported an immense success. It weighed about 35 pounds at starting and 60 pounds on return. the ice mainly collected on the inner tent. The crampons are much praised, except by Bowers, who has an eccentric attachment to our older form. We have discovered 100 details of clothes, mitts, and footwear. There seems no solution to the difficulties which attach to these objects in extreme cold. All Wilson can say, speaking broadly, is, the gear is excellent, excellent. One continues to wonder as to the possibilities of fur clothing, as made by the Eskimos, with a sneaking feeling that it may outclass our more civilized garb. For us this can only be a matter of speculation, as it would have been quite impossible to have obtained such articles. With the exception of this radically different alternative, I feel sure we are as near perfection as experience can direct. At any rate, we can now hold that our system of clothing has come through a severer test than any other, fur included. Effect of journey. Wilson lost 3½ pounds, Bowers lost 2½ pounds, Cherry Garrard lost 1 pound. End of chapter 12, part 3. Section 27 of the Journals of Robert Falcon Scott, Volume 1, by Robert Falcon Scott. This is a LibriVox recording. Section 27, Chapter 13, The Return of the Sun, Part 1. Thursday, August the 3rd. We have had such a long spell of fine, clear weather, without especially low temperatures, that one can scarcely grumble at the change which we found on waking this morning, when the canopy of stratus cloud spread over us, and the wind came in those fitful gusts which promise a gale. All day the wind force has been slowly increasing, whilst the temperature has risen to -15 degrees, but there is no snow falling or drifting as yet. The steam cloud of Erebus was streaming away to the northwest this morning. Now it is hidden. Our expectations have been falsified so often that we feel ourselves wholly incapable as weather prophets. Therefore one scarce dares to predict a blizzard even in the face of such disturbance as exists. A paper handed to Simpson by David, and purporting to contain a description of approaching signs, together with the cause and effect of our blizzards, proves equally hopeless. We have not obtained a single scrap of evidence to verify its statements, and a great number of our observations definitely contradict them. The plain fact is that no two of our storms have been heralded by the same signs. The low barrier temperatures experienced by the Crozier party has naturally led to speculation on the situation of Amundsen and his Norwegians. If his thermometers continuously show temperatures below -60 degrees, the party will have a pretty bad winter, and it is difficult to see how he will keep his dogs alive. I should feel anxious if Campbell was in that quarter. Saturday, August the 5th. The sky has continued to wear a disturbed appearance, but so far nothing has come of it. A good deal of light snow has been falling today. A brisk northerly breeze is drifting it along, giving a very strange yet beautiful effect in the north, where the strong red twilight filters through the haze. The Crozier party tell a good story of Bowers, who on their return journey, with their recovered tent, fitted what he called a tent downhaul, and secured it round his sleeping bag and himself. If the tent went again, he determined to go with it. Our lecture programme has been renewed. Last night Simpson gave a capital lecture on general meteorology. He started on the general question of insulation, giving various tables to show proportion of sun's heat received at the polar and equatorial regions. Broadly, in latitude 80 degrees, one would expect about 22% of the heat received at a spot on the equator. He dealt with the temperature question by showing interesting tabular comparisons between northern and southern temperatures at given latitudes. So far as these tables go, they show the south polar summer to be 15 degrees colder than the north polar, but the south polar winter 3 degrees warmer than the north polar. But of course this last figure would be completely altered if the observer were to winter on the barrier. I fancy Amundsen will not concede those 3 degrees. From temperatures our lecturer turned to pressures and the upward turn of the gradient in high southern latitudes, as shown by the Discovery expedition. This bears, of course, on the theory which places an anticyclone in the south polar region. Lockyer's theories came under discussion. A good many facts appear to support them. The westerly winds of the roaring forties are generally understood to be a succession of cyclones. Lockyer's hypothesis supposes that there are some 8 or 10 cyclones continually revolving at a rate of about 10 degrees of longitude a day, and he imagines them to extend from the 40th parallel to beyond the 60th, thus giving the strong westerly winds in the 40s and easterly and southerly in 60 degrees to 70 degrees. Beyond 70 degrees there appears to be generally an irregular outpouring of cold air from the polar area, with an easterly component significant of anticyclone conditions. Simpson evolved a new blizzard theory on this. He supposes the surface air intensely cooled over the continental and barrier areas, and the edge of this cold region lapped by warmer air from the southern limits of Lockyer's cyclones. This would produce a condition of unstable equilibrium, with greater potentiality for movement. Since, as we have found, volumes of cold air at different temperatures are very loath to mix, the condition could not be relieved by any gradual process, but continues until the stream is released by some minor cause, when, the ball once started, a huge disturbance results. It seems to be generally held that warm air is passed polewards from the equator continuously at the high levels. It is this potentially warm air which, mixed by the disturbance with the cold air of the interior, gives to our winds so high a temperature. Such is this theory. Like its predecessor, it is put up for cockshies, and doubtless by our balloon work or by some other observations it will be upset or modified. Meanwhile it is well to keep one's mind alive with such problems which mark the road of advance. Sunday, August the 6th. Sunday with its usual routine. Hymn singing has become a point on which we begin to take some pride to ourselves. With our full attendance of singers, we now get a grand volume of sound. The day started overcast. Chalky is an excellent adjective to describe the appearance of our outlook, when the light is so much diffused and shadows poor. The scene is dull and flat. In the afternoon the sky cleared. The moon over Erebus gave a straw colour to the dissipating clouds. This evening the air is full of ice crystals, and a stratus forms again. This alternation of clouded and clear skies has been the routine for some time now, and is accompanied by the absence of wind, which is delightfully novel. The blood of the Crozier party, tested by Atkinson, shows a very slight increase of acidity. Such was to be expected, and it is pleasing to note that there is no sign of scurvy. If the preserved foods had tended to promote the disease, the length of time and severity of conditions would certainly have brought it out. I think we should be safe on the long journey. I have had several little chats with Wilson on the happenings of the journey. He says there is no doubt Cherry Garrard felt the conditions most severely, though he was not only without complaint, but continuously anxious to help others. Apropos, we both conclude that it is the younger people that have the worst time. Gran, our youngest member, 23, is a very clear example, and now Cherry Garrard at 26. Wilson, 39, says he never felt cold less than he does now. I suppose that between 30 and 40 is the best all-round age. Bowers is a wonder, of course. He is 29. When past the 40s, it is encouraging to remember that Peary was 52. Thursday, August the 10th. There has been very little to record of late, and my pen has been busy on past records. The weather has been moderately good, and as before wholly incomprehensible. Wind has come from a clear sky and from a clouded one. We had a small blow on Tuesday, but it never reached gale force. It came without warning, and every sign which we have regarded as a warning has proved a bogey. The fact is, one must always be prepared for wind and never expect it. The daylight advances in strides. Day has fitted an extra sash to our window, and the light admitted for the first time through triple glass. With this device little ice collects inside. The ponies are very fit, but inclined to be troublesome. The quiet beasts develop tricks without rhyme or reason. Chinaman still kicks and squeals at night. Anton's theory is that he does it to warm himself, and perhaps there is something in it. When eating snow he habitually takes too large a mouthful and swallows it. It is comic to watch him, because when the snow chills his inside he shuffles about with all four legs and wears a most fretful, aggrieved expression. But no sooner has the snow melted than he seizes another mouthful. Other ponies take small mouthfuls or melt a large one on their tongues. This act also produces an amusing expression. Victor and Snippets are confirmed wind-suckers. They are at it all the time when the manger board is in place, but it is taken down immediately after feeding time, and then they can only seek vainly for something to catch hold of with their teeth. Bones has taken to kicking at night for no imaginable reason. He hammers away at the back of his stall merrily. We have covered the boards with several layers of sacking, so that the noise is cured, if not the habit. The annoying part of these tricks is that they hold the possibility of damage to the pony. I am glad to say all the lice have disappeared. The final conquest was effected with a very simple remedy. The infected ponies were washed with water in which tobacco had been steeped. Oates had seen this decoction used effectively with troop horses. The result is the greater relief, since we had run out of all the chemicals which had been used for the same purpose. I have now definitely told off the ponies for the southern journey, and the new masters will take charge on September the 1st. They will continually exercise the animals so as to get to know them as well as possible. The arrangement has many obvious advantages. The following is the order: Bowers, Victor, Evans, Petty Officer, Snatcher; Wilson, Nobby, Crean, Bones; Atkinson, Jehu, Kean, Jimmy Pig; Wright, Chinaman, Oates, Christopher; Cherry Garrard, Michael, myself and Oates, Snippets. The first balloon of the season was sent up yesterday by Bowers and Simpson. It rose on a southerly wind, but remained in it for 100 feet or less. Then for 300 or 400 feet it went straight up, and after that directly south over Razorback Island. Everything seemed to go well. The thread, on being held, tightened and then fell slack, as it should do. It was followed for 2 miles or more, running in a straight line to Razorback, but within a few hundred yards of the island it came to an end. The searchers went round the island to try and recover the clue, but without result. Almost identically the same thing happened after the last ascent made, and we are much puzzled to find the cause. The continued proximity of the south-moving air currents above is very interesting. The Crozier party are not right yet. Their feet are exceedingly sore, and there are other indications of strain. I must always except Bowers, who, whatever his feelings, went off as gaily as usual on the search for the balloon. Saw a very beautiful effect on my afternoon walk yesterday. The full moon was shining brightly from a quarter exactly opposite to the fading twilight, and the icebergs were lit on one side by the yellow lunar light, and on the other by the paler white daylight. This first seemed to be gilded, while the diffused light of day gave to the other a deep, cold, greenish-blue colour. The contrast was strikingly beautiful. Friday, August the 11th. The long-expected blizzard came in the night. It is still blowing hard with drift. Yesterday evening Oates gave his second lecture on horse management. He was brief and a good deal to the point. Not born but made was his verdict on the good manager of animals. The horse has no reasoning power at all, but an excellent memory. Sights and sounds recall circumstances under which they were previously seen or heard. It is no use shouting at a horse. 10 to 1 he will associate the noise with some form of trouble and get excited, will set out to make it. It is ridiculous for the rider of a bucking horse to shout, "Whoa!" "I know," said the soldier, "because I have done it." Also it is to be remembered that loud talk to one horse may disturb other horses. The great thing is to be firm and quiet. A horse's memory, explained the soldier, warns it of events to come. He gave instances of hunters and race horses which go off their feed and show great excitement in other ways before events for which they are prepared. For this reason every effort should be made to keep the animals quiet in camp. Rugs should be put on directly after a halt, and not removed till the last moment before a march. After a few hints on leading, the lecturer talked of possible improvements to our wintering arrangements. A loose box for each animal would be an advantage, and a small amount of litter on which he could lie down. Some of our ponies lie down, but rarely for more than 10 minutes. The soldier thinks they find the ground too cold. He thinks it would be wise to clip animals before the winter sets in. He is in doubt as to the advisability of grooming. He passed to the improvements preparing for the coming journey, the nose bags, picketing lines and rugs. He proposes to bandage the legs of all ponies. Finally, he dealt with the difficult subject of snow blindness and soft surfaces. For the first, he suggested dyeing the forelocks, which have now grown quite long. Oates indulges a pleasant conceit in finishing his discourses with a merry tale. Last night's tale evoked shouts of laughter, but alas, it is quite unprintable. Our discussion hinged altogether on the final subjects of the lecture as concerning snow blindness. The dyed forelocks seem inadequate, and the best suggestion seems the addition of a sun bonnet rather than blinkers, or, better still, a peak over the eyes attached to the headstall. I doubt if this question will be difficult to settle, but the snowshoe problem is much more serious. This has been much in our minds of late, and Petty Officer Evans has been making trial shoes for Snatcher on vague ideas of our remembrance of the shoes worn for lawn mowing. Besides the problem of the form of the shoes comes the question of the means of attachment. All sorts of suggestions were made last night as to both points, and the discussion cleared the air a good deal. I think that with slight modification, our present pony snowshoes, made on the grating or racket principle, may prove best after all. The only drawback is that they are made for very soft snow, and unnecessarily large for the barrier. This would make them liable to be strained on hard patches. The alternative seems to be to perfect the principle of the lawn mowing shoe, which is little more than a stiff bag over the hoof. Perhaps we shall come to both kinds, the first for the quiet animals, and the last for the more excitable. I am confident the matter is of first importance. Monday, August the 14th. Since the comparatively short storm of Friday, in which we had a temperature of -30°, with a 50-mile-per-hour wind, we have had 2 delightfully calm days, and to-day there is every promise of the completion of a third. On such days the light is quite good for 3 to 4 hours at midday, and has a cheering effect on man and beast. The ponies are so pleased that they seize the slightest opportunity to part company with their leaders and gallop off with tail and heels flung high. The dogs are equally festive, and getting more exercise than could be given in the dark. The 2 Eskimo dogs have been taken in hand by Clissold, as I have noted before. He now takes them out with a leader borrowed from Mears, usually with Nugis. On Saturday the sledge capsized at the tide crack. Clissold was left on the snow, whilst the team disappeared in the distance. Nugis returned later, having eaten through his harness, and the others were eventually found some 2 miles away, foul of an ice hummock. Yesterday Clissold took the same team to Cape Royds. They brought back a load of 100 pounds a dog in about 2 hours. It would have been a good performance for the best dogs in the time, and considering that Mears pronounced these 2 dogs useless, Clissold deserves a great deal of credit. Yesterday we had a really successful balloon ascent. The balloon ran out 4 miles of thread before it was released, and the instrument fell without a parachute. The searchers followed the clue about 2.5 miles to the north, when it turned and came back parallel to itself, and only about 30 yards distant from it. The instrument was found undamaged, and with the record properly scratched. Nelson has been out a good deal more of late. He has got a good little run of serial temperatures with water samples, and however meagre his results, they may be counted as exceedingly accurate. His methods include the great scientific care which is now considered necessary for this work, and one realizes that he is one of the very few people who have been trained in it. Yesterday he got his first net haul from the bottom, with the assistance of Atkinson and Cherry Garrard. Atkinson has some personal interest in the work. He has been getting remarkable results himself, and has discovered a host of new parasites in the seals. He has been trying to correlate these with like discoveries in the fishes, in hope of working out complete life histories of both primary and secondary hosts. But the joint hosts of the fishes may be the mollusca, or other creatures on which they feed, and hence the new fields for Atkinson in Nelson's catches. There is a relative simplicity in the round of life in its higher forms in these regions that would seem especially hopeful for the parasitologist. My afternoon walk has become a pleasure. Everything is beautiful in this half-light, and the northern sky grows redder as the light wanes. Tuesday, August the 15th. The instrument recovered from the balloon shows an ascent of 2.5 miles, and the temperature at that height only 5 degrees or 6 degrees centigrade below that at the surface. If, as one must suppose, this layer extends over the barrier, it would there be at a considerably higher temperature than the surface Simpson has imagined, a very cold surface layer on the barrier. The acetylene has suddenly failed, and I find myself at this moment writing by daylight for the first time. The first addition to our colony came last night, when Lassie produced 6 or 7 puppies. We are keeping the family very quiet and as warm as possible in the stable. It is very pleasant to note the excellent relations which our young Russians have established with other folk. They both work very hard, Anton having most to do. Dmitri is the most intelligent and begins to talk English fairly well. Both are on best terms with their messmates, and it was amusing last night to see little Anton jamming a felt hat over Petty Officer Evans's head in high good humour. Wright lectured on radium last night. The transformation of the radioactive elements, suggestive of the transmutation of metals, was perhaps the most interesting idea suggested, but the discussion ranged mainly round the effect which the discovery of radioactivity has had on physics and chemistry in its bearings on the origin of matter, on geology as bearing on the internal heat of the earth, and on medicine in its curative powers. The geologists and doctors admitted little virtue to it, but of course the physicists boomed their own wares, which enlivened the debate. Thursday, August the 17th. The weather has been extremely kind to us of late. We haven't a single grumble against it. The temperature hovers pretty constantly at about -35 degrees. There is very little wind, and the sky is clear and bright. In such weather one sees well for more than 3 hours, before and after noon. The landscape unfolds itself, and the sky colours are always delicate and beautiful. At noon today there was bright sunshine on the tops of the western peaks and on the summit and steam of Erebus. Of late the vapour cloud of Erebus has been exceptionally heavy and fantastic in form. The balloon has become a daily institution. Yesterday the instrument was recovered in triumph, but today the threads carried the searchers in amongst the icebergs and soared aloft over their crests. Anon the clue was recovered beyond and led towards Tent Island, then towards Inaccessible, then back to the bergs. Never was such an elusive thread. Darkness descended with the searchers on a strong scent for the Razorbacks. Bowers returned, full of hope. The wretched Lassie has killed every one of her litter. She is mother for the first time, and possibly that accounts for it. When the poor little mites were alive she constantly left them, and when taken back she either trod on them or lay on them till not one was left alive. It is extremely annoying. As the daylight comes, people are busier than ever. It does one good to see so much work going on. Friday, August the 18th. Atkinson lectured on scurvy last night. He spoke clearly and slowly, but the disease is anything but precise. He gave a little summary of its history afloat and the remedies long in use in the Navy. He described the symptoms with some detail: mental depression, debility, syncope, petechia, livid patches, spongy gums, lesions, swellings, and so on to things that are worse. He passed on to some of the theories held and remedies tried in accordance with them. Ralph came nearest the truth in discovering decrease of chlorine and alkalinity of urine. Sir Amroth Wright has hit the truth, he thinks, in finding increased acidity of blood, acid intoxication, by methods only possible in recent years. This acid condition is due to 2 salts, sodium hydrogen carbonate and sodium hydrogen phosphate. These cause the symptoms observed and infiltration of fat in organs, leading to feebleness of heart action. The method of securing and testing serum of patient was described. Titration, a calorimetric method of measuring the percentage of substance in solution, and the test by litmus paper of normal or supernormal solution. In this test the ordinary healthy man shows normal 30 to 50, the scurvy patient normal 90. Lactate of sodium increases alkalinity of blood, but only within narrow limits, and is the only chemical remedy suggested. So far for diagnosis, but it does not bring us much closer to the cause, preventatives, or remedies. Practically, we are much as we were before, but the lecturer proceeded to deal with the practical side. In brief, he holds the first cause to be tainted food, but secondary or contributory causes may be even more potent in developing the disease. Damp, cold, overexertion, bad air, bad light, in fact any condition exceptional to normal healthy existence. Remedies are merely to change these conditions for the better. Dietetically, fresh vegetables are the best curatives. The lecturer was doubtful of fresh meat, but admitted its possibility in polar climate. Lime juice only useful if regularly taken. He discussed lightly the relative values of vegetable stuffs, doubtful of those containing abundance of phosphates, such as lentils. He touched theory again in continuing the cause of acidity to bacterial action and the possibility of infection in epidemic form. Wilson is evidently slow to accept the acid intoxication theory. His attitude is rather non-proven. His remarks were extremely sound and practical, as usual. He proved the value of fresh meat in polar regions. Scurvy seems very far away from us this time. Yet after our discovery experience, one feels that no trouble can be too great or no precaution too small to be adopted to keep it at bay. Therefore such an evening as last was well spent. It is certain we shall not have the disease here, but one cannot foresee equally certain avoidance in the southern journey to come. All one can do is to take every possible precaution. Ran over to Tent Island this afternoon and climbed to the top. I have not been there since 1903. Was struck with great amount of loose sand. It seemed to get smaller in grain from south to north. Fine view from top of island. One specially notices the gap left by the breaking up of the Glacier tongue. The distance to the top of the island and back is between 7 and 8 statute miles, and the run in this weather is fine healthy exercise. Standing on the island today, with a glorious view of mountains, islands and glaciers, I thought how very different must be the outlook of the Norwegians. A dreary white plain of barrier behind, and an uninviting stretch of sea ice in front, with no landmarks, nothing to guide if the light fails. It is probable that they venture but a very short distance from their hut. The prospects of such a situation do not smile on us. The weather remains fine. This is the 6th day without wind. End of chapter 13, part 1. Section 28 of the Journals of Robert Falcon Scott, Volume 1, by Robert Falcon Scott. This is a LibriVox recording. Section 28, Chapter 13, Waiting for the Sun, Part 2. Sunday, August the 20th. The long-expected blizzard came yesterday, a good honest blow, the drift vanishing long before the wind. This and the rise of temperature to 2 degrees has smoothed and polished all ice or snow surfaces. A few days ago I could walk anywhere in my soft finnesko with sealskin soles. Today it needed great caution to prevent tumbles. I think there has been a good deal of ablation. The sky is clear today, but the wind still strong though warm. I went along the shore of the North Bay and climbed to the glacier over one of the drifted faults in the ice face. It is steep and slippery, but by this way one can arrive above the ramp without touching rock and thus avoid cutting soft footwear. The ice problems in our neighbourhood become more fascinating and elusive as one re-examines them by the returning light. Some will be solved. Monday, August the 21st. Weights and measurements last evening. We have remained surprisingly constant. There seems to have been improvement in lung power, and grip is shown by spirometer and dynamometer, but weights have altered very little. I have gone up nearly 3 pounds in winter, but the increase has occurred during the last month, when I have been taking more exercise. Certainly there is every reason to be satisfied with the general state of health. The ponies are becoming a handful. 3 of the 4 exercised today so far have run away. Christopher and Snippets broke away from Oates and Victor from Bowers. Nothing but high spirits. There is no vice in these animals, but I fear we are going to have trouble with sledges and snowshoes. At present the soldier dare not issue oats, or the animals would become quite unmanageable. Bran is running low. He wishes he had more of it. Tuesday, August the 22nd. I am renewing study of glacier problems. The face of the ice cliff 300 yards east of the homestead is full of enigmas. Yesterday evening Ponting gave us a lecture on his Indian travels. He is very frank in acknowledging his debt to guidebooks for information. Nevertheless, he tells his story well, and his slides are wonderful. In personal reminiscence he is distinctly dramatic. He thrilled us a good deal last night with a vivid description of a sunrise in the sacred city of Benares. In the first dim light, the waiting, praying multitude of bathers, the wonderful ritual and its incessant performance. Then, as the sun approaches, the hush, the effect of thousands of worshippers waiting in silence, a silence to be felt. Finally, as the first rays appear, the swelling roar of a single word from tens of thousands of throats. Amba! It was artistic to follow this picture of life with the gruesome horrors of the Ghat. This impressionist style of lecturing is very attractive and must essentially cover a great deal of ground. So we saw Jaipur, Udaipur, Darjeeling, and a confusing number of places, temples, monuments, and tombs in profusion, with remarkable pictures of the wonderful Taj Mahal, horses, elephants, alligators, wild boars, and flamingos, warriors, fakirs, and naunch girls, an impression here and an impression there. It is worth remembering how attractive this style can be. In lecturing, one is inclined to give too much attention to connecting links which join one episode to another. A lecture need not be a connected story. Perhaps it is better it should not be. It was my night on duty last night, and I watched the oncoming of a blizzard with exceptional beginnings. The sky became very gradually overcast between 1 and 4 a.m. About 2:30 the temperature rose on a steep grade from -20° to -3°. The barometer was falling rapidly for these regions. Soon after 4 the wind came with a rush, but without snow or drift. For a time it was more gusty than has ever been recorded even in this region. In one gust the wind rose from 4 to 68 miles per hour, and fell again to 20 miles per hour within a minute. Another reached 80 miles per hour, but not from such a low point of origin. The effect in the hut was curious. For a space all would be quiet, then a shattering blast would descend with a clatter and rattle past ventilator and chimneys. So sudden, so threatening, that it was comforting to remember the solid structure of our building. The suction of such a gust is so heavy that even the heavy snow-covered roof of the stable, completely sheltered on the lee side of the main building, is violently shaken. One could well imagine the plight of our adventurers at Cape Crozier when their roof was destroyed. The snow which came at 6 lessened the gustiness and brought the ordinary phenomena of a blizzard. It is blowing hard today, with broken windy clouds and roving bodies of drift. A wild day for the return of the sun. Had it been fine today, we should have seen the sun for the first time. Yesterday it shone on the lower foothills to the west, but today we see nothing but gilded drift clouds. Yet it is grand to have daylight rushing at one. Wednesday, August the 23rd. We toasted the sun in champagne last night, coupling Victor Campbell's name as his birthday coincides. The return of the sun could not be appreciated, as we have not had a glimpse of it, and the taste of the champagne went wholly unappreciated. It was a very mild revel. Meanwhile the gale continues. Its full force broke last night, with an average of nearly 70 miles per hour for some hours. The temperature has been up to 10 degrees, and the snowfall heavy. At 7 this morning the air was thicker, with whirling drift, than it has ever been. It seems as though the violence of the storms which succeed our rare spells of fine weather is in proportion to the duration of the spells. Thursday, August the 24th. Another night and day of furious wind and drift, and still no sign of the end. The temperature has been as high as 16 degrees. Now and again the snow ceases, and then the drift rapidly diminishes. but such an interval is soon followed by fresh clouds of snow. It is quite warm outside. One can go about with head uncovered, which leads me to suppose that one does get hardened to cold to some extent, for I suppose one would not wish to remain uncovered in a storm in England if the temperature showed 16 degrees of frost. This is the third day of confinement to the hut. It grows tedious, but there is no help, as it is too thick to see more than a few yards out of doors. Friday, August the 25th. The gale continued all night, and it blows hard this morning, but the sky is clear, the drift has ceased, and the few whaleback clouds about Erebus carry a promise of improving conditions. Last night there was an intensely black cloud low on the northern horizon. But for the earlier experience of winter, one would have sworn to it as a water sky, but I think the phenomenon is due to the shadow of retreating drift clouds. This morning the sky is clear to the north, so that the sea ice cannot have broken out in the Sound. During snowy gales it is almost necessary to dress oneself in wind clothes if one ventures outside for the briefest periods. Exposed woolen or cloth materials become heavy with powdery crystals in a minute or two, and when brought into the warmth of the hut are soon wringing wet. Where there is no drift it is quicker and easier to slip on an overcoat. It is not often I have a sentimental attachment for articles of clothing, but I must confess an affection for my veteran uniform overcoat, inspired by its persistent utility. I find that it is 23 years of age and can testify to its strenuous existence. It has been spared neither rain, wind, nor salt sea spray, tropic heat, nor arctic cold. It has outlived many sets of buttons, from their glittering gilded youth to green old age, and it supports its four-striped shoulder straps as gaily as the single lace ring of the earlier days, which proclaimed it the possession of a humble sub-lieutenant. Withal, it is still a very long way from the fate of the one-horse shay. Taylor gave us his final physiographical lecture last night. It was completely illustrated with slides made from our own negatives, Ponting's Alpine work, and the choicest illustrations of certain scientific books. The preparation of the slides has involved a good deal of work for Ponting as well as for the lecturer. The lecture dealt with ice erosion, and the pictures made it easy to follow the comparison of our own mountain forms and glacial contours with those that have received so much attention elsewhere. Noticeable differences are the absence of moraine material on the lower surfaces of our glaciers, their relatively insignificant movement, their steep sides, etc. It is difficult to convey the bearing of the difference or similarity of various features common to the pictures under comparison without their aid. It is sufficient to note that the points to which the lecturer called attention were pretty obvious, and the lecture was exceedingly instructive. The origin of cirques or cums, of which we have remarkably fine examples, is still a little mysterious. One notes also the requirement of observation, which might throw light on the erosion of previous ages. After Taylor's effort, Ponting showed a number of very beautiful slides of alpine scenery. Not a few are triumphs of the photographer's art. As a wind-up, Ponting took a flashlight photograph of our hut, converted into a lecture hall. A certain amount of faking will be required, but I think this is very allowable under the circumstances. Oates tells me that one of the ponies, Snippets, will eat blubber. The possible uses of such an animal are remarkable. The gravel on the north side of the hut, against which the stable is built, has been slowly but surely worn down, leaving gaps under the boarding. Through these gaps in our floor we get an unpleasantly strong, stable effluvium, especially when the wind is strong. We are trying to stuff the holes up, but have not had much success so far. Saturday, August the 26th. A dying wind and clear sky yesterday, and almost calm today. The noon sun is cut off by the long low-foot slope of Erebus, which runs to Cape Royds. Went up the ramp at noon yesterday, and found no advantage. One should go over the floe to get the earliest sight, and yesterday afternoon Evans caught a last glimpse of the upper limb from that situation, whilst Simpson saw the same from Wind Vane Hill. The ponies are very buckish, and can scarcely be held in at exercise. It seems certain that they feel the return of daylight. They were out in morning and afternoon yesterday. Oates and Anton took out Christopher and Snippets rather later. Both ponies broke away within 50 yards of the stable and galloped away over the floe. It was nearly an hour before they could be rounded up. Such escapades are the result of high spirits. There is no vice in the animals. We have had comparatively little aurora of late, but last night was an exception. There was a good display at 3 a.m. p.m. Just before lunch the sunshine could be seen gilding the floe, and Ponting and I walked out to the bergs. The nearest one has been overturned and is easily climbed. From the top we could see the sun clear over the rugged outline of Cape Barne. It was glorious to stand bathed in brilliant sunshine once more. We felt very young, sang and cheered. We were reminded of a bright frosty morning in England. Everything sparkled and the air had the same crisp feel. There is little new to be said of the return of the sun in polar regions, yet it is such a very real and important event that one cannot pass it in silence. It changes the outlook on life of every individual. Foul weather is robbed of its terrors. If it is stormy today, it will be fine tomorrow or the next day, and each day's delay will mean a brighter outlook when the sky is clear. Climbed the ramp in the afternoon. The shouts and songs of men and the neighing of horses borne to my ears as I clambered over its kopjes. I am now pretty well convinced that the ramp is a moraine resting on a platform of ice. The sun rested on the sunshine recorder for a few minutes, but made no visible impression. We did not get our first record in the Discovery until September. It is surprising that so little heat should be associated with such a flood of light. Sunday, August the 27th. Overcast sky and chill southeasterly wind. Sunday routine. No one very active. Had a run to South Bay over Domain. Monday, August the 28th. Ponting and Gran went round the bergs late last night. On returning they saw a dog coming over the floe from the north. The animal rushed towards and leapt about them with every sign of intense joy. Then they realized that it was our long-lost Julick. His mane was crusted with blood and he smelt strongly of seal blubber. His stomach was full, but the sharpness of backbone showed that this condition had only been temporary. Daylight he looks very fit and strong, and he is evidently very pleased to be home again. We are absolutely at a loss to account for his adventures. It is exactly a month since he was missed. What on earth can have happened to him all this time? One would give a great deal to hear his tale. Everything is against the theory that he was a wilful absentee, his previous habits and his joy at getting back. If he wished to get back, he cannot have been lost anywhere in the neighbourhood, for, as Mears says, the barking of the station dogs can be heard at least 7 or 8 miles away in calm weather, besides which there are tracks everywhere and unmistakable landmarks to guide man or beast. I cannot but think that the animal has been cut off, but this can only have happened by his being carried away on broken sea ice. As far as we know, the open water has never been nearer than 10 or 12 miles at least. It is another enigma. On Saturday last, a balloon was sent up. The thread was found broken a mile away. Bowers and Simpson walked many miles in search of the instrument, but could find no trace of it. The theory now propounded is that if there is strong differential movement in air currents, the thread is not strong enough to stand the strain as the balloon passes from one current to another. It is amazing and forces the employment of a new system. It is now proposed to discard the thread and attach the instrument to a flag and staff, which, it is hoped, will plant itself in the snow on falling. The sun is shining into the hut windows. Already sunbeams rest on the opposite walls. I have mentioned the curious cones which are the conspicuous feature of our ramp scenery. They stand from 8 to 20 feet in height, some irregular, but a number quite perfectly conical in outline. Today Taylor and Gran took a pick and crowbar and started to dig into one of the smaller ones. After removing a certain amount of loose rubble, they came on solid rock, kennite, having 2 or 3 irregular cracks traversing the exposed surface. It was only with great trouble they removed 1 or 2 of the smallest fragments severed by these cracks. There was no sign of ice. This gives a great leg up to the debris cone theory. Dimitri and Clissold took 2 small teams of dogs to Cape Royds today. They found some dog footprints near the hut, but think these were not made by Julick. Dmitri points far to the west as the scene of that animal's adventures. Parties from Cape Royds always bring a number of illustrated papers, which must have been brought down by the Nimrod on her last visit. The ostensible object is to provide amusement for our Russian companions, but as a matter of fact everyone finds them interesting. Tuesday, August the 29th. I find that the card of the Sunshine Recorder showed an hour and a half's burn yesterday, and was very faintly marked on Saturday. Already, therefore, the sun has given us warmth, even if it can only be measured instrumentally. Last night Mears told us of his adventures in and about Lolo Land, a wild Central Asian country nominally tributary to Lhasa. He had no pictures and very makeshift maps, yet he held us really in trance for nearly 2 hours by the sheer interest of his adventures. The spirit of the wanderer is in Mears's blood. He has no happiness but in the wild places of the earth. I have never met so extreme a type. Even now he is looking forward to getting away by himself to Hut Point, tired already of our scant measure of civilization. He has keen natural powers of observation for all practical facts, and a quite prodigious memory for such things, but a lack of scientific training causes the acceptance of exaggerated appearances which so often present themselves to travellers when unfamiliar objects are first seen. For instance, when the spoor of some unknown beast is described as 6 inches across, one shrewdly guesses that a cold scientific measurement would have reduced this figure by nearly a half. So it is with mountains, cliffs, waterfalls, etc. With all deduction on this account, the lecture was extraordinarily interesting. Mears lost his companion and leader, poor Brooke, on the expedition which he described to us. The party started up the Yangtze, travelling from Shanghai to Hankow and thence to Yichang by steamer, then by houseboat towed by coolies through wonderful gorges and one dangerous rapid to Chungking and Chengtu. In those parts the travellers always took the 3 principal rooms of the inn they patronised. The cost 150 cash, something less than 4d. Oranges 20 a penny. The coolies with £100 loads would cover 30 to 40 miles a day. Salt is got in bores sunk with bamboos to nearly a mile in length. It takes 2 or 3 generations to sink a bore. The lecturer described the Chinese frontier town, Quan Chin, its people, its products, chiefly medicinal musk pods from musk deer. Here also the wonderful ancient damming of the river, and a temple to the constructor, who wrote, 20 centuries ago, "Dig out your ditches, but keep your banks low." On we were taken along mountain trails, over high snow-filled passes, and across rivers on bamboo bridges to Wasu, a timber centre from which great rafts of lumber are shot down the river, over fearsome rapids, freighted with Chinamen. They generally came through all right, said the lecturer. Higher up the river, Min, lived the peaceful Ching Ming people, an ancient aboriginal stock, and beyond these the wild tribes, the Lolo themselves. They made doubtful friends with a chief preparing for war. Mears described a feast given to them in a barbaric hall hung with skins and weapons, the men clad in buckskin dyed red and bristling with arms, barbaric dishes, barbaric music. Then the hunt for new animals, the Chinese tarkin, the party-coloured bear, blue mountain sheep, the golden-haired monkey, and talk of new fruits and flowers and a host of little-known birds. More adventures among the wild tribes of the mountains, the white llamas, the black llamas, and phallic worship. Curious prehistoric caves with ancient terracotta figures resembling only others found in Japan and supplying a curious link. A feudal system running with well-oiled wheels, the happiest of communities. A separation, temporary, from Brooke, who wrote in his diary that the tribes were very friendly and seemed anxious to help him, and was killed on the day following. The truth hard to gather, the recovery of his body, etc. As he left the country, the Nepalese ambassador arrives, returning from Pekin with large escort and bound for Lhasa. The ambassador half demented, and Mears, who speaks many languages, is begged by ambassador and escort to accompany the party. He is obliged to miss this chance of a lifetime. This is the meagrest outline of the tale which Mears adorned with 100 incidental facts. For instance, he told us of the Lolo trade in green waxfly. The insect is propagated seasonally by thousands of Chinese who subsist on the sale of the wax produced, but all insects die between seasons. At the commencement of each season there is a market to which the wild hill lolos bring countless tiny bamboo boxes, each containing a male and female insect, the breeding of which is their share in the industry. We are all adventurers here, I suppose, and wild doings in wild countries appeal to us as nothing else could do. It is good to know that there remain wild corners of this dreadfully civilized world. We have had a bright, fine day. This morning a balloon was sent up without thread, and with the flag device to which I have alluded. It went slowly but steadily to the north, and so over the Barn Glacier. It was difficult to follow, with glasses frequently clouding with the breath, but we saw the instrument detached when the slow match burned out. I am afraid there is no doubt it fell on the glacier, and there is little hope of recovering it. We have now decided to use a thread again, but to send the bobbin up with the balloon, so that it unwinds from that end, and there will be no friction when it touches the snow or rock. This investigation of upper air conditions is proving a very difficult matter, but we are not beaten yet. Wednesday, August the 30th. Fine, bright day. The thread of the balloon sent up today broke very short off through some fault in the cage, holding the bobbin. By good luck the instrument was found in the North Bay and held a record. This is the 5th record showing a constant inversion of temperature for a few hundred feet and then a gradual fall, so that the temperature of the surface is not reached again for 2,000 or 3,000 feet. The establishment of this fact repays much of the trouble caused by the ascents. Thursday, August the 31st. Went round about the domain and ramp with Wilson. We are now pretty well decided as to certain matters that puzzled us at first. The ramp is undoubtedly a moraine, supported on the decaying end of the glacier. A great deal of the underlying ice is exposed, but we had doubts as to whether this ice was not the result of winter drifting and summer thawing. We have a little difference of opinion as to whether this morainic material has been brought down in surface layers or pushed up from the bottom ice layers, as in alpine glaciers. There is no doubt that the glacier is retreating with comparative rapidity, and this leads us to account for the various ice slabs about the hut as remains of the glacier. But a puzzling fact confronts this proposition in the discovery of penguin feathers in the lower strata of ice in both ice caves. The shifting of levels in the morainic material would account for the drying up of some lakes and the terrace formations in others, whilst curious trenches in the ground are obviously due to cracks in the ice beneath. We are now quite convinced that the queer cones on the ramp are merely the result of the weathering of big blocks of agglomerate. As weathering results, they appear unique. We have not yet a satisfactory explanation of the broad roadway faults that traverse every small eminence in our immediate region. They must originate from the unequal weathering of lava flows, but it is difficult to imagine the process. The dip of the lavas on our cape corresponds with that of the lavas of Inaccessible Island, and points to an eruptive centre to the south and not towards Erebus. Here is food for reflection for the geologists. The wind blew quite hard from the north-northwest on Wednesday night, fell calm in the day, and came from the southeast with snow as we started to return from our walk. There was a full blizzard by the time we reached the hut. End of chapter 13, part 2. Section 29 of the Journals of Robert Falcon Scott, Volume 1, by Robert Falcon Scott. This is a LibriVox recording. Section 29, Chapter 14, Preparations, the Spring Journey, Part 1. Friday, September the 1st. A very windy night, dropping to gusts in morning, preceding beautifully calm, bright day. If September holds as good as August, we shall not have cause of complaint. Mears and Dimitri started for Hut Point just before noon. The dogs were in fine form. Dimitri's team came over the hummocky tide crack at full gallop, depositing the driver on the snow. Luckily, some of us were standing on the floe. I made a dash at the bow of the sledge as it dashed past, and happily landed on top. Atkinson grasped at the same object, but fell, and was dragged merrily over the ice. The weight reduced the pace, and others soon came up and stopped the team. Dmitri was very crestfallen. He is extremely active, and it's the first time he's been unseated. There is no reason for Mears's departure yet awhile, but he chose to go and probably hopes to train the animals better when he has them by themselves. As things are, this seems like throwing out the advance guard for the summer campaign. I have been working very hard at sledging figures with Bowers's able assistance. The scheme develops itself in the light of these figures, and I feel that our organisation will not be found wanting. Yet there is an immense amount of detail, and every arrangement has to be more than usually elastic to admit of extreme possibilities of the full success or complete failure of the motors. I think our plan will carry us through without the motors, though in that case nothing else must fail, and will take full advantage of such help as the motors may give. Our spring travelling is to be limited order. E. Evans, Gran and Ford will go out to find and remark Corner Camp. Mears will then carry out as much fodder as possible with the dogs. Simpson, Bowers and I are going to stretch our legs across the western mountains. There is no choice but to keep the rest at home to exercise the ponies. It's not going to be a light task to keep all these frisky little beasts in order, as their food is increased. Today the change in masters has taken place by the new arrangement. Wilson takes Nobby, Cherry Garrard takes Michael, Wright takes Chinaman, Atkinson takes Jehu. The newcomers seem very pleased with their animals, though they are by no means the pick of the bunch. Sunday, September the 3rd. The weather still remains fine, the temperature down in the -30s, all going well and everyone in splendid spirits. Last night Bowers lectured on polar clothing. He had worked the subject up from our polar library with critical and humorous ability, and since his recent journey he must be considered as entitled to an authoritative opinion of his own. The points in our clothing problems are too technical and too frequently discussed to need special notice at present, but as a result of a new study of Arctic precedents, it is satisfactory to find it becomes more and more evident that our equipment is the best that has been devised for the purpose, always excepting the possible alternative of skins for spring journeys, an alternative we have no power to adopt. In spite of this, we are making minor improvements all the time. Sunday, September the 10th. A whole week since the last entry in my diary. I feel very negligent of duty, but my whole time has been occupied in making detailed plans for the southern journey. These are finished at last, I am glad to say. Every figure has been checked by Bowers, who has been an enormous help to me. If the motors are successful, we shall have no difficulty in getting to the Glacier, and if they fail, we shall still get there with any ordinary degree of good fortune. To work 3 units of 4 men from that point onwards requires no small provision, but with the proper provision it should take a good deal to stop the attainment of our object. I have tried to take every reasonable possibility of misfortune into consideration, and to so organise the parties as to be prepared to meet them. I fear to be too sanguine, yet taking everything into consideration I feel that our chances ought to be good. The animals are in splendid form. Day by day the ponies get fitter as their exercise increases, and the stronger, harder food toughens their muscles. They are very different animals from those we took south last winter, and with another month of training I feel there is not one of them but will make light of the loads we shall ask them to draw. But we cannot spare any of the 10, and so there must always be the anxiety of the disablement of one or more before their work is done. E. R. Evans, Ford and Gran left early on Saturday for Corner Camp. I hope they will have no difficulty in finding it. Mears and Dmitri came back from Hut Point the same afternoon. The dogs are wonderfully fit and strong, but Mears reports no seals up in the region, and as he went to make seal pemmican, there was little object in his staying. I leave him to come and go as he pleases, merely setting out the work he has to do in the simplest form. I want him to take 14 bags of forage, £130 each, to Corner Camp before the end of October, and to be ready to start for his supporting work soon after the pony party, a light task for his healthy teams. Of hopeful signs for the future, none are more remarkable than the health and spirit of our people. It would be impossible to imagine a more vigorous community, and there does not seem to be a single weak spot in the 12 good men and true who are chosen for the southern advance. All are now experienced sledge travellers, knit together with a bond of friendship that has never been equalled under such circumstances. Thanks to these people, and more especially to Bowers and Petty Officer Evans, there is not a single detail of our equipment which is not arranged with the utmost care and in accordance with the tests of experience. It is good to have arrived at a point where one can run over facts and figures again and again without detecting a flaw or foreseeing a difficulty. I do not count on the motors. That is a strong point in our case. But should they work well, our earlier task of reaching the Glacier will be made quite easy. Apart from such help, I am anxious that these machines should enjoy some measure of success and justify the time, money and thought which have been given to their construction. I am still very confident of the possibility of motor traction, whilst realizing that reliance cannot be placed on it in its present untried evolutionary state. It is satisfactory to add that my own view is the most cautious one held in our party. Day is quite convinced he will go a long way, and is prepared to accept much heavier weights than I have given him. Lashley's opinion is perhaps more doubtful, but on the whole hopeful. Clissold is to make the fourth man at the motor party. I have already mentioned his mechanical capabilities. He has had a good deal of experience with motors, and Day is delighted to have his assistance. We had 2 lectures last week, the first from Debenham, dealing with general geology and having special reference to the structures of our region. It cleared up a good many points in my mind concerning the gneissic base rocks, the Beacon sandstone and the dolerite intrusions. I think we shall be in a position to make fairly good field observations when we reach the southern land. The scientific people have taken keen interest in making their lectures interesting, and the custom has grown of illustrating them with lantern slides made from our own photographs, from books, or from the drawings of the lecturer. The custom adds to the interest of the subject, but robs the reporter of notes. The second weekly lecture was given by Ponting. His store of pictures seems unending, and has been an immense source of entertainment to us during the winter. His lectures appeal to all, and are fully attended. This time we had pictures of the Great Wall, and other stupendous monuments of North China. Ponting always manages to work in detail concerning the manners and customs of the peoples in the countries of his travels. On Friday he told us of Chinese farms and industries, of hawking and other sports, most curious of all, of the pretty amusement of flying pigeons with Aeolian whistling pipes attached to their tail feathers. Ponting would have been a great asset to our party, if only on account of his lectures, but his value as pictorial recorder of events becomes daily more apparent. No expedition has ever been illustrated so extensively, and the only difficulty will be to select from the countless subjects that have been recorded by his camera. And yet not a single subject is treated with haste. The first picture is rarely counted good enough, and in some cases 5 or 6 plates are exposed before our critical artist is satisfied. This way of going to work would perhaps be more striking if it were not common to all our workers here. A very demon of unrest seems to stir them to effort, and there is now not a single man who is not striving his utmost to get good results in his own particular department. It is a really satisfactory state of affairs all round. If the southern journey comes off, nothing, not even the priority of the pole, can prevent the expedition ranking as one of the most important that ever entered the polar regions. On Friday, Cherry Garrard produced the second volume of the South Polar Times, on the whole an improvement on the first. Poor Cherry perspired over the editorial, and it bears the signs of labour. The letterpress otherwise is in the lighter vein. Taylor again the most important contributor, but now at rather too great a length. Nelson has supplied a very humorous trifle. The illustrations are quite delightful, the high water mark of Wilson's ability. The humour is local, of course, but I've come to the conclusion that there can be no other form of popular journal. The weather has not been good of late, but not sufficiently bad to interfere with exercise, etc. Thursday, September the 14th. Another interregnum. I have been exceedingly busy finishing up the southern plans, getting instruction in photographing, and preparing for our jaunt to the west. I held forth on the southern plans yesterday. Everyone was enthusiastic, and the feeling is general that our arrangements are calculated to make the best of our resources. although people have given a good deal of thought to various branches of the subject, there was not a suggestion offered for improvement. The scheme seems to have earned full confidence. It remains to play the game out. The last lectures of the season have been given. On Monday, Nelson gave us an interesting little résumé of biological questions, tracing the evolutionary development of forms from the simplest single-cell animals. Tonight, Wright tackled the constitution of matter, with the latest ideas from the Cavendish laboratory. It was a tough subject, yet one carries away ideas of the trend of the work of the great physicists, of the ends they achieve and the means they employ. Wright is inclined to explain matter as velocity. Simpson claims to be with J. Thomson in stressing the fact that gravity is not explained. These lectures have been a real amusement, and one would be sorry enough that they should end, were it not for so good a reason. I am determined to make some better show of our photographic work on the southern trip than has been yet accomplished. With Ponting as a teacher, it should be easy. He is prepared to take any pains to ensure good results, not only with his own work, but with that of others, showing indeed what a very good chap he is. Today I have been trying a colour screen. It is an extraordinary addition to one's powers. Tomorrow Bowers, Simpson, Petty Officer Evans and I are off to the west. I want to have another look at the Ferrar Glacier, to measure the stakes put out by Wright last year, to bring my sledging impressions up to date — one loses details of technique very easily — and finally to see what we can do with our cameras. I haven't decided how long we shall stay away, or precisely where we shall go. Such vague arrangements have an attractive side. We have had a fine week, but the temperature remains low in the 20s, and today has dropped to -35 degrees. I shouldn't wonder if we get a cold snap. End of chapter 14, part 1. Section 30 of the Journals of Robert Falcon Scott, Volume 1, by Robert Falcon Scott. This is a LibriVox recording. Section 30, Chapter 14, Preparations, the Spring Journey, Part 2. Sunday, October the 1st. Returned on Thursday from a remarkably pleasant and instructive little spring journey, after an absence of 13 days from September the 15th. We covered 152 geographical miles by sledging, 175 statute miles, in 10 marching days. It took us 2.5 days to reach Butter Point, 28.5 geographic miles, carrying a part of the Western Party stores, which brought our load to £180 a man. Everything very comfortable, double tent, great asset. The 16th, the most glorious day, till 4 p.m. Then cold southerly wind. We captured many frostbites. Surface only fairly good. A good many heaps of loose snow which brought sledge up standing. There seems a good deal more snow this side of the strait. Query, less wind. Bowers insists on doing all camp work. He is a positive wonder. I never met such a sledge traveller. The sastrugi all across the strait have been across, the main south by east and the other east-south-east, but these are a great study here. The hard snow is striated with long wavy lines, crossed with lighter wavy lines. It gives a sort of herringbone effect. After depositing this extra load, we proceeded up the Ferrar Glacier. Curious low ice foot on left. No tide crack. Sea ice very thinly covered with snow. We are getting delightfully fit. Bowers treasure all round. Evans much the same. Simpson learning fast. Find the camp life suits me well, except the turning out at night. 3 times last night. We were trying nose nips and face guards, marching head to wind all day. We reached Cathedral Rocks on the 19th. Here we found the stakes placed by Wright across the glacier, and spent the remainder of the day and the whole of the 20th in plotting their position accurately. Very cold wind down glacier increasing. In spite of this, Bowers wrestled with theodolite. He is really wonderful. I have never seen anyone who could go on so long with bare fingers. My own fingers went every few moments. We saw that there had been movement and roughly measured it as about 30 feet. The old Ferrar Glacier is more lively than we thought. After plotting the figures, it turns out that the movement varies from 24 to 32 feet at different stakes. This is 7.5 months. This is an extremely important observation, the first made on the movement of the coastal glaciers. It is more than I expected to find, but small enough to show that the idea of comparative stagnation was correct. Bowers and I exposed a number of plates and films in the glacier, which have turned out very well, auguring well for the management of the camera on the southern journey. On the 21st we came down the glacier and camped at the northern end of the foot. There appeared to be a storm in the strait, cumulus cloud over Erebus and the whalebacks, a very stormy look over Lister occasionally, and drift from peaks, but all smiling in our happy valley. Evidently this is a very favoured spot. From thence we jogged up the coast on the following days, dipping into New Harbour and climbing the moraine, taking angles and collecting rock specimens. At Cape Bernacchi we found a quantity of pure quartz in situ, and in it veins of copper ore. I got a specimen with 2 or 3 large lumps of copper included. This is the first find of minerals, suggestive of the possibility of working. The next day we sighted a long, low ice wall, and took it at first for a long glacier tongue, stretching seaward from the land. As we approached, we saw a dark mark on it. Suddenly it dawned on us that the tongue was detached from the land, and we turned towards it, half recognizing familiar features. As we got close, we saw similarity to our old Erebus glacier tongue, and finally caught sight of a flag on it, and suddenly realized that it might be the piece broken off our old Erebus glacier tongue. Sure enough, it was. We camped near the outer end, and climbing onto it, soon found the depot of fodder left by Campbell, and the line of stakes planted to guide our ponies in the autumn. So here, firmly anchored, was the huge piece broken from the glacier tongue in March, a huge tract about 2 miles long, which has turned through half a circle, so that the old western end is now towards the east. Considering the many cracks in the ice mass, it is most astonishing that it should have remained intact throughout its sea voyage. At one time it was suggested that the hut should be placed on this tongue. What an adventurous voyage the occupants would have had! The tongue, which was 5 miles south of Cape Evans, is now 40 miles west-northwest of it. From the glacier tongue we still pushed north. We reached Dunlop Island on the 24th, just before the fog descended on us, and got a view along the stretch of coast to the north which turns at this point. Dunlop Island has undoubtedly been under the sea. We found regular terraced beaches with rounded, water-worn stones all over it. Its height is 65 feet. After visiting the island, it was easy for us to trace the same terrace formation on the coast. In one place we found water-worn stones over 100 feet above sea level. Nearly all these stones are erratic, and, unlike ordinary beach pebbles, the undersides which lie buried have remained angular. Unlike the region of the Ferrar Glacier and New Harbour, the coast to the north of Cape Bernacchi runs on in a succession of rounded bays fringed with low ice walls. At the headlands and in irregular spots, the gneissic-based rock and portions of moraines lie exposed, offering a succession of interesting spots for a visit in search of geological specimens. Beyond this fringe there is a long undulating plateau of snow rounding down to the coast. Behind this again are a succession of mountain ranges with deep-cut valleys between. As far as we went, these valleys seemed to radiate from the region of the summit reached at the head of the Ferrar Glacier. As one approaches the coast, the tablecloth of snow in the foreground cuts off more and more of the inland peaks, and even at a distance it is impossible to get a good view of the inland valleys. To explore these over the ice cap is one of the objects of the western party. So far, I never imagined a spring journey could be so pleasant. In the afternoon of the 24th we turned back and covered nearly 11 miles, camped inside the glacier tongue. After noon on the 25th we made a direct course for Cape Evans, and in the evening camped well out in the Sound. Bowers got angles from our lunch camp, and I took a photographic panorama, which is a good deal overexposed. We only got 2.5 miles on the 26th when a heavy blizzard descended on us. We went on against it, the first time I have ever attempted to march into a blizzard. It was quite possible, but the progress very slow owing to wind resistance. Decided to camp after we had done 2 miles. Quite a job getting up the tent, but we managed to do so and get everything inside clear of snow with the help of much sweeping. With care and extra fuel, we have managed to get through the snowy part of the blizzard with less accumulation of snow than I ever remember. And so everywhere all-round experience is helping us. It continued to blow hard throughout the 27th, and the 28th proved the most unpleasant day of the trip. We started facing very keen, frost-biting wind. Although this slowly increased in force, we pushed doggedly on, halting now and again to bring our frozen features round. It was 2 o'clock before we could find a decent site for a lunch camp under a pressure ridge. The fatigue of the prolonged march told on Simpson, whose whole face was frostbitten at one time. It is still much blistered. It came on to drift as we sat in our tent, and again we were weather-bound. At 3 the drift ceased, and we marched on, wind as bad as ever. Then I saw an ominous yellow fuzzy appearance on the southern ridges of Erebus, and knew that another snowstorm approached. Foolishly hoping it would pass us by, I kept on until Inaccessible Island was suddenly blotted out. Then we rushed for a campsite, but the blizzard was on us. In the driving snow we found it impossible to set up the inner tent, and were obliged to unbend it. It was a long job getting the outer tent set, but thanks to Evans and Bowers it was done at last. We had to risk frostbitten fingers and hang on to the tent with all our energy. Got it secured inch by inch, and not such a bad speed, all things considered. We had some cocoa and waited. At 9 p.m. the snowdrift again took off, and we were now so snowed up we decided to push on in spite of the wind. We arrived in at 1:15 a.m. pretty well done. The wind never let up for an instant. The temperature remained about -16 degrees, and the 21 statute miles which we marched in the day must be remembered amongst the most strenuous in my memory. Except for the last few days, we enjoyed a degree of comfort which I had not imagined impossible on a spring journey. The temperature was not particularly high. At the mouth of the Ferrar it was -40 degrees, and it varied between -15 degrees and -40 degrees throughout. Of course, this is much higher than it would be on the barrier, but it does not in itself promise much comfort. The amelioration of such conditions we owe to experience. We used 1/3 more than the summer allowance of fuel. This, with our double tent, allowed a cosy hour after breakfast and supper, in which we would dry our socks, etc., and put them on in comfort. We shifted our footgear immediately after the camp was pitched, and by this means kept our feet glowingly warm throughout the night. Nearly all the time we carried our sleeping bags open on the sledges. Although the sun does not appear to have much effect, I believe this device is of great benefit even in the coldest weather. Certainly by this means our bags were kept much freer of moisture than they would have been had they been rolled up in the daytime. The inner tent gets a good deal of ice on it. I don't see any easy way to prevent this. The journey enables me to advise the geological party on their best route to Granite Harbour. This is along the shore, where for the main part the protection of a chain of grounded bergs has preserved the ice from more pressure. Outside these, and occasionally reaching to the headlands, there is a good deal of pressed up ice of this season, together with the latest of the old broken pack. Travelling through this is difficult, as we found on our return journey. Beyond this belt we pass through irregular patches where the ice, freezing at later intervals in the season, has been much screwed. The whole shows the general tendency of the ice to pack along the coast. The objects of our little journey were satisfactorily accomplished, but the greatest source of pleasure to me is to realise that I have such men as Bowers and Petty Officer Evans for the southern journey. I do not think that harder men or better sledge travellers ever took the trail. Bowers is a little wonder. I realised all that he must have done for the Cape Crozier party in their far severer experience. In spite of the late hour of our return, everyone was soon afoot, and I learnt the news at once. E.R. Evans, Gran and Ford had returned from the Corner Camp journey the day after we left. They were away 6 nights, 4 spent on the barrier under very severe conditions. The minimum for one night registered -73°. I am glad to find that Corner Camp showed up well. In fact, in more than one place remains of last year's pony walls were seen. This removes all anxiety as to the chance of finding the 1-ton camp. On this journey Ford got his hand badly frostbitten. I am annoyed at this, as it argues want of care. Moreover, there is a good chance that the tip of one of the fingers will be lost, and if this happens, or if the hand is slow in recovery, Ford cannot take part in the Western Party. I have no one to replace him. E.R. Evans looks remarkably well, as also Gran. The ponies look very well, and all are reported to be very buckish. Wednesday, October the 3rd. We have had a very bad weather spell. Friday, the day after we returned, was gloriously fine. It might have been a December day, and an inexperienced visitor might have wondered why on earth we had not started to the south. Saturday supplied a reason. The wind blew cold and cheerless, and on Sunday it grew worse, with very thick snow, which continued to fall and drift throughout the whole of Monday. The hut is more drifted up than it has ever been. Huge piles of snow behind every heap of boxes, etc. All our paths a foot higher. Yet in spite of this the rocks are rather freer of snow. This is due to melting, which is now quite considerable. Wilson tells me the first signs of thaw were seen on the 17th. Yesterday the weather gradually improved, and today has been fine and warm again. One fine day in 8 is the record immediately previous to this morning. E.R. Evans, Debenham and Gran set off to the Turk's Head on Friday morning, Evans to take angles and Debenham to geologise. They have been in their tent pretty well all the time since, but have managed to get through some work. Gran returned last night for more provisions and set off again this morning. Taylor is going with him for the day. Debenham has just returned for food. He is immensely pleased at having discovered a huge slicken-sided fault in the lavas of the Turk's Head. This appears to be an unusual occurrence in volcanic rocks, and argues that they are of considerable age. He has taken a heap of photographs and is greatly pleased with all his geological observations. He is building up much evidence to show volcanic disturbance independent of Erebus, and perhaps prior to its first upheaval. Mears has been at Hut Point for more than a week. Seals seem to be plentiful there now. Dimitri was back with letters on Friday and left on Sunday. He is an excellent boy, full of intelligence. Ponting has been doing some wonderfully fine cinematograph work. My incursion into photography has brought me in close touch with him, and I realise what a very good fellow he is. No pains are too great for him to take to help and instruct others, whilst his enthusiasm for his own work is unlimited. His results are wonderfully good, and if he is able to carry out the whole of his programme, we shall have a cinematograph and photographic record which will be absolutely new in expeditionary work. A very serious bit of news today. Atkinson says that Jehu is still too weak to pull a load. The pony was bad on the ship and almost died after swimming ashore from the ship. He is one of the ponies returned by Campbell. He has been improving the whole of the winter, and Oates has been surprised at the apparent recovery. He looks well and feeds well, though a very weedily built animal compared with the others. I had not expected him to last long, but it will be a bad blow if he fails at the start. I am afraid there is much pony trouble in store for us. Oates is having great trouble with Christopher, who didn't at all appreciate being harnessed on Sunday, and again today he broke away and galloped off over the floe. On such occasions Oates trudges manfully after him, rounds him up to within a few hundred yards of the stable, and approaches cautiously. The animal looks at him for a minute or two and canters off over the floe again. When Christopher, and indeed both of them, have had enough of the game, the pony calmly stops at the stable door. If not too late, he is then put into the sledge, but this can only be done by tying up one of his forelegs. When harnessed, and after he has hopped along on 3 legs for a few paces, he is again allowed to use the 4th. He is going to be a trial, but he is a good, strong pony, and should do yeoman service. Day is increasingly hopeful about the motors. He is an ingenious person, and has been turning up new rollers out of a balk of oak supplied by Mears, and with Simpson's small motor as a lathe. The motors may save the situation. I have been busy drawing up instructions and making arrangements for the ship, shore station, and sledge parties in the coming season. There is still much work to be done, and much, far too much writing before me. Time simply flies, and the sun steadily climbs the heavens. Breakfast, lunch, and supper are now all enjoyed by sunlight, whilst the night is no longer dark. Notes at end of volume. When they, after their headstrong manner, conclude that it is their duty to rush on their journey all weathers. Pilgrim's Progress. Has any grasped the low grey mist which stands ghost-like at eve above the sheeted lands? A bad attack of integrity. Who is man, and what his place? Anxious asks the heart perplexed. In the recklessness of space, worlds with worlds thus intermixed, what has he, this atom creature, in the infinitude of nature? F. T. Palgrave. It is a good lesson, though it may be a hard one, for a man who has dreamed of a special literary fame, and of making for himself a rank among the world's dignitaries by such means, to slip aside out of the narrow circle in which his claims are recognised, and to find how utterly devoid of significance beyond that circle is all he achieves and all he aims at. He might fail from want of skill or strength, but deep in his sombre soul he vowed that it should never be from want of heart. Every durable bond between human beings is founded in or heightened by some element of competition. R. L. Stevenson. All natural talk is a festival of ostentation. R. L. Stevenson. No human being ever spoke of scenery for 2 minutes together, which makes me suspect that we have too much of it in literature. The weather is regarded as the very nadir and scoff of conversational topics. R. L. Stevenson. End of chapter 14, part 2. Section 31 of the Journals of Robert Falcon Scott, Volume 1, by Robert Falcon Scott. This is a LibriVox recording. Section 31, Chapter 15, The Last Weeks at Cape Evans, Part 1. Friday, October the 6th. With the rise of temperature there has been a slight thaw in the hut. The drips come down the walls, and one has found my diary, as its pages show. The drips are already decreasing, and if they represent the whole accumulation of winter moisture, it is extraordinarily little, and speaks highly for the design of the hut. There cannot be very much more, or the stains would be more significant. Yesterday I had a good look at Jehu, and became convinced that he is useless. He is much too weak to pull a load, and 3 weeks can make no difference. It is necessary to face the facts, and I've decided to leave him behind. We must do with 9 ponies. Chinaman is rather a doubtful quantity, and James Pigg is not a tower of strength. But the other 7 are in fine form, and must bear the brunt of the work somehow. If we suffer more loss, we shall depend on the motor, and then, well, one must face the bad as well as the good. It is some comfort to know that 6 of the animals at least are in splendid condition. Victor, Snippets, Christopher, Nobby, Bones are as fit as ponies could well be, and are naturally strong, well-shaped beasts, while little Michael, though not so shapely, is as strong as he will ever be. Today Wilson, Oates, Cherry Garrard and Crean have gone to Hut Point with their ponies, Oates getting off with Christopher after some difficulty. At 5 o'clock the Hut Point telephone bell suddenly rang. The line was laid by Mears some time ago, but hitherto there has been no communication. In a minute or two we heard a voice, and behold, communication was established. I had quite a talk with Mears, and afterwards with Oates. Not a very wonderful fact, perhaps, but it seems wonderful in this primitive land to be talking to one's fellow beings 15 miles away. Oates told me that the ponies had arrived in fine order, Christopher a little done, but carrying the heaviest load. If we can keep the telephone going, it will be a great boon, especially to Mears later in the season. The weather is extraordinarily unsettled. The last 2 days have been fairly fine, but every now and again we get a burst of wind with drift, and tonight it is overcast and very gloomy in appearance. The photography craze is in full swing. Ponting's mastery is ever more impressive, and his pupils improve day by day. Nearly all of us have produced good negatives. Debenham and Wright are the most promising, but Taylor, Bowers and I are also getting the hang of the tricky exposures. Saturday, October the 7th. As though to contradict the suggestion of incompetence, friend Jehu pulled with a will this morning. He covered 3.5 miles without a stop, the surface being much worse than it was 2 days ago. He was not at all distressed when he stopped. If he goes on like this, he comes into practical politics again, and I am arranging to give 10-feet sledges to him and Chinaman instead of 12 feet. Probably they will not do much, but if they go on as at present, we shall get something out of them. Long and cheerful conversations with Hut Point, and of course an opportunity for the exchange of witticisms. We are told it was blowing and drifting at Hut Point last night, whereas here it was calm and snowing. The wind only reached us this afternoon. Sunday, October the 8th. A very beautiful day. Everyone out and about after service. All ponies going well. Went to Pressure Ridge with Ponting and took a number of photographs. So far good, but the afternoon has brought much worry. About 5, a telephone message from Nelson's igloo reported that Clissold had fallen from a berg and hurt his back. Bowers organised the sledge party in 3 minutes, and fortunately Atkinson was on the spot and able to join it. I posted out over the land and found Ponting much distressed and Clissold practically insensible. At this moment the Hut Point ponies were approaching, and I ran over to intercept one in case of necessity. But the man party was on the spot first, and after putting the patient in a sleeping bag, quickly brought him home to the hut. It appears that Clissold was acting as Ponting's model, and that the two had been climbing about the berg to get pictures. As far as I can make out, Ponting did his best to keep Clissold in safety by lending him his crampons and ice axe, but the latter seems to have missed his footing after one of his poses. He slid over a rounded surface of ice for some 12 feet, then dropped 6 feet onto a sharp angle in the wall of the berg. He must have struck his back and head. The latter is contused, and he is certainly suffering from slight concussion. He complained of his back before he grew unconscious, and groaned a good deal when moved in the hut. He came to about an hour after getting to the hut, and was evidently in a good deal of pain. Neither Atkinson nor Wilson thinks there is anything very serious, but he has not yet been properly examined, and has had a fearful shock at the least. I still feel very anxious. Tonight Atkinson has injected morphia and will watch by his patient. Troubles rarely come singly, and it occurred to me after Clissold had been brought in that Taylor, who had been bicycling to the Turk's Head, was overdue. We were relieved to hear that with glasses 2 figures could be seen approaching in South Bay, but at supper Wright appeared, very hot, and said that Taylor was exhausted in South Bay. He wanted brandy and hot drink. I thought it best to dispatch another relief party, but before they were well round the point, Taylor was seen coming over the land. He was fearfully done. He must have pressed on towards his objective long after his reason should have warned him that it was time to turn. With this, and a good deal of anxiety about Clissold, the day terminates very unpleasantly. Tuesday, October the 10th. Still anxious about Clissold. He has passed 2 fairly good nights, but is barely able to move. He is unnaturally irritable, but I am told this is a symptom of concussion. This morning he asked for food, which is a good sign, and he was anxious to know if his sledging gear was being got ready. In order not to disappoint him, he was assured that all would be ready, but there is scarce a slender chance that he can fill his place in the programme. Mears came from Hut Point yesterday at the front end of a blizzard. Half an hour after his arrival it was as thick as a hedge. He reports another loss. Deek, one of the best pulling dogs, developed the same symptoms which have so undoubtedly robbed us before, spent a night in pain, and died in the morning. Wilson thinks the cause is a worm which gets into the blood and thence to the brain. It is trying, but I am past despondency. Things must take their course. Ford's fingers improve, but not very rapidly. It is hard to have 2 sick men after all the care which has been taken. The weather is very poor. I had hoped for better things this month. So far we have had more days with wind and drift than without. It interferes badly with the pony's exercise. Friday, October the 13th. The past 3 days have seen a marked improvement in both our invalids. Glacier's inside has been got into working order after a good deal of difficulty. He improves rapidly in spirits as well as towards the immunity from pain. The fiction of his preparation to join the motor sledge party is still kept up, but Atkinson says there is not the smallest chance of his being ready. I shall have to be satisfied if he practically recovers by the time we leave with the ponies. Ford's hand took a turn for the better 2 days ago, and he maintains this progress. Atkinson thinks he will be ready to start in 10 days' time, but the hand must be carefully nursed till the weather becomes really summery. The weather has continued bad till today, which has been perfectly beautiful. A fine warm sun all day, so warm that one could sit about outside in the afternoon, and photographic work was a real pleasure. The ponies have been behaving well, with exceptions. Victor is now quite easy to manage, thanks to Bowes's patience. Chinaman goes along very steadily, and is not going to be the crock we expected. He has a slow pace, which may be troublesome, but when the weather is fine, that won't matter if he can get along steadily. The most troublesome animal is Christopher. He is only a source of amusement as long as there is no accident, but I am always a little anxious that he will kick or bite someone. The curious thing is that he is quiet enough to handle for walking or riding exercise, or in the stable, but as soon as a sledge comes into the programme, he is seized with a very demon of viciousness, and bites and kicks, with every intent to do injury. It seems to be getting harder rather than easier to get him into the traces. The last 2 turns he has had to be thrown, as he is unmanageable even on 3 legs. Oates, Bowes and Anton gather round the beast and lash up one foreleg. Then, with his head held on both sides, Oates gathers back the traces. Quick as lightning, the little beast flashes round with heels flying aloft. This goes on till some degree of exhaustion gives the men a better chance. But, as I have mentioned during the last 2 days, the period has been so prolonged that Oates has had to hasten matters by tying a short line to the other foreleg and throwing the beast when he lashes out. Even when on his knees he continues to struggle, and one of these nimble hind legs may fly out at any time. Once in the sledge and started on 3 legs, all is well, and the 4th leg can be released. At least all has been well until today, when quite a comedy was enacted. He was going along quietly with Oates when a dog frightened him. He flung up his head, twitched the rope out of Oates's hand, and dashed away. It was not a question of blind fright, as immediately after gaining freedom he set about most systematically to get rid of his load. At first he gave sudden twists, and in this manner succeeded in dislodging 2 bales of hay. Then he caught sight of other sledges and dashed for them. They could scarcely get out of his way in time. The fell intention was evident all through, to dash his load against some other pony and sledge, and so free himself of it. He ran for Bowes 2 or 3 times with this design, then made for Kean, never going off far, and dashing inward with teeth bared and heels flying all over the place. By this time people were gathering around, and first one and then another succeeded in clambering onto the sledge as it flew by, till Oates, Bowes, Nelson and Atkinson were all sitting on it. He tried to rid himself of this human burden as he had of the hay bales, and succeeded in dislodging Atkinson with violence. But the remainder dug their heels into the snow, and finally the little brute was tired out. Even then he tried to savage anyone approaching his leading line, and it was some time before Oates could get hold of it. Such is the tale of Christopher. I am exceedingly glad that there are not other ponies like him. These capers promise trouble, but I think a little soft snow on the barrier may effectually cure them. E.R. Evans and Gran returned tonight. We received notice of their departure from Hut Point through the telephone, which also informed us that Mears had departed for his first trip to Corner Camp. Evans says he carried 8 bags of forage and that the dogs went away at a great pace. In spite of the weather, Evans has managed to complete his survey to Hut Point. He has evidently been very careful with it and has therefore done a very useful bit of work. Sunday, October the 15th. Both of our invalids progress favourably. Clissold has had 2 nights without the aid of drugs and has recovered his good spirits. Pains have departed from his back. The weather is very decidedly warmer, and for the past 3 days has been fine. The thermometer stands but a degree or 2 below zero, and the air feels delightfully mild. Everything of importance is now ready for our start, and the ponies improve daily. Clissold's work of cooking has fallen on Hooper and Lashley, and it is satisfactory to find that the various dishes and bread bakings maintain their excellence. It is splendid to have people who refuse to recognise difficulties. Tuesday, October the 17th. Things not going very well. With ponies, all pretty well. Animals are improving in form rapidly, even Jehu, though I have ceased to count on that animal. Tonight the motors were to be taken on to the floe. The drifts make the road very uneven, and the first and best motor overrode its chain. The chain was replaced, and the machine proceeded, but just short of the floe, was thrust to a steep incline by a ridge, and the chain again overrode the sprockets. This time, by ill fortune, Day slipped at the critical moment, and without intention jammed the throttle full on. The engine brought up, but there was an ominous trickle of oil under the back axle. An investigation showed that the axle casing, aluminium, had split. The casing has been stripped and brought into the hut. We may be able to do something to it, but time presses. It all goes to show that we want more experience and workshops. I am secretly convinced that we shall not get much help from the motors. Yet nothing has ever happened to them that was unavoidable. A little more care and foresight would make them splendid allies. The trouble is that if they fail, no one will ever believe this. Mears got back from Corner Camp at 8 a.m. Sunday morning. He got through on the telephone to report in the afternoon. He must have made the pace, which is promising for the dogs. 60 geographical miles in 2 days and a night is good going, about as good as can be. I have had to tell Clissold that he cannot go out with the motor party, to his great disappointment. He improves very steadily, however, and I trust will be fit before we leave with the ponies. Hooper replaces him with the motors. I am kept very busy writing and preparing details. We have had 2 days of northerly wind, a very unusual occurrence. Yesterday it was blowing southeast, force 8, temperature minus 16 degrees, whilst here the wind was north, force 4, temperature minus 6 degrees. This continued for some hours, a curious meteorological combination. We are pretty certain of a southerly blizzard to follow, I should think. Wednesday, October the 18th. The southerly blizzard has burst on us. The air is thick with snow. A close investigation of the motor axle case shows that repair is possible. It looks as though a good strong job could be made of it. Yesterday, Taylor and Debenham went to Cape Royds with the object of staying a night or 2. Sunday, October the 22nd. The motor axle case was completed by Thursday morning, and, as far as one can see, Day made a very excellent job of it. Since that, the motor party has been steadily preparing for its departure. Today, everything is ready. The loads are ranged on the sea ice, the motors are having a trial run, and, all remaining well with the weather, the party will get away tomorrow. Mears and Dmitri came down on Thursday, through the last of the blizzard. At one time they were running without sight of the leading dogs. They did not see Tent Island at all, but burst into sunshine and comparative calm a mile from the station. Another of the best of the dogs, Sijan, was smitten with the unaccountable sickness. He was given laxative medicine and appears to be a little better, but we are still anxious. If he really has the disease, whatever it may be, the rally is probably only temporary, and the end will be swift. The teams left on Friday afternoon, Sir Jan included. Today Mears telephones that he is setting out for his second journey to Corner Camp without him. On the whole, the weather continues wretchedly bad. The ponies could not be exercised either on Thursday or Friday. They were very fresh yesterday and today in consequence. When unexercised, their allowance of oats has to be cut. This is annoying, as just at present they ought to be doing a moderate amount of work, getting into condition on full rations. The temperature is up to 0 about. This probably means about -20 on the barrier. I wonder how the motors will face the drop, if and when they encounter it. Day and Lashley are both hopeful of the machines, and they really ought to do something after all the trouble that has been taken. The wretched state of the weather has prevented transport of emergency stores to Hut Point. These stores are for the returning depots, and to provision the Discovery Hut in case the Terra Nova does not arrive. The most important stores have been taken to the Glacier tongue by the ponies today. In the transport department, in spite of all the care I have taken to make the details of my plan clear by lucid explanation, I find that Bowers is the only man on whom I can thoroughly rely to carry out the work without mistake, with its arrays of figures. For the practical, consistent work of pony training, Oates is especially capable, and his heart is very much in the business. End of chapter 15, part 1. Section 32 of the Journals of Robert Falcon Scott, Volume 1, by Robert Falcon Scott. This is a LibriVox recording. Section 32, Chapter 15, The Last Weeks at Cape Evans, Part 2. October 1911. I don't know what to think of Amundsen's chances. If he gets to the pole, it must be before we do, as he is bound to travel fast with dogs, and pretty certain to start early. On this account I decided at a very early date to act exactly as I should have done had he not existed. Any attempt to race must have wrecked my plan, besides which it doesn't appear the sort of thing one is out for. Possibly you will have heard something before this reaches you. Oh, there are all sorts of possibilities. In any case, you can rely on my not doing or saying anything foolish. Only I'm afraid you must be prepared for the chance of finding our venture much belittled. After all, it is the work that counts, not the applause that follows. Words must always fail me when I talk of Bill Wilson. I believe he really is the finest character I ever met. The closer one gets to him, the more there is to admire. Every quality is so solid and dependable. Cannot you imagine how that counts down here? Whatever the matter, one knows Bill will be sound, shrewdly practical, intensely loyal, and quite unselfish. Add to this a wider knowledge of persons and things than is at first guessable, a quiet vein of humour, and really consummate tact, and you have some idea of his values. I think he is the most popular member of the party, and that is saying much. Bowers is all and more than I ever expected of him. He is a positive treasure, absolutely trustworthy and prodigiously energetic. He is about the hardest man amongst us, and that is saying a good deal. Nothing seems to hurt his tough little body, and certainly no hardship daunts his spirit. I shall have 100 little tales to tell you of his indefatigable zeal, his unselfishness, and his inextinguishable good humour. He surprises always, for his intelligence is of quite a high order, and his memory for details most exceptional. You can imagine him, as he is, an indispensable assistant to me in every detail concerning the management and organisation of our sledging work, and a delightful companion on the march. One of the greatest successes is right. He is very thorough and absolutely ready for anything. Like Bowers, he has taken to sledging like a duck to water, and although he hasn't had such severe testing, I believe he would stand it pretty nearly as well. Nothing ever seems to worry him, and I can't imagine he ever complained of anything in his life. I don't think I will give you such long descriptions of the others, though most of them deserve equally high praise. Taken all round, They are a perfectly excellent lot. The soldier is very popular with all, a delightfully humorous, cheery old pessimist, striving with the ponies night and day, and bringing woeful accounts of their small ailments into the hut. X has a positive passion for helping others. It is extraordinary what pains he will take to do a kind thing unobtrusively. One sees the need of having one's heart in one's work. Results can only be got down here by a man desperately eager to get them. Y works hard at his own work, taking extraordinary pains with it, but with an astonishing lack of initiative he makes not the smallest effort to grasp the work of others. It is a sort of character which plants itself in a corner and will stop there. The men are equally fine. Edgar Evans has proved a useful member of our party. He looks after our sledges and sledge equipment with a care of management and a fertility of resource which is truly astonishing. On trek he is just as sound and hard as ever, and has an inexhaustible store of anecdote. Crean is perfectly happy, ready to do anything and go anywhere. The harder the work, the better. Evans and Crean are great friends. Lashly is his old self in every respect, hard-working to the limit, quiet, abstemious and determined. You see, altogether, I have a good set of people with me, and it will go hard if we don't achieve something. The study of individual character is a pleasant pastime in such a mixed community of thoroughly nice people, and the study of relationships and interactions is fascinating. Men of the most diverse upbringings and experience are really pals with one another, and the subjects which would be delicate ground of discussion between acquaintances are just those which are most freely used for jests. For instance, the soldier is never tired of girding at Australia, its people and institutions, and the Australians retaliate by attacking the hidebound prejudices of the British Army. I have never seen a temper lost in these discussions. So, as I sit here, I am very satisfied with these things. I think it would have been difficult to better the organisation of the party. Every man has his work, and is especially adapted for it. There is no gap and no overlap. It is all that I desired, and the same might be said of the men selected to do the work. It promised to be very fine today, but the wind has already sprung up and clouds are gathering again. There was a very beautiful curved banner cloud south of Erebus this morning, perhaps a warning of what is to come. Another accident. At 1 o'clock, Snatcher, one of the 3 ponies laying the depot, arrived with single trace and dangling sledge in a welter of sweat. 40 minutes after, Petty Officer Evans, his driver, came in almost as hot. Simultaneously Wilson arrived with Nobby, and a tale of events not complete. He said that after the loads were removed, Bowers had been holding the 3 ponies, who appeared to be quiet. Suddenly one had tossed his head, and all 3 had stampeded, Snatcher making for home, Nobby for the western mountains, Victor, with Bowers still hanging to him, in an indefinite direction. Running for 2 miles, he eventually rounded up Nobby west of Tent Island and brought him in. Half an hour after Wilson's return, Bowers came in with Victor distressed, bleeding at the nose, from which a considerable fragment hung semi-detached. Bowers himself was covered with blood, and supplied the missing link, the cause of the accident. It appears that the ponies were fairly quiet when Victor tossed his head and caught his nostril in the trace hook on the hame of Snatcher's harness. The hook tore skin and flesh, and of course the animal got out of hand. Bowers hung to him, but couldn't possibly keep hold of the other 2 as well. Victor had bled a good deal, and the blood, congealing on the detached skin, not only gave the wound a dismal appearance, but greatly increased its irritation. I don't know how Bowers managed to hang on to the frightened animal. I don't believe anyone else would have done so. On the way back, the dangling weight on the poor creature's nose would get on the swing and make him increasingly restive. It was necessary to stop him repeatedly. Since his return, the piece of skin has been snipped off, and proves the wound not so serious as it looked. The animal is still trembling, but quite on his feed, which is a good sign. I don't know why our Sundays should always bring these excitements. 2 lessons arise. Firstly, however quiet the animals appear, they must not be left by their drivers. No chance must be taken. Secondly, the hooks on the hames of the harness must be altered in shape. I suppose such incidents as this were to be expected. One cannot have ponies very fresh and vigorous and expect them to behave like lambs. But I shall be glad when we are off and can know more definitely what resources we can count on. Another trying incident has occurred. We have avoided football this season, especially to keep clear of accidents. But on Friday afternoon a match was got up for the cinematograph, and Debenham developed a football knee, an old hurt, I have since learnt, or he should not have played. Wilson thinks it will be a week before he is fit to travel. So here we have the Western Party on our hands, and wasting the precious hours for the period. The only single compensation is that it gives Ford's hand a better chance. If this waiting were to continue, it looks as though we should become a regular party of crocs. Clissold was out of the hut for the first time today. He is better, but still suffers in his back. The start of the motor sledges. Tuesday, October the 24th. 2 fine days for a wonder. Yesterday the motors seemed ready to start, so we all went out on the floe to give them a send-off. But the inevitable little defects cropped up, and the machines only got as far as the Cape. A change made by Day in the exhaust arrangements had neglected the heating jackets of the carburettors. One float valve was bent, and one clutch troublesome. Day and Lashly spent the afternoon making good these defects in a satisfactory manner. This morning the engines were set going again, and shortly after 10 a.m. a fresh start was made. At first there were a good many stops, but on the whole the engines seemed to be improving all the time. They are not by any means working up to full power yet, and so the pace is very slow. The weights seem to me a good deal heavier than we bargained for. Day sets his motor going, climbs off the car, and walks alongside with an occasional finger on the throttle. Lashly hasn't yet got hold of the nice adjustments of his control levers, but I hope will have done so after a day's practice. The only alarming incident was the slipping of the chains when Day tried to start on some ice very thinly covered with snow. The starting effort on such heavily laden sledges is very heavy, but I thought the grip of the pattens and studs would have been good enough on any surface. Looking at the place afterwards, I found that the studs had grooved the ice. Now, as I write at 12:30, the machines are about a mile out in the South Bay. Both can be seen still under way, progressing steadily, if slowly. I find myself immensely eager that these tractors should succeed, even though they may not be of great help to our southern advance. A small measure of success will be enough to show their possibilities, their ability to revolutionize polar transport. Seeing the machines at work today, and remembering that every defect so far shown is purely mechanical, it is impossible not to be convinced of their value. But the trifling mechanical defects and lack of experience show the risk of cutting out trials. A season of experiment with a small workshop at hand may be all that stands between success and failure. At any rate, before we start, we shall certainly know if the worst has happened, or if some measure of success attends this unique effort. The ponies are in fine form. Victor, practically recovered from his wound, has been rushing round with the sledge at a great rate. Even Jehu has been buckish, kicking up his heels and gambolling awkwardly. The invalids progress. Clissold a little alarmed about his back, but without cause. Atkinson and Keown have turned cooks, and do the job splendidly. This morning Mears announced his return from Corner Camp, so that all stores are now out there. The run occupied the same time as the first, when the routine was first day 17 miles out, second day 13 out, and 13 home, early third day run in. If only one could trust the dogs to keep going like this, it would be splendid. On the whole, things look hopeful. 1 p.m. Motors reported off Razorback Island, nearly 3 miles out. Come, come. Thursday, October the 26th. Couldn't see the motors yesterday till I walked well out on the South Bay, when I discovered them with glasses off the Glacier tongue. There had been a strong wind in the forenoon, but it seemed to me they ought to have got further. Annoyingly, the telephone gave no news from Hut Point. Evidently something was wrong. After dinner, Simpson and Gran started for Hut Point. This morning Simpson has just rung up. He says the motors are in difficulties with the surface. The trouble is just that which I noted as alarming on Monday. The chains slip on the very light snow covering of hard ice. The engines are working well, and all goes well when the machines get on to snow. I have organised a party of 8 men, including myself, and we are just off to see what can be done to help. Friday, October the 27th. We were away by 10:30 yesterday. Walked to the Glacier tongue with gloomy forebodings, but for one gust a beautifully bright, inspiriting day. Seals were about, and were frequently mistaken for the motors. As we approached the Glacier tongue, however, and became more alive to such mistakes, we realized that the motors were not in sight. At first I thought they must have sought better surface on the other side of the tongue, but this theory was soon demolished, and we were puzzled to know what had happened. At length, walking onward, they were descried far away over the floe towards Hut Point. Soon after we saw good firm tracks over a snow surface, a pleasant change from the double tracks and slipper places we had seen on the bare ice. Our spirits went up at once, for it was not only evident that the machines were going, but that they were negotiating a very rough surface without difficulty. We marched on and overtook them about 2.5 miles from Hut Point, passing Simpson and Gran, returning to Cape Evans. From the motors we learnt that things were going pretty well. The engines were working well when once in tune, but the cylinders, especially the 2 after ones, tended to get too hot, whilst the fan or wind playing on the carburettor tended to make it too cold. The trouble was to get a balance between the two. This is effected by starting up the engines, then stopping and covering them, and allowing the heat to spread by conductivity, of course a rather clumsy device. We camped ahead of the motors as they camped for lunch. Directly after, Lashley brought his machine along on low gear and without difficulty ran it on to Cape Armitage. Meanwhile Day was having trouble with some bad surface. We had offered help and been refused, and with Evans alone his difficulties grew, whilst the wind sprung up and the snow started to drift. We had walked into the hut and found Mears, but now we all came out again. I sent for Lashley and Hooper and went back to help Day along. We had exasperating delays and false starts for an hour, and then suddenly the machine tuned up and off she went faster than one could walk, reaching Cape Armitage without further hitch. It was blizzing by this time. The snow flew by. We all went back to the hut. Mears and Dimitri have been busy. The hut is tidy and comfortable, and a splendid brick fireplace has been built with a brand new stovepipe leading from it directly upward through the roof. This is really a most creditable bit of work. Instead of the ramshackle temporary structures of last season, we have now a solid permanent fireplace which should last for many a year. We spent a most comfortable night. This morning we were away over the floe about 9 a.m. I was anxious to see how the motors started up, and agreeably surprised to find that neither driver took more than 20 to 30 minutes to get his machine going, in spite of the difficulties of working a blow lamp in a keen cold wind. Lashley got away very soon and made a short run of about half a mile, and then after a short halt to cool, a long non-stop for quite 3 miles. The barrier, 5 geographical miles from Cape Armitage, now looked very close, but Lashley had overdone matters a bit, run out of lubricant and got his engine too hot. The next run yielded a little over a mile, and he was forced to stop within 100 yards of the snow slope leading to the barrier and wait for more lubricant, as well as for the heat balance in his engine to be restored. This motor was going on second gear, and this gives a nice easy walking pace, 2.5 to 3 miles an hour. It would be a splendid rate of progress if it was not necessary to halt for cooling. This is the old motor which was used in Norway. The other machine has modified gears. Meanwhile, Day had had the usual balancing trouble and had dropped to a speck, but towards the end of our second run it was evident he had overcome these and was coming along at a fine speed. One soon saw that the men beside the sledges were running. To make a long story short, he stopped to hand over lubricating oil, started at a gallop again, and dashed up the slope without a hitch, on his top speed. The first man to run a motor on the Great Barrier. There was great cheering from all assembled, but the motor party was not wasting time on jubilation. On dashed the motor, and it and the running men beside it soon grew small in the distance. We went back to help Lashly, who had restarted his engine. If not so dashingly, on account of his slower speed, he also now took the slope without hitch, and got a last handshake as he clattered forward. His engine was not working so well as the other, but I think mainly owing to the first overheating and a want of adjustment resulting therefrom. Thus the motors left us, travelling on the best surface they have yet encountered, hard wind-swept snow without sastrugi, a surface which Meares reports to extend to Corner Camp at least. Providing there is no serious accident, the engine troubles will gradually be got over. Of that I feel pretty confident. Every day we will see improvement, as it has done to date. Every day the men will get greater confidence, with larger experience of the machines and the conditions. It is not easy to foretell the extent of older and earlier troubles with the rollers. The new rollers, turned up by Day, are already splitting, and one of Lashly's chains is in a bad way. It may be possible to make temporary repairs, good enough to cope with the improved surface, but it seems probable that Lashly's car will not get very far. It is already evident that had the rollers been metal cased and the runners metal covered, they would now be as good as new. I cannot think why we had not the sense to have this done. As things are, I am satisfied we have the right men to deal with the difficulties of the situation. The motor programme is not of vital importance to our plan, and it is possible the machines will do little to help us, but already they have vindicated themselves. Even the seamen, who have remained very sceptical of them, have been profoundly impressed. Evans said, "Lord, sir, I reckon if them things can go on like that, you wouldn't want nothing else." But like everything else of a novel nature, it is the actual sight of them at work that is impressive. Nothing short of 100 miles over the barrier will carry conviction to outsiders. Parting with the motors, we made haste back to Hut Point and had tea there. My feet had got very sore with the unaccustomed soft footgear and crinkly surface, but we decided to get back to Cape Evans. We came along in splendid weather, and after stopping for a cup of tea at Razorback, reached the hut at 9 p.m, averaging 3½ statute miles an hour. During the day we walked 26½ statute miles, not a bad day's work considering condition, but I'm afraid my feet are going to suffer for it. Saturday, October the 28th. My feet sore and one tendon Achilles strained, synovitis. Shall be right in a day or so, however. Last night tremendous row in the stables. Christopher and Chinaman discovered fighting. Gran nearly got kicked. These ponies are getting above themselves with their high feeding. Oates says that Snippets is still lame and has one leg a little heated. Not a pleasant item of news. Debenham is progressing, but not very fast. The Western party will leave after us. Of that there is no doubt now. It is trying that they should be wasting the season in this way. All things considered, I should be glad to get away and put our fortune to the test. Monday, October the 30th. We had another beautiful day yesterday, and one began to feel that the summer really had come. But today, after a fine morning, we have a return to blizzard conditions. It is blowing a howling gale as I write. Yesterday Wilson, Crean, Petty Officer Evans and I donned our sledging kit and camped by the bergs for the benefit of Ponting and his cinematograph. He got a series of films which should be about the most interesting of all his collection. I imagine nothing will take so well as these scenes of camp life. On our return we found Mears had returned, he and the dogs well. He told us that Lieutenant Evans had come into Hut Point on Saturday to fetch a personal bag left behind there. Evans reported that Lashley's motor had broken down near Safety Camp. They found the big end smashed up in one cylinder and traced it to a faulty casting. They luckily had spare parts, and Day and Lashley worked all night on repairs in a temperature of -25 degrees. By the morning repairs were completed, and they had a satisfactory trial run, dragging on loads with both motors. Then Evans found out his loss and returned on ski, whilst, as I gather, the motors proceeded. I don't quite know how, but I suppose they ran one on at a time. On account of this accident, and because some of our hardest worked people were badly hit by the 2 days' absence, helping the machines, I have decided to start on Wednesday instead of tomorrow. If the blizzard should blow out, Atkinson and Kean will set off tomorrow to Hut Point, so that we may see how far Jehu is to be counted on. Tuesday, October the 31st. The blizzard has blown itself out this morning, and this afternoon it has cleared. The sun is shining and the wind dropping. Mears and Ponting are just off to Hut Point. Atkinson and Kean will probably leave in an hour or so as arranged, and if the weather holds, we shall all get out tomorrow. So here end the entries in this diary with the first chapter of our history. The future is in the lap of the gods. I can think of nothing left undone to deserve success. End of chapter 15, part 2. Section 33 of the Journals of Robert Falcon Scott, Volume 1, by Robert Falcon Scott. This is a LibriVox recording. Section 33. Chapter 16, Southern Journey, the Barrier Stage, Part 1. November the 1st. Last night we heard that Jehu had reached Hut Point in about 5.5 hours. This morning we got away in detachments. Michael, Nobby, Chinaman were first to get away about 11 a.m. The little devil Christopher was harnessed with usual difficulty and started in kicking mood, Oates holding on for all he was worth. Bones ambled off gently with Crean, and I led Snippets in his wake. 10 minutes after, Evans and Snatcher passed at the usual full speed. The wind blew very strong at Razorback, and the sky was threatening. The ponies hate the wind. A mile south of this island, Bowers and Victor passed me, leaving me where I best wished to be, at the tail of the line. About this place I saw that one of the animals ahead had stopped, and was obstinately refusing to go forward again. I had a great fear it was Chinaman, the unknown quantity, but to my relief found it was my old friend Nobby, in obstinate mood. As he is very strong and fit, the matter was soon adjusted with a little persuasion from Anton behind. Poor little Anton found it difficult to keep the pace with short legs. Snatcher soon led the party and covered the distance in 4 hours. Evans said he could see no difference at the end from the start. The little animal simply romped in. Bones and Christopher arrived almost equally fresh. In fact, the latter had been bucking and kicking the whole way. For the present there is no end to his devilment, and the great consideration is how to safeguard Oates. Some quiet ponies should always be near him, a difficult matter to arrange with such varying rates of walking. A little later I came up to a batch, Bowers, Wilson, Cherry and Wright, and was happy to see Chinaman going very strong. He is not fast, but very steady, and I think should go a long way. Victor and Michael forged ahead again, and the remaining 3 of us came in after taking a little under 5 hours to cover the distance. We were none too soon, as the weather had been steadily getting worse, and soon after our arrival it was blowing a gale. Thursday, November the 2nd, Hut Point. The march teaches a good deal as to the paces of the ponies. It reminded me of a regatta, or a somewhat disorganized fleet with ships of unequal speed. The plan of further advance has now been evolved. We shall start in 3 parties, the very slow ponies, the medium-paced, and the flyers. Snatcher, starting last, will probably overtake the leading unit. All this requires a good deal of arranging. We have decided to begin night marching, and shall get away after supper, I hope. The weather is hourly improving, but at this season that does not count for much. At present our ponies are very comfortably stabled. Michael, Chinaman, and James Pig are actually in the hut. Chinaman kept us alive last night by stamping on the floor. Mears and Dimitri are here with the dog team, and Ponting with a great photographic outfit. I fear he won't get much chance to get results. Friday, November the 3rd, Camp 1. A keen wind with some drift at Hut Point, but we sailed away in detachments. Atkinson's party, Jehu, Chinaman and Jimmy Pig, led off at 8. Just before 10, Wilson, Cherry Garrard and I left. Our ponies marched steadily and well together over the sea ice. The wind dropped a good deal, but the temperature with it, so that the little remaining was very cutting. We found Atkinson at Safety Camp. He had lunched and was just ready to march out again. He reports Chinaman and Jehu tired. Ponting arrived soon after we had camped, with Dimitri and a small dog team. The cinematograph was up in time to catch the flying rearguard, which came along in fine form, Snatcher leading and being stopped every now and again, a wonderful little beast. Christopher had given the usual trouble when harnessed, but was evidently subdued by the barrier surface. However, it was not thought advisable to halt him, and so the party fled through in the wake of the advance guard. After lunch we packed up and marched on steadily as before. I don't like these midnight lunches, but for man the march that follows is pleasant, when, as today, the wind falls and the sun steadily increases its heat. The two parties in front of us camped 5 miles beyond Safety Camp, and we reached their camp some half or 3/4 of an hour later. All the ponies are tethered in good order, but most of them are tired. Chinaman and Jehu very tired. Nearly all are inclined to be off feed, but this is very temporary, I think. We have built walls, there is no wind, and the sun gets warmer every minute. Mirage. Very marked waving effect to east. Small objects greatly exaggerated and showing as dark vertical lines. 1 p.m, feeding time. Woke the party, and Oates served out the rations, all ponies feeding well. It is a sweltering day, the air breathless, the glare intense. One loses sight of the fact that the temperature is low, -22 degrees. One's mind seeks comparison in hot sunlit streets and scorching pavements. Yet 6 hours ago my thumb was frostbitten. All the inconveniences of frozen footwear and damp clothes and sleeping bags have vanished entirely. A petrol tin is near the camp, and a note stating that the motor passed at 9 p.m, 28th, going strong. They have 4 to 5 days lead, and should surely keep it. Bones has eaten Christopher's goggles. This announcement by Crean, meaning that Bones had demolished the protecting fringe on Christopher's bridle. These fringes promise very well. Christopher, without his, is blinking in the hot sun. Saturday, November the 4th, Camp 2. Led march. Started in what I think will now become the settled order. Atkinson went at 8, ours at 10, Bowers, Oates and Co. at 11:15. Just after starting, picked up cheerful note and saw cheerful notices saying all was well with motors, both going excellently. Day wrote, hope to meet in 80 degrees 30 minutes latitude. Poor chap, within 2 miles he must have had to sing a different tale. It appears they had a bad ground on the morning of the 29th. I suppose the surface was bad and everything seemed to be going wrong. They dumped a good deal of petrol and lubricant. Worse was to follow. Some 4 miles out we met a tin pathetically inscribed, Big End, Day's Motor No. 2, Cylinder Broken. Half a mile beyond, as I expected, we found the motor, its tracking sledges and all. Notes from Evans and Day told the tale. The only spare had been used for Lashley's machine, and it would have taken a long time to strip Day's engine, so that it could run on 3 cylinders. They had decided to abandon it and push on with the other alone. They had taken the 6 bags of forage and some odds and ends, besides their petrol and lubricant. So the dream of great help from the machines is at an end. The track of the remaining motor goes steadily forward, but now, of course, I shall expect to see it every hour of the march. The ponies did pretty well. A cruel soft surface most of the time, but light loads, of course. Jehu is better than I expected to find him. Chinaman not so well. They are bad crocks, both of them. It was pretty cold during the night, -7 when we camped, with a crisp breeze blowing. The ponies don't like it, but now, as I write, the sun is shining through a white haze. The wind has dropped, and the picketing line is comfortable for the poor beasts. This 1 p.m. is the feeding hour. The animals are not yet on feed, but they are coming on. The wind vane left here in the spring shows a predominance of wind from the southwest quarter, maximum scratching about southwest by west. Sunday, November the 5th, Camp 3, Corner Camp. We came over the last lap of the first journey in good order. Ponies doing well in soft surface, but of course lightly loaded. Tonight will show what we can do with the heavier weights. A very troubled note from Evans, with motor, written on morning of 2nd, saying maximum speed was about 7 miles per day. They have taken on 9 bags of forage, but there are 3 black dots to the south that we can only imagine are the deserted motor with its loaded sledges. The men have gone on as a supporting party, as directed. It is a disappointment. I had hoped better of the machines once they got away on the barrier surface. The appetites of the ponies are very fanciful. They do not like the oil cake, but for the moment seem to take to some fodder left here. However, they are off that again today. It is a sad pity they won't eat well now, because later on one can imagine how ravenous they will become. Chinaman and Jehu will not go far, I fear. Monday, November the 6th, Camp 4. We started in the usual order, arranging so that full loads should be carried if the black dots to the south proved to be the motor. On arrival at these we found our fears confirmed. A note from Evans stating a recurrence of the old trouble. The big end of number 1 cylinder had cracked, the machine otherwise in good order. Evidently the engines are not fitted for working in this climate, a fact that should be certainly capable of correction. One thing is proved. The system of propulsion is altogether satisfactory. The motor party has proceeded as a man-hauling party, as arranged. With their full loads, the ponies did splendidly. Even Jehu and Chinaman, with loads over 450 pounds, stepped out well and finished as fit as when they started. Atkinson and Wright both think that these animals are improving. The better ponies made nothing of their loads, and my own snippets had over 700 pounds, sledge included. Of course the surface is greatly improved. It is that over which we came well last year. We are all much cheered by this performance. It shows a hardening up of ponies, which have been well trained. Even Oates is pleased. As we came to camp, a blizzard threatened, and we built snow walls. 1 hour after our arrival, the wind was pretty strong, but there was not much snow. This state of affairs has continued, but the ponies seem very comfortable. Their new rugs cover them well, and the sheltering walls are as high as the animals, so that the wind is practically unfelt behind them. The protection is a direct result of our experience of last year, and it is good to feel we reaped some reward for that disastrous journey. I am writing late in the day, and the wind is still strong. I fear we shall not be able to go on tonight. Christopher gave great trouble again last night. The 4 men had great difficulty in getting him into his sledge. This is a nuisance which I fear must be endured for some time to come. The temperature, -5°, is lower than I like in a blizzard. It feels chilly in the hut, but the ponies don't seem to mind the wind much. The incidents of this blizzard had certain characters worthy of note. Before we started from Corner Camp, there was a heavy collection of cloud about Cape Crozier and Mount Terror, and a black line of stratus low on the western slopes of Erebus. With us the sun was shining, and it was particularly warm and pleasant. Shortly after we started, mist formed about us, waxing and waning in density. A slight southerly breeze sprang up. Cumulus-stratus cloud formed overhead with a rather windy appearance, radial east and west. At the first halt, 5 miles south, Atkinson called my attention to a curious phenomenon. Across the face of the low sun, the strata of mist could be seen rising rapidly, lines of shadow appearing to be travelling upwards against the light. Presumably, this was sun-warmed air. The accumulation of this gradually overspread the sky with a layer of stratus, which, however, never seemed to be very dense. The position of the sun could always be seen. 2 or 3 hours later, the wind steadily increased in force, with the usual gusty characteristic. A noticeable fact was that the sky was clear and blue above the southern horizon, and the clouds seemed to be closing down on this from time to time. At intervals since, it has lifted, showing quite an expanse of clear sky. The general appearance is that the disturbance is created by conditions about us, and is rather spreading from north to south than coming up with the wind, and this seems rather typical. On the other hand, this is not a bad snow blizzard. Although the wind holds, the land, obscured last night, is now quite clear, and the bluff has no mantle. Added in another hand, probably dictated. Before we felt any air moving during our AM march, and the greater part of the previous march, there was dark cloud over Ross Sea, off the barrier, which continued over the eastern barrier to the southeast as a heavy stratus, with here and there an appearance of wind. At the same time, due south of us, dark lines of stratus were appearing, miraged on the horizon, and while we were camping after our AM march, these were obscured by banks of white fog, or drift, and the wind increasing the whole time. My general impression was that the storm came up from the south, but swept round over the eastern part of the barrier before it became general and included the western part where we were. Tuesday, November the 7th, Camp 4. The blizzard has continued throughout last night and up to this time of writing, late in the afternoon. Starting mildly, with broken clouds, little snow, and gleams of sunshine, it grew in intensity until this forenoon, when there was heavy snowfall and the sky overspread with low nimbus cloud. In the early afternoon the snow and wind took off, and the wind is dropping now, but the sky looks very lowering and unsettled. Last night the sky was so broken that I made certain the end of the blow had come. Towards morning the sky overhead and far to the north was quite clear. More cloud obscured the sun to the south, and low heavy banks hung over Ross Island. All seemed hopeful, except that I noted with misgiving that the mantle on the bluff was beginning to form. 2 hours later the whole sky was overcast, and the blizzard had fully developed. This Tuesday evening it remains overcast, but one cannot see that the clouds are travelling fast. The bluff mantle is a wide, low bank of stratus, not particularly windy in appearance. The wind is falling, but the sky still looks lowering to the south, and there is a general appearance of unrest. The temperature has been -10 degrees all day. The ponies, which had been so comparatively comfortable in the early stages, were hit as usual when the snow began to fall. We have done everything possible to shelter and protect them, but there seems no way of keeping them comfortable when the snow is thick and driving fast. We men are snug and comfortable enough, but it is very evil to lie there and know that the weather is steadily sapping the strength of the beasts on which so much depends. It requires much philosophy to be cheerful on such occasions. In the midst of the drift this forenoon the dog party came up and camped about 1/4 mile to leeward. Mears has played too much for safety in catching us so soon, but it is satisfactory to find the dogs will pull the loads and can be driven to face such a wind as we have had. It shows that they ought to be able to help us a good deal. The tents and sledges are badly drifted up, and the drifts behind the pony walls have been dug out several times. I shall be glad indeed to be on the march again, and oh, for a little sun! The ponies are all quite warm when covered by their rugs. Some of the fine drift snow finds its way under the rugs, and especially under the broad belly straps, This melts and makes the coat wet if allowed to remain. It is not easy to understand at first why the blizzard should have such a withering effect on the poor beasts. I think it is mainly due to the exceeding fineness of the snow particles, which, like finely divided powder, penetrate the hair of the coat and lodge in the inner warmth. Here it melts, and as water, carries off the animal heat. Also, no doubt, it harasses the animals by the bombardment of fine flying particles on tender places, such as nostrils, eyes, and to a lesser extent, ears. In this way it continually bothers them, preventing rest. Of all things the most important for horses is that conditions should be placid while they stand tethered. Wednesday, November the 8th. Camp 5. Wind with overcast threatening sky continued to late hour last night. The question of starting was open for a long time, and many were unfavourable. I decided we must go, and soon after midnight the advance guard got away. To my surprise, when the rugs were stripped from the crocks, they appeared quite fresh and fit. Both Jehu and Chinaman had a skittish little run. When their heads were loose, Chinaman indulged in a playful buck. All three started with their loads at a brisk pace. It was a great relief to find that they had not suffered at all from the blizzard. They went out 6 geographical miles, and our section, going at a good round pace, found them encamped as usual. After they had gone, we waited for the rear guard to come up and joined with them. For the next 5 miles the bunch of 7 kept together in fine style, and with wind dropping, sun gaining in power, and ponies going well, the march was a real pleasure. One gained confidence every moment in the animals. They brought along their heavy loads without a hint of tiredness. All take the patches of soft snow with an easy stride, not bothering themselves at all. The majority halt now and again to get a mouthful of snow, but little Christopher goes through with a non-stop run. He gives as much trouble as ever at the start, showing all sorts of ingenious tricks to escape his harness. Yesterday, when brought to his knees and held, he lay down, but this served no end, for before he jumped to his feet and dashed off, the traces had been fixed, and he was in for the 13 miles of steady work. Oates holds like grim death to his bridle until the first freshness is worn off. And this is no little time, for even after 10 miles he seized a slight opportunity to kick up. Some 4 miles from this camp, Evans loosed Snatcher momentarily. The little beast was off at a canter at once, and on slippery snow. It was all Evans could do to hold on to the bridle. As it was, he dashed across the line, somewhat to its danger. 600 yards from this camp there was a bale of forage. Bowers stopped and loaded it on his sledge, bringing his weights to nearly 800 pounds. His pony Victor stepped out again, as though nothing had been added. Such incidents are very inspiriting. Of course the surface is very good. The animals rarely sink to the fetlock joint, and for a good part of the time are borne up on hard snow patches without sinking at all. In passing I mention that there are practically no places where ponies sink to their hocks, as described by Shackleton. On the only occasion last year when our ponies sank to their hocks in one soft patch, they were unable to get their loads on at all. The feathering of the fetlock joint is borne up on the snow crust, and its upward bend is indicative of the depths of the hole made by the hoof. One sees that an extra inch makes a tremendous difference. We are picking up last year's cairns with great ease, and all show up very distinctly. This is extremely satisfactory for the homeward march. What with the pony walls, campsites, and cairns, our track should be easily followed the whole way. Everyone is as fit as can be. It was wonderfully warm as we camped this morning at 11 o'clock. The wind has dropped completely, and the sun shines gloriously. Men and ponies revel in such weather. One devoutly hopes for a good spell of it as we recede from the windy northern region. The dogs came up soon after we had camped, travelling easily. Thursday, November the 9th, Camp 6. Sticking to programme, we are going a little over the 10 miles, geographical, nightly. Atkinson started his party at 11 and went on for 7 miles to escape a little cold night breeze, which quickly dropped. He was some time at his lunch camp, so that starting to join the rear guard, we came in together the last 2 miles. The experience showed that the slow advance guard ponies are forced out of their place by joining with the others, whilst the fast rear guard is reduced in speed. Obviously, it is not an advantage to be together, yet all the ponies are doing well. An amusing incident happened when Wright left his pony to examine his sledge meter. Chinaman evidently didn't like being left behind and set off at a canter to rejoin the main body. Wright's long legs barely carried him fast enough to stop this fatal stampede, but the ridiculous sight was due to the fact that old Jehu caught the infection and set off at a sprawling canter in Chinaman's wake. As this is the pony we thought scarcely capable of a single march at start, one is agreeably surprised to find him still displaying such commendable spirit. Christopher is troublesome as ever at the start. I fear that signs of tameness will only indicate absence of strength. The dogs followed us so easily over the 10 miles that Mears thought of going on again, but finally decided that the present easy work is best. Things look hopeful. The weather is beautiful, temperature -12 degrees, with bright sun. Some stratus cloud about Discovery and over White Island. The sastrugi about here are very various in direction, and the surface a good deal ploughed up, showing that the bluff influences the wind direction. Even out as far as this camp, the surface is hard. I take it about as good as we shall get. There is an annoying little southerly wind blowing now, and this serves to show the beauty of our snow walls. The ponies are standing under their lee in the bright sun, as comfortable as can possibly be. Friday, November the 10th, Camp 7. A very horrid march. A strong head wind during the first part, 5 miles, geographical. Then a snowstorm. Wright leading, found steering so difficult after 3 miles, geographical, that the party decided to camp. Luckily, just before camping, he rediscovered Evans's track, motor party, so that, given decent weather, we should be able to follow this. The ponies did excellently as usual, but the surface is good distinctly. The wind has dropped, and the weather is clearing now that we have camped. It is disappointing to miss even 1.5 miles. Christopher was started today by a ruse. He was harnessed behind his wall and was in the sledge before he realized. Then he tried to bolt, but Titus hung on. Saturday, November the 11th, Camp 8. It cleared somewhat just before the start of our march, but the snow which had fallen in the day remained soft and flocculent on the surface. Added to this, we entered on an area of soft crust between a few scattered hard sastrugi. In pits between these, in places, the snow lay in sandy heaps. A worse set of conditions for the ponies could scarcely be imagined. Nevertheless, they came through pretty well, the strong ones excellently, but the crocks had had enough at 9.5 miles. Such a surface makes one anxious in spite of the rapidity with which changes take place. I expected these marches to be a little difficult, but not near so bad as today. It is snowing again as we camp, with a slight northeasterly breeze. It is difficult to make out what is happening to the weather. It is all part of the general warming up, but I wish the sky would clear. In spite of the surface, the dogs ran up from the camp before last, over 20 miles in the night. They are working splendidly so far. Sunday, November the 12th, Camp 9. Our marches are uniformly horrid just at present. The surface remains wretched. Not quite so heavy as yesterday, perhaps, but very near it at times. 5 miles out of the advance party, we came straight and true on our last year's bluff depot, marked with a flagstaff. Here following, I found a note from Evans, cheerful in tone, dated 7 a.m., 7th inst. He is therefore the best part of 5 days ahead of us, which is good. Atkinson camped a mile beyond this cairn, and I had a very gloomy account of Chinaman. Said he couldn't last more than a mile or two. The weather was horrid, overcast, gloomy, snowy. One's spirits became very low. However, the crocs set off again. The rear guard came up, passed us in camp, and then on the march about 3 miles on, so that they camped about the same time. The soldier thinks Chinaman will last for a good many days yet, an extraordinary confession of hope for him. The rest of the animals are as well as can be expected. Jehu rather better. These weather appearances change every minute. When we camped there was a chill northerly breeze, a black sky and light falling snow. Now the sky is clearing and the sun shining an hour later. The temperature remains about -10 in the daytime. End of chapter 16, part 1. Section 34 of the Journals of Robert Falcon Scott, Volume 1, by Robert Falcon Scott. This is a LibriVox recording. Section 34. Chapter 16, The Southern Journey, The Barrier Stage, Part 2. Monday, November the 13th, Camp 10. Another horrid march in a terrible light. Surface very bad. Ponies came through all well, but they are being tried hard by the surface conditions. We followed tracks most of the way, neither party seeing the other except towards camping time. The crocks did well, all repeatedly. Either the whole sky has been clear, or the overhanging cloud has lifted from time to time to show the lower rocks. Had we been dependent on landmarks, we should have fared ill. Evidently a good system of cairns is the best possible travelling arrangement on this great snow plain. Mears and Dmitri up with the dogs as usual very soon after we camped. This inpouring of warm, moist air, which gives rise to this heavy surface deposit at this season, is certainly an interesting meteorological fact, accounting as it does for the very sudden change in barrier conditions from spring to summer. Wednesday, November the 15th, Camp 12. Found our 1-ton camp without any difficulty, 130 geographical miles from Cape Evans, about 7 or 8 miles. After 5.5 miles to lunch camp, Chinaman was pretty tired, but went on again in good form after the rest. All the other ponies made nothing of the march, which, however, was over a distinctly better surface. After a discussion, we had decided to give the animals a day's rest here, and then to push forward at the rate of 13 geographical miles a day. Oates thinks the ponies will get through, but that they have lost condition quicker than he expected. Considering his usually pessimistic attitude, this must be thought a hopeful view. Personally, I am much more hopeful. I think that a good many of the beasts are actually in better form than when we started, and that there is no need to be alarmed about the remainder, always excepting the weak ones, which we have always regarded with doubt. Well, we must wait and see how things go. A note from Evans dated the 9th, stating his party had gone on to 80° 30', carrying 4 boxes of biscuit. He has done something over 30 miles, geographical, in 2.5 days. Exceedingly good going. I only hope he has built lots of good cairns. It was a very beautiful day yesterday, bright sun, but as we marched towards midnight, the sky gradually became overcast. Very beautiful halo rings formed around the sun. 4 separate rings were very distinct. Wilson described a 5th. The orange colour with blue interspace formed very fine contrasts. We now clearly see the corona ring on the snow surface. The spread of stratus cloud overhead was very remarkable. The sky was blue all around the horizon, but overhead a cumulostratus grew early. It seemed to be drifting to the south and later to the east. The broken cumulus slowly changed to a uniform stratus, which seems to be thinning as the sun gains power. There is a very thin light fall of snow crystals, but the surface deposit seems to be abating the evaporation for the moment, outpacing the light snowfall. The crystals barely exist a moment when they light on our equipment, so that everything on and about the sledges is drying rapidly. When the sky was clear above the horizon, we got a good view of the distant land all around to the west. White patches of mountains to the west-southwest must be 120 miles distant. During the night we saw Discovery and the Royal Society Range, the first view for many days, but we have not seen Erebus for a week, and in that direction the clouds seem ever to concentrate. It is very interesting to watch the weather phenomena of the barrier. But one prefers the sunshine to days such as this, when everything is blankly white and a sense of oppression is inevitable. The temperature fell to -15 degrees last night, with a clear sky. It rose to 0 degrees directly the sun covered, and is now just 16 degrees to 20 degrees. Most of us are using goggles with glass of light green tint. We find this colour very grateful to the eyes, and as a rule it is possible to see everything through them even more clearly than with naked vision. The hard sastrugi are now all from the west-south-west, and our cairns are drifted up by winds from that direction. Mostly, though, there has evidently been a range of snow-bearing winds round to south. This observation holds from Corner Camp to this camp, showing that apparently all along the coast the wind comes from the land. The minimum thermometer left here shows -73 degrees, rather less than expected. It has been excellently exposed and evidently not at all drifted up with snow at any time. I cannot find the oats I scattered here. Rather fear the drift has covered them, but other evidences show that the snow deposit has been very small. Thursday, November the 16th, Camp 12. Resting. A stiff little southerly breeze all day, dropping towards evening. The temperature -15 degrees. Ponies pretty comfortable in rugs and behind good walls. We have reorganized the loads, taking on about 580 pounds with the stronger ponies, 400 odd with the others. Friday, November the 17th, Camp 13. Atkinson started about 8:30. We came on about 11, the whole of the remainder. The lunch camp was 7.5 miles. Atkinson left as we came in. He was an hour before us at the final camp, 13.25 geographical miles. On the whole, considering the weights, the ponies did very well, but the surface was comparatively good. Christopher showed signs of trouble at start, but was coaxed into position for the traces to be hooked. There was some ice on his runner, and he had a very heavy drag, therefore a good deal done on arrival. Also his load seems heavier and deader than the others. It is early days to wonder whether the little beasts will last. One can only hope they will, but the weakness of breeding and age is showing itself already. The crocks have done wonderfully, so there is really no saying how long or well the fitter animals may go. We had a horrible cold wind on the march. Temperature -18 degrees, force 3. The sun was shining, but seemed to make little difference. It is still shining brightly. Temperature 11 degrees. Behind the pony walls it is wonderfully warm, and the animals look as snug as possible. Saturday, November the 18th, Camp 14. The ponies are not pulling well. The surface is, if anything, a little worse than yesterday, but I should think about the sort of thing we shall have to expect henceforward. I had a panic that we were carrying too much food, and this morning we have discussed the matter and decided to leave a sack. We have done the usual 13 miles, geographical, with a few hundred yards to make the 15 statute. The temperature was -21 degrees when we camped last night. Now it is -3 degrees. The crocks are going on very wonderfully. Oates gives Chinaman at least 3 days, and Wright says he may go for a week. This is slightly inspiriting, but how much better would it have been to have 10 really reliable beasts? It's touch and go whether we scrape up to the Glacier. Meanwhile we get along somehow. At any rate, the bright sunshine makes everything look more hopeful. Sunday, November the 19th, Camp 15. We have struck a really bad surface, sledges pulling well over it, but ponies sinking very deep. The result is about to finish Jehu. He was terribly down on getting in tonight. He may go another march, but not more, I think. Considering the surface, the other ponies did well. The ponies occasionally sink halfway to the hock, little Michael once or twice almost to the hock itself. Luckily the weather now is glorious for resting the animals, which are very placid and quiet in the brilliant sun. The sastrugi are confused. The underlying hard patches appear as before to have been formed by west-south-west wind, but there are some surface waves pointing to a recent southeasterly wind. Have been taking some photographs, Bowers also. Monday, November the 20th, Camp 16. The surface a little better. Sastrugi becoming more and more definite from southeast. Struck a few hard patches, which made me hopeful of much better things, but these did not last long. The crocs still go. Jehu seems even a little better than yesterday, and will certainly go another march. Chinaman reported bad the first half march, but bucked up the second. The dogs found the surface heavy. Tomorrow I propose to relieve them of a forage bag. The sky was slightly overcast during the march, with radiating cirrostratus, south-southwest to north-northeast. Now very clear and bright again. Temperature at night -14 degrees. Now 4 degrees. A very slight southerly breeze from which the walls protect the animals well. I feel sure that the long day's rest in the sun is very good for all of them. Our ponies marched very steadily last night. They seemed to take the soft crusts and difficult plodding surface more easily. The loss of condition is not so rapid as noticed at One Ton Camp, except perhaps in Victor, who is getting to look very gaunt. Nobby seems fitter and stronger than when he started. He alone is ready to go all his feed at any time, and as much more as he can get. The rest feel fairly well, but they are getting a very big, strong ration. I am beginning to feel more hopeful about them. Christopher kicked the bow of his sledge in towards the end of the march. He must have a lot left in him, though. Tuesday, November the 21st, Camp 17. Latitude 80 degrees 35 minutes. The surface decidedly better, and the ponies very steady on the march. None seem overtired, and now it is impossible not to take a hopeful view of their prospect of pulling through. Temperature -14 degrees night. The only circumstance to be feared is a reversion to bad surfaces, and that ought not to happen on this course. We marched to the usual lunch camp and saw a large cairn ahead. 2 miles beyond we came on the motor party in latitude 80 degrees 32 minutes. We learned that they had been waiting for 6 days. They all look very fit, but declare themselves to be very hungry. This is interesting, as showing conclusively that a ration amply sufficient for the needs of men leading ponies is quite insufficient for men doing hard pulling work. It therefore fully justifies the provision which we have made for the summit work. Even on that I have little doubt we shall soon get hungry. Day looks very thin, almost gaunt, but fit. The weather is beautiful. Long may it so continue. Temperature +6 degrees, 11 a.m. It is decided to take on the motor party in advance for 3 days. Then Day and Hooper return. We hope Jehu will last 3 days. He will then be finished in any case and fed to the dogs. It is amusing to see Mears looking eagerly for the chance of a feed for his animals. He has been expecting it daily. On the other hand, Atkinson and Oates are eager to get the poor animal beyond the point at which Shackleton killed his first beast. Reports on Chinaman are very favourable, and it really looks as though the ponies are going to do what is hoped of them. Wednesday, November the 22nd, Camp 18. Everything much the same. The ponies thinner, but not much weaker. The crocs still going along. Jehu is now called the Barrier Wonder, and Chinaman the Thunderbolt. 2 days more, and they will be well past the spot at which Shackleton killed his first animal. Nobby keeps his preeminence of condition, and has now the heaviest load by some 50 pounds. Most of the others are under 500 pounds load, and I hope will be eased further yet. The dogs are in good form still, and came up well with their loads this morning. Night temperature -14 degrees. It looks as though we ought to get through to the Glacier without great difficulty. The weather is glorious, and the ponies can make the most of their rest during the warmest hours, but they certainly lose in one way by marching at night. The surface is much easier for the sledges when the sun is warm, and for about 3 hours before and after midnight the friction noticeably increases. It is just a question whether this extra weight on the loads is compensated by the resting temperature. We are quite steady on the march now, and though not fast yet, get through with few stops. The animals seem to be getting accustomed to the steady, heavy plod, and take the deep places less fussily. There is rather an increased condition of false crust, that is, a crust which appears firm till the whole weight of the animal is put upon it, then it suddenly gives some 3 or 4 inches. This is very trying for the poor beasts. There are also more patches in which the men sink, so that walking is getting more troublesome, but, speaking broadly, the crusts are not comparatively bad, and the surface is rather better than it was. If the hot sun continues, this should still further improve. One cannot see any reason why the crust should change in the next 100 miles. Temperature +2 degrees. The land is visible along the western horizon in patches. Bowers points out a continuous dark band. Is this the Dolerite Sill? Thursday, November the 23rd, Camp 19. Getting along. I think the ponies will get through. We are now 150 geographical miles from the glacier, but it is still rather touch and go. If one or more ponies were to go rapidly downhill, we might be in Queer Street. The surface is much the same, I think. Before lunch there seemed to be a marked improvement, and after lunch the ponies marched much better, so that one supposed a betterment of the friction. It is banking up to the south, temperature +9 degrees, and I'm afraid we may get a blizzard. I hope to goodness it is not going to stop one marching. Forage won't allow that. Friday, November the 24th, Camp 20. There was a cold wind changing from south to southeast, and overcast sky all day yesterday. A gloomy start to our march, but the cloud rapidly lifted, bands of clear sky broke through from east to west, and the remnants of cloud dissipated. Now the sun is very bright and warm. We did the usual march very easily, over a fairly good surface, the ponies now quite steady and regular. Since the junction with the motor party, the procedure has been for the man-hauling people to go forward just ahead of the crocks, the other party following 2 or 3 hours later. Today we closed less than usual, so that the crocks must have been going very well. However, the Fiat had already gone forth, and this morning, after the march, poor old Jehu was led back on the track and shot. After our doubts as to his reaching Hut Point, it is wonderful to think that he has actually got 8 marches beyond our last year limit, and could have gone more. However, towards the end he was pulling very little, and on the whole it is merciful to have ended his life. Chinaman seems to improve, and will certainly last a good many days yet. The rest show no signs of flagging, and are only moderately hungry. The surface is tiring for walking, as one sinks 2 or 3 inches nearly all the time. I feel we ought to get through now. Day and Hooper leave us tonight. Saturday, November the 25th, Camp 21. The surface during the first march was very heavy, owing to a liberal coating of ice crystals. It improved during the second march, becoming quite good towards the end, temperature -2 degrees. Now it is pretty warm at night. It is obviously desirable to work towards day marching. We shall start 2 hours later tonight, and again tomorrow night. Last night we bade farewell to Day and Hooper, and set out with the new organisation, temperature -8 degrees. All started together, the man-haulers, Evans, Lashley and Atkinson, going ahead with their gear on the 10-foot sledge, Chinaman and James Pigg next, and the rest some 10 minutes behind. We reached the lunch camp together, and started therefrom in the same order, the 2 crocks somewhat behind, but not more than 300 yards at the finish. So we all got into camp very satisfactorily together. The men said the first march was extremely heavy, temperature -2 degrees. The sun has been shining all night, but towards midnight light mist clouds arose, half obscuring the leading parties. Land can be dimly discerned, nearly ahead. The ponies are slowly tiring, but we lighten loads again tomorrow by making another depot. Mears has just come up to report that Jehu made 4 feeds for the dogs. He cut up very well, and had quite a lot of fat on him. Mears says another pony will carry him to the glacier. This is very good hearing. The men are pulling with ski sticks, and say they are a great assistance. I think of taking them up the glacier. Jehu has certainly come up trumps after all. and Chinaman bids fair to be even more valuable. Only a few more marches to feel safe in getting to our first goal. Sunday, November the 26th, Camp 22, lunch camp. Marched here fairly easily, comparatively good surface. Started at 1 a.m, midnight local time. We now keep a steady pace of 2 miles an hour. Very good going. The sky was slightly overcast at start, and between 2 and 3 it grew very misty. Before we camped we lost sight of the men haulers only 300 yards ahead. The sun is piercing the mist. Here at latitude 81 degrees 35 minutes we are leaving our middle barrier depot, 1 week for each unit, as at Mount Hooper. Camp 22. Snow began falling during the second march. It is blowing from west-southwest, force 2 to 3, with snow pattering on the tent, a kind of summery blizzard that reminds one of April showers at home. The ponies came well on the second march, and we shall start 2 hours later again tomorrow, i.e. at 3 a.m, temperature plus 13 degrees. From this it will be a very short step to day routine, when the time comes for man-hauling. The sastrugi seem to be gradually coming more to the south, and a little more confused. Now and again they are crossed with hard westerly sastrugi. Walking is tiring for the men, one's feet sinking 2 or 3 inches at each step. Chinaman and Jibby Pig kept up splendidly with other ponies. It is always rather dismal work, walking over the great snow plain, when sky and surface merge in one pall of dead whiteness. But it is cheering to be in such good company, with everything going on steadily and well. The dogs came up as we camped. Mears says the best surface he has had yet. Monday, November the 27th, Camp 23. Temperature plus 8 degrees, 12 p.m, plus 2 degrees, 3 a.m, plus 13 degrees, 11 a.m, plus 17 degrees, 3 p.m. Quite the most trying march we have had. The surface very poor at start. The advance party got away in front, but made heavy weather of it, and we caught them up several times. This threw the ponies out of their regular work and prolonged the march. It grew overcast again, although after a summery blizzard all yesterday there was promise of better things. Starting at 3 a.m. we did not get to lunch camp much before 9. The second march was even worse. The advance party started on ski. The leading marks failed altogether, and they had the greatest difficulty in keeping a course. At the mid-cairn building halt, the snow suddenly came down heavily, with a rise of temperature, and the ski became hopelessly clogged. Bad fara, as the Norwegians say. At this time the surface was unspeakably heavy for pulling, but in a few minutes a south wind sprang up, and the beneficial result was immediately felt. Pulling on foot, the advance had even greater difficulty in going straight, until the last half mile, when the sky broke slightly. We got off our march, but under the most harassing circumstances, and with the animals very tired. It is snowing hard again now, and heaven only knows when it will stop. If it were not for the surface and bad light, things would not be so bad. There are few sastrugi and little deep snow. For the most part men and ponies sink to a hard crust, some 3 or 4 inches beneath the soft upper snow. Tiring for the men, but in itself more even, and therefore less tiring for the animals. Mears just come up and reporting very bad surface. We shall start 1 hour later tomorrow, i.e. at 4 a.m, making 5 hours delay on the conditions of 3 days ago. Our forage supply necessitates that we should plug on the 13 geographical miles daily under all conditions, so that we can only hope for better things. It is several days since we had a glimpse of land, which makes conditions especially gloomy. A tired animal makes a tired man, I find, and none of us are very bright now after the day's march, though we have had ample sleep of late. Tuesday, November the 28th, Camp 24. The most dismal start imaginable. Thick as a hedge, snow coming down and drifting, with keen southerly wind. The men pulled out at 3:15 with Chinaman and James Pig. We followed at 4:20, just catching the party at the lunch camp at 8:30. Things got better halfway. The sky showed signs of clearing and the steering improved. Now at lunch it is getting thick again. When will the wretched blizzard be over? The walking is better for ponies, worse for men. There is nearly everywhere a hard crust, some 3 to 6 inches down. Towards the end of the march we crossed a succession of high, hard, southeasterly sastrugi, widely dispersed. I don't know what to make of these. Second march almost as horrid as the first. Wind blowing strong from the south, shifting to southeast as the snowstorms fell on us, when we could see little or nothing, and the driving snow hit us stingingly in the face. The general impression of all this dirty weather is that it spreads in from the southeast. We started at 4 a.m, and I think I shall stick to that custom for the present. These last 4 marches have been fought for, but completed without hitch. Though we camped in a snowstorm, there is a more promising look in the sky, and if only for a time the wind has dropped and the sun shines brightly, dispelling some of the gloomy results of the distressing marching. Chinaman, the Thunderbolt, has been shot tonight. Plucky little chap. He has stuck it out well, and leaves the stage but a few days before his fellows. We have only 4 bags of forage, each one for £30, left, but these should give 7 marches with all the remaining animals, and we are less than 90 miles from the Glacier. Bowers tells me that the barometer was phenomenally low both during this blizzard and the last. This has certainly been the most unexpected and trying summer blizzard yet experienced in this region. I only trust it is over. There is not much to choose between the remaining ponies. Nobby and Bones are the strongest, Victor and Christopher the weakest, but all should get through. The land doesn't show up yet. Wednesday, November the 29th, Camp 25, latitude 82 degrees 21 minutes. Things much better. The land showed up late yesterday. Mount Markham, a magnificent triple peak, appeared wonderfully close. Cape Littleton and Cape Goldie. We did a march in good time, leaving about 4:20 and getting into this camp about 1:15, about 7.5 hours on the march. I suppose our speed throughout averages 2 statute miles an hour. The land showed hazily on the march, at times looking remarkably near. Sheety white snowy stratus cloud hung about overhead during the first march, but now the sky is clearing, the sun very warm and bright. Land shows up almost ahead now, our pony girl less than 70 miles away. The ponies are tired, but I believe all have 5 days' work left in them, and some have a great deal more. Chinaman made 4 feeds for the dogs, and I suppose we can count every other pony as a similar asset. It follows that the dogs can be employed, rested, and fed well on the homeward track. We could really get through now with their help and without much delay, yet every consideration makes it desirable to save the men from heavy hauling as long as possible. So I devoutly hope the 70 miles will come in the present order of things. Snippets and Nobby now walk by themselves, following in the tracks well. Both have a continually cunning eye on their driver, ready to stop the moment he pauses. They eat snow every few minutes. It's a relief not having to lead an animal. Such trifles annoy one on these marches. The animal's vagaries, his everlasting attempts to eat his head rope, etc. Yet all these animals are very full of character. Some day I must write of them and their individualities. The men haulers started 1.5 hours before us and got here a good hour ahead, travelling easily throughout. Such is the surface with the sun on it, justifying my decision to work towards day marching. Evans has suggested the word glide for the quality of the surface indicated. Surface is more comprehensive and includes the crusts and liability to sink in them. From this point of view, the surface is distinctly bad. The ponies plough deep all the time, and the men most of the time. The sastrugi are rather more clearly southeast. This would be from winds sweeping along the coast. We have a recurrence of sinking crusts, areas which give way with a report. There has been little of this since we left One Ton Camp until yesterday and today, and it is again very marked. Certainly the open barrier conditions are different from those near the coast. Altogether, things look much better, and everyone is in excellent spirits. Mears has been measuring the holes made by ponies' hooves, and finds an average of about 8 inches since we left One Ton Camp. He finds many holes a foot deep. This gives a good indication of the nature of the work. In Bowes's tent they had some of Chinaman's undercut in their hooch yesterday, and say it was excellent. I am cook for the present. Have been discussing pony snowshoes. I wish to goodness the animals would wear them. It would save them any amount of labour in such surfaces as this. End of chapter 16, part 2. Section 35 of the Journals of Robert Falcon Scott, Volume 1, by Robert Falcon Scott. This is a LibriVox recording. Section 35. Chapter 16, The Southern Journey, The Barrier Stage, Part 3. Thursday, November the 30th, Camp 26. A very pleasant day for marching, but a very tiring march for the poor animals, which, with the exception of Nobby, are showing signs of failure all round. We were slower by half an hour or more than yesterday. Except that the loads are light now and there are still 8 animals left, things don't look too pleasant, but we should be less than 60 miles from our first point of aim. The surface was much worse today, the ponies sinking to their knees very often. There were a few harder patches towards the end of the march. In spite of the sun, there was not much glide on the snow. The dogs are reported as doing very well. They are going to be a great standby, no doubt. The land has been veiled in thin white mist. It appeared at intervals after we camped, and I had taken a couple of photographs. Friday, December the 1st, Camp 27, latitude 82 degrees 47 minutes. The ponies are tiring pretty rapidly. It is a question of days with all except Nobby. Yet they are outlasting the forage, and tonight, against some opinion, I decided Christopher must go. He has been shot. Less regret goes with him than the others, in remembrance of all the trouble he gave at the outset, and the unsatisfactory way he has gone of late. Here we leave a depot, so that no extra weight is brought on the other ponies. In fact, there is a slight diminution. 3 more marches ought to bring us through. With the 7 crocks and the dog teams, we must get through, I think. The men alone ought not to have heavy loads on the surface, which is extremely trying. Nobby was tried in snowshoes this morning, and came along splendidly on them for about 4 miles. Then the wretched affairs racked, and had to be taken off. There is no doubt that these snowshoes are the thing for ponies, and had ours been able to use them from the beginning, they would have been very different in appearance at this moment. I think the sight of land has helped the animals, but not much. We started in warm, bright sunshine, and the mountains wonderfully clear on our right hand, but towards the end of the march clouds worked up from the east, and a thin, broken cumulus stratus now overspreads the sky, leaving the land still visible, but dull. A fine glacier descends from Mount Longstaff. It is cut very deep, and the walls stand at an angle of at least 50 degrees. Otherwise, although there are many combes on the lower ranges, the mountains themselves seem little carved. They are rounded, massive structures. A cliff of light yellow-brown rock appears opposite us, flanked with black or dark-brown rock, which also appears under the lighter colour. One would be glad to know what nature of rock these represent. There is a good deal of exposed rock on the next range also. Saturday, December the 2nd, Camp 28, latitude 83 degrees. Started under very bad weather conditions. The stratus spreading over from the southeast last night meant mischief, and all day we marched in falling snow with a horrible light. The ponies went poorly on the first march, when there was little or no wind and a high temperature. They were sinking deep on the wretched surface. I suggested to Oates that he should have a roving commission to watch the animals, but he much preferred to lead one. So I handed over snippets very willingly, and went on ski myself. It was very easy work for me, and I took several photographs of the ponies plunging along, the light very strong at 3, Watkins's actinometer. The ponies did much better on the second march. Both surface and glide improved. I went ahead and found myself obliged to take a very steady pace to keep the lead, so we arrived in camp in flourishing condition. Sad to have to order Victor's end. Poor Bowers feels it. He is in excellent condition and will provide 5 feeds for the dogs. Temperature plus 17 degrees. We must kill now as the forage is so short, but we have reached the 83rd parallel and are practically safe to get through. Tonight the sky is breaking and conditions generally more promising. It is dreadfully dismal work marching through the blank wall of white, and we should have very great difficulty if we had not a party to go ahead and show the course. The dogs are doing splendidly and will take a heavier load from tomorrow. We kill another pony tomorrow night if we get our march off, and shall then have nearly 3 days' food for the other 5. In fact, everything looks well, if the weather will only give us a chance to see our way to the Glacier. Wilde, in his diary of Shackleton's journey, remarks on December the 15th that it is the first day for a month that he could not record splendid weather. With us, a fine day has been the exception so far. However, we have not lost a march yet. It was so warm when we camped that the snow melted as it fell, and everything got sopping wet. Oates came into my tent yesterday, exchanging with Cherry Garrard. The lists now Self, Wilson, Oates and Kean, Bowers, Petty Officer Evans, Cherry and Crean. Man-haulers, E.R. Evans, Atkinson, Wright and Lashley. We have all taken to horse meat and are so well fed that hunger isn't thought of. Sunday, December the 3rd, Camp 29. Our luck in weather is preposterous. Roused the hands at 2:30 a.m, intending to get away at 5. It was thick and snowy, yet we could have got on. But at breakfast the wind increased, and by 4:30 it was blowing a full gale from the south. The pony wall blew down, huge drifts collected, and the sledges were quickly buried. It was the strongest wind I have known here in summer. At 11 it began to take off. At 12:30 we got up and had lunch and got ready to start. The land appeared, the clouds broke, and by 1:30 we were in bright sunshine. We were off at 2 p.m, the land showing all round, and but for some cloud to the southeast, everything promising. At 2:15 I saw the southeasterly cloud spreading up. It blotted out the land 30 miles away at 2:30 and was on us before 3. The sun went out, snow fell thickly, and marching conditions became horrible. The wind increased from the southeast, changed to southwest, where it hung for a time, and suddenly shifted to west-northwest, and then north-northwest, from which direction it is now blowing with falling and drifting snow. The changes of conditions are inconceivably rapid, perfectly bewildering. In spite of all these difficulties, we have managed to get 11.5 miles south and to this camp at 7 p.m. The conditions of marching simply horrible. The man-haulers led out 6 miles, geographical, and then camped. I think they had had enough of leading. We passed them, Bowers and I ahead on ski. We steered with compass, the drifting snow across our ski, an occasional glimpse of southeasterly sastrugi under them, till the sun showed dimly for the last hour or so. The whole weather conditions seem thoroughly disturbed, and if they continue so, when we are on the Glacier, we shall be very awkwardly placed. It is really time the luck turned in our favour. We have had all too little of it. Every mile seems to have been hardly won under such conditions. The ponies did splendidly, and the forage is lasting a little better than expected. Victor was found to have had quite a lot of fat on him, and the others are pretty certain to have more, so that we should have no difficulty whatever as regards transport, if only the weather was kind. Monday, December the 4th, Camp 29, 9 a.m. I roused the party at 6. During the night the wind had changed from north-northwest to south-southeast. It was not strong, but the sun was obscured, and the sky looked heavy. Patches of land could be faintly seen, and we thought that at any rate we could get on. But during breakfast the wind suddenly increased in force, and afterwards a glance outside was sufficient to show a regular white flowery blizzard. We have all been out building fresh walls for the ponies. An uninviting task, but one which greatly adds to the comfort of the animals, who look sleepy and bored, but not at all cold. The dogs came up with us as we camped last night, and the man-haulers arrived this morning as we finished the pony wall. So we are all together again. The latter had great difficulty in following our tracks, and say they could not have steered a course without them. It is utterly impossible to push ahead in this weather, and one is at a complete loss to account for it. The barometer rose from 29.4 to 29.9 last night, a phenomenal rise. Evidently there is a very great disturbance of atmospheric conditions. Well, one must stick it out, that is all, and hope for better things. But it makes me feel a little bitter to contrast such weather with that experienced by our predecessors. Camp 30. The wind fell in the forenoon. At 12:30 the sky began to clear. By 1 the sun shone. By 2 p.m. we were away, and by 8 p.m. camped here with 13 miles to the good. The land was quite clear throughout the march, and the features easily recognised. There are several uncharted glaciers of large dimensions, a confluence of 3 under Mount Reed. The mountains are rounded in outline, very massive, with small excrescent peaks and undeveloped combes. Temperature plus 18 degrees. The combes are very fine in the lower foothills, and the glaciers have carved deep channels between walls at very high angles. 1 or 2 peaks on the foothills stand bare and almost perpendicular, probably granite. We should know later. Ahead of us is the ice-rounded, boulder-strewn Mount Hope and the gateway to the glacier. We should reach it easily enough on tomorrow's march, if we can compass 12 miles. The ponies marched splendidly today, crossing the deep snow in the undulations without difficulty. They must be in very much better condition than Shackleton's animals, and indeed there isn't a doubt they would go many miles yet, if food allowed. The dogs are simply splendid, but came in wanting food, so we had to sacrifice poor little Michael, who, like the rest, had lots of fat on him. All the tents are consuming pony flesh and thoroughly enjoying it. We have only lost 5 or 6 miles on these 2 wretched days, but the disturbed conditions of the weather make me anxious with regard to the glacier, where more than anywhere we shall need fine days. One has a horrid feeling that this is a real bad season. However, sufficient for the day is the evil thereof. We are practically through with the first stage of our journey. Looking from the last camp towards the south-southeast, where the farthest land can be seen, it seemed more than probable that a very high latitude could be reached on the barrier, and if Amundsen journeying that way has a stroke of luck, he may well find his summit journey reduced to 100 miles or so. In any case, it is a fascinating direction for next year's work, if only fresh transport arrives. The dips between undulations seem to be about 12 to 15 feet. Tonight we get puffs of wind from the gateway, which for the moment looks uninviting. 4 days delay. Tuesday, December the 5th, Camp 30. Noon. We awoke this morning to a raging, howling blizzard. The blows we have had hitherto have lacked the very fine, powdery snow, that especial feature of the blizzard. Today we have it fully developed. After a minute or two in the open, one is covered from head to foot. The temperature is high, so that what falls or drives against one sticks. The ponies, head, tails, legs, and all parts not protected by their rugs, are covered with ice. The animals are standing deep in snow. The sledge is almost covered, and huge drifts above the tents. We have had breakfast, rebuilt the walls, and are now again in our bags. One cannot see the next tent, let alone the land. What on earth does such weather mean at this time of year? It is more than our share of ill fortune, I think, but the luck may turn yet. I doubt if any party could travel in such weather, even with the wind. Certainly no one could travel against it. Is there some widespread atmospheric disturbance which will be felt everywhere in this region as a bad season? Or are we merely the victims of exceptional local conditions? If the latter, there is food for thought in picturing our small party struggling against adversity in one place, whilst others go smilingly forward in the sunshine. How great may be the element of luck! No foresight, no procedure could have prepared us for this state of affairs. Had we been 10 times as experienced or certain of our aim, we should not have expected such rebuffs. 11 p.m. It has blown hard all day, with the greatest snowfall I remember. The drifts about the tents are simply huge. The temperature was plus 27 degrees this forenoon, and rose to plus 31 degrees in the afternoon, at which time the snow melted as it fell on anything but the snow, and as a consequence there are pools of water on everything. The tents are wet through, also the wind clothes, night boots, etc. Water drips from the tent poles and door, lies on the floor cloth, soaks the sleeping bags, and makes everything pretty wretched. If a cold snap follows before we have had time to dry our things, we shall be mighty uncomfortable. Yet after all it would be humorous enough if it were not for the seriousness of delay. We can't afford that, and it's real hard luck that it should have come at such a time. The wind shows signs of easing down, but the temperature does not fall, and the snow is as wet as ever, not promising signs of abatement. Kearn's rhyme. The snow is all melting and everything's afloat. If this goes on much longer, we shall have to turn the tent upside down and use it as a boat. Wednesday, December the 6th, Camp 30, noon. Miserable, utterly miserable. We have camped in the slough of Despond. The tempest rages with unabated violence. The temperature has gone to 33 degrees. Everything in the tent is soaking. People returning from the outside look exactly as though they have been in a heavy shower of rain. They drip pools on the floor cloth. The snow is steadily climbing higher about walls, ponies, tents and sledges. The ponies look utterly desolate. Oh, but this is too crushing, and we are only 12 miles from the glacier. A hopeless feeling descends on one, and it is hard to fight off. What immense patience is needed for such occasions. 11 p.m. At 5 there came signs of a break at last, and now one can see the land, but the sky is still overcast, and there is a lot of snow about. The wind also remains fairly strong, and the temperature high. It is not pleasant, but if no worse in the morning, we can get on at last. We are very, very wet. Thursday, December the 7th, Camp 30. The storm continues, and the situation is now serious. One small feed remains for the ponies after today, so that we must either march tomorrow or sacrifice the animals. That is not the worst. With the help of the dogs we could get on without doubt. The serious part is that we have this morning started our summer rations. That is to say, the food calculated from the Glacier depot has been begun. The first supporting party can only go on a fortnight from this date, and so forth. The storm shows no sign of abatement, and its character is as unpleasant as ever. The promise of last night died away about 3 a.m, when the temperature and wind rose again, and things reverted to the old conditions. I can find no sign of an end, and all of us agree that it is utterly impossible to move. Resignation to misfortune is the only attitude, and not an easy one to adopt. It seems undeserved where plans were well laid, and so nearly crowned with first success. I cannot see that any plan would be altered if it were to do again. The margin for bad weather was ample, according to all experience, and this stormy December, our finest month, is a thing that the most cautious organizer might not have been prepared to encounter. It is very evil to lie here in a wet sleeping bag and think of the pity of it, whilst with no break in the overcast sky, things go steadily from bad to worse. Temperature 32 degrees. Mears has a bad attack of snow blindness in one eye. I hope this rest will help him, but he says it has been painful for a long time. There cannot be good cheer in the camp in such weather, but it is ready to break out again. In the brief spell of hope last night, one heard laughter. Midnight. Little or no improvement. The barometer is rising. Perhaps there is hope in that. Surely few situations could be more exasperating than this of forced inactivity, when every day, and indeed 1 hour, counts. To be here watching the mottled, wet, green walls of our tent, the glistening wet bamboos, the bedraggled, sopping socks and loose articles dangling in the middle, the saddened countenances of my companions, to hear the everlasting patter of the falling snow and the ceaseless rattle of the fluttering canvas, to feel the wet, clinging dampness of clothes and everything touched, and to know that without there is but a blank wall of white on every side. These are the physical surroundings. Add the stress of sighted failure of our whole plan, and everyone must find the circumstances unenviable. But yet, after all, one can go on striving, endeavouring to find a stimulation in the difficulties that arise. Friday, December the 8th, Camp 30. Hoped against hope for better conditions. To wake to the mournfulest snow and wind as usual. We had breakfast at 10, and at noon the wind dropped. We set about digging out the sledges, no light task. We then shifted our tent sites. All tents had been reduced to the smallest volume by the gradual pressure of snow. The old sites were deep pits with hollowed-in wet centres. The resetting of the tent has at least given us comfort, especially since the wind has dropped. About 4 the sky showed signs of breaking. The sun and a few patches of land could be dimly discerned. The wind shifted in light airs, and a little hope revived. Alas, as I write, the sun has disappeared, and snow is again falling. Our case is growing desperate. Evans and his man-haulers tried to pull a load this afternoon. They managed to move a sledge with 4 people on it, pulling in ski. Pulling on foot, they sank to the knees. The snow all about us is terribly deep. We tried Nobby, and he plunged to his belly in it. Wilson thinks the pony's finished, but Oates thinks they will get another march in spite of the surface, if it comes tomorrow. If it should not, we must kill the ponies tomorrow, and get on as best we can with the men on ski and the dogs. But one wonders what the dogs can do on such a surface. I much fear they also will prove inadequate. Oh, for fine weather, if only to the glacier. The temperature remains 33 degrees, and everything is disgustingly wet. 11 p.m. The wind has gone to the north. The sky is really breaking at last, the sun showing less sparingly, and the land appearing out of the haze. The temperature has fallen to 26 degrees, and the water nuisance is already abating. With so fair a promise of improvement, it would be too cruel to have to face bad weather tomorrow. There is good cheer in the camp tonight in the prospect of action. The poor ponies look wistfully for the food, of which so very little remains. Yet they are not hungry, as recent savings have resulted from food left in their nosebags. They look wonderfully fit, all things considered. Everything looks more hopeful tonight, but nothing can recall 4 lost days. Saturday, December the 9th, Camp 31. I turned out 2 or 3 times in the night to find the weather slowly improving. At 5:30 we all got up, and at 8 got away with the ponies. A most painful day. The tremendous snowfall of the late storm had made the surface intolerably soft, and after the first hour there was no glide. We pressed on the poor half-rationed animals, but could get none to lead for more than a few minutes. Following, the animals would do fairly well. It looked as though we could never make headway. The man-haulers were pressed into the service to aid matters. Bowers and Cherry Garrard went ahead with 1 10-foot sledge. Thus, most painfully, we made about a mile. The situation was saved by Petty Officer Evans, who put the last pair of snowshoes on Snatcher. From this he went on without much pressing. The other ponies followed, and one by one were worn out in the second place. We went on all day without lunch. 3 or 4 miles, temperature 23 degrees, found us engulfed in pressures, but free from difficulty, except the awful softness of the snow. By 8 p.m. we had reached within a mile or so of the slope, ascending to the gap which Shackleton called the gateway. I had hoped to be through the gateway with the ponies still in hand at a very much earlier date, and, but for the devastating storm, we should have been. It has been a most serious blow to us, but things are not yet desperate, if only the storm has not hopelessly spoilt the surface. The man-haulers are not up yet, in spite of their light load. I think they have stopped for tea or something. but under ordinary conditions they would have passed us with ease. At 8 p.m. the ponies were quite done, one and all. They came on painfully slowly, a few hundred yards at a time. By this time I was hauling ahead, a ridiculously light load, and yet finding the pulling heavy enough. We camped, and the ponies have been shot. Poor beasts. They have done wonderfully well considering the terrible circumstances under which they worked, but yet it is hard to have to kill them so early. The dogs are doing well in spite of the surface, but here again one cannot get the help one would wish. Temperature 19 degrees. I cannot load the animals heavily on such snow. The scenery is most impressive. 3 huge pillars of granite form the right buttress of the gateway, and a sharp spur of Mount Hope the left. The land is much more snow-covered than when we saw it before the storm. In spite of some doubt in our outlook, everyone is very cheerful tonight, and jokes are flying freely around. End of chapter 16, part 3. Section 36 of the Journals of Robert Falcon Scott, Volume 1, by Robert Falcon Scott. This is a LibriVox recording. Section 36, Chapter 17, On the Beardmore Glacier, Part 1. Sunday, December the 10th, Camp 32. I was very anxious about getting our loads forward over such an appalling surface, and that we have done so is mainly due to the ski. I aroused everyone at 8, but it was noon before all the readjustments of load had been made, and we were ready to start. The dogs carried 600 pounds of weight besides the depot, 200 pounds. It was greatly to my surprise when we, my own party, with a 1, 2, 3 together, started our sledge, and we found it running fairly easily behind us. We did the first mile at a rate of about 2 miles an hour, having previously very carefully scraped and dried our runners. The day was gloriously fine, and we were soon perspiring. After the first mile we began to rise, and for some way on a steep slope we held to our ski and kept going. Then the slope got steeper and the surface much worse, and we had to take off our ski. The pulling after this was extraordinarily fatiguing. We sank above our finnesko everywhere, and in places nearly to our knees. The runners of the sledges got coated with a thin film of ice, from which we could not free them, and the sledges themselves sank to the crossbars in soft spots. All the time they were literally ploughing the snow. We reached the top of the slope at 5, and started on after tea on the downgrade. On this we had to pull almost as hard as on the upward slope, but could just manage to get along on ski. We camped at 9:15, when a heavy wind coming down the glacier suddenly fell on us, but I had decided to camp before, as Evans's party could not keep up, and Wilson told me some very alarming news concerning it. It appears that Atkinson says that Wright is getting played out, and Lashley is not so fit as he was, owing to the heavy pulling since the blizzard. I have not felt satisfied about this party. The finish of the march today showed clearly that something was wrong. They fell a long way behind, had to take off ski, and took nearly half an hour to come up a few hundred yards. True, the surface was awful and growing worse every moment. It is a very serious business if the men are going to crack up. As for myself, I never felt fitter, and my party can easily hold its own. Petty Officer Evans, of course, is a tower of strength, but Oates and Wilson are doing splendidly also. Here, where we are camped, the snow is worse than I have ever seen it, but we are in a hollow. Every step here one sinks to the knees, and the uneven surface is obviously insufficient to support the sledges. Perhaps this wind is a blessing in disguise. Already it seems to be hardening the snow. All this soft snow is an aftermath of our prolonged storm. Hereabouts Shackleton found hard blue ice. Seems an extraordinary difference in fortune, and at every step Shackleton's luck becomes more evident. I take the dogs on for half a day tomorrow, then send them home. We have 200 pounds to add to each sledge load, and could easily do it on a reasonable surface, but it looks very much as though we shall be forced to relay, if present conditions hold. There is a strong wind down the Glacier tonight. Beardmore Glacier. Just a tiny note to be taken back by the dogs. Things are not so rosy as they might be, but we keep our spirits up and say the luck must turn. This is only to tell you that I find I can keep up with the rest as well as of old. Monday, December the 11th, Camp 33. A very good day from one point of view, very bad from another. We started straight out over the Glacier and passed through a good deal of disturbance. We pulled on ski and the dogs followed. I cautioned the drivers to keep close to their sledges, and we must have passed over a good many crevasses, undiscovered by us, thanks to ski, and by the dogs, owing to the soft snow. In one only, Seaman Evans dropped a leg, ski and all. We built our depot before starting, made it very conspicuous, and left a good deal of gear there. The old man-hauling party made heavy weather at first, but when relieved of a little weight, and having cleaned their runners and readjusted their load, they came on in fine style, and, passing us, took the lead. Starting about 11, by 3 o'clock we were clear of the pressure, and I camped the dogs, discharging our loads, and we put them on our sledges. It was a very anxious business when we started after lunch, about 4:30. Could we pull our full loads or not? My own party got away first, and, to my joy, I found we could make fairly good headway. Every now and again the sledge sank in a soft patch, which brought us up, but we learned to treat such occasions with patience. We got sideways to the sledge and hauled it out, Evans, petty officer, getting out of his ski to get better purchase. The great thing is to keep the sledge moving, and for an hour or more there were dozens of critical moments when it all but stopped, and not a few in it brought up altogether. The latter was very trying and tiring, but suddenly the surface grew more uniform, and we more accustomed to the game. For after a long stop to let the other parties come up, I started at 6 and ran on till 7, pulling easily, without a halt, at the rate of about 2 miles an hour. I was very jubilant. All difficulties seemed to be vanishing, but unfortunately our history was not repeated with the other parties. Bowers came up about half an hour after us. They also had done well at the last, and I'm pretty sure they will get on all right. XIII is the only weak spot, and he only, I think, because blind, temporarily. But Evans's party didn't get up till 10. They started quite well, but got into difficulties, did just the wrong thing by straining again and again, and so, tiring themselves, went from bad to worse. Their ski shoes, too, are out of trim. Just as I thought we were in for making a great score, this difficulty overtakes us. It is dreadfully trying. The snow around us tonight is terribly soft. One sinks to the knee at every step. It would be impossible to drag the sledges on foot, and very difficult for dogs. Ski are the thing, and here are my tiresome fellow countrymen, too prejudiced to have prepared themselves for the event. The dogs should get back quite easily. There is food all along the line. The Glacier wind sprang up about 7. The morning was very fine and warm. Tonight there is some stratus cloud forming, a hint of no more bad weather in sight. A plentiful crop of snow blindness due to incaution. The sufferers Evans, Bowers, Kean, Lashley, Oates in various degrees. This forenoon Wilson went over to a boulder poised on the Glacier. It proved to be a very coarse granite with large crystals of quartz in it, evidently the rock of which the pillars of the gateway and other neighbouring hills are formed. Tuesday, December the 12th, Camp 34. We have had a hard day, and during the forenoon it was my team which made the heaviest weather of the work. We got bogged again and again, and, do what we would, the sledge dragged like lead. The others were working hard, but nothing to be compared to us. At 2:30 I halted for lunch, pretty well cooked, and there was disclosed the secret of our trouble in a thin film with some hard knots of ice on the runners. Evans's team had been sent off in advance, and we couldn't catch them, but they saw us camp and break camp and followed suit. I really dreaded starting after lunch, but after some trouble to break the sledge out, we went ahead without a hitch, and in a mile or two recovered our leading place, with obvious ability to keep it, At 6 I saw the other teams were flagging, so camped at 7, meaning to turn out earlier tomorrow and start a better routine. We have done about 8 or perhaps 9 miles. Statute. The sledge meters are hopeless on such a surface. It is evident that what I expected has occurred. The whole of the lower valley is filled with snow from the recent storm, and if we had not had ski we should be hopelessly bogged. On foot one sinks to the knees, and if pulling on sledge to halfway between the knee and thigh. It would therefore be absolutely impossible to advance on foot with our loads. Considering all things, we are getting better on ski. A crust is forming over the soft snow. In a week or so I have little doubt it will be strong enough to support sledges and men. At present it carries neither properly. The sledges get bogged every now and again, sinking to the crossbars. Needless to say, the hauling is terrible when this occurs. We steered for the Commonwealth Range during the forenoon till we reached about the middle of the glacier. This showed that the unnamed glacier to the southwest raised great pressure. Observing this, I altered course for the Cloudmaker, and later still farther to the west. We must be getting a much better view of the southern side of the main glacier than Shackleton got, and consequently have observed a number of peaks which he did not notice. We are about 5 or 5.5 days behind him as a result of the storm, but on this surface our sledges could not be more heavily laden than they are. In fact, we have not nearly enough runner's surface as it is. Moreover, the sledges are packed too high and therefore capsize too easily. I do not think the glacier can be so broad as Shackleton shows it. Certainly the scenery is not nearly so impressive as that of the Ferrar, but there are interesting features showing up. A distinct banded structure on Mount Elizabeth, which we think may well be a recurrence of the Beacon sandstone. More banding of the Commonwealth Range. During the 3 days we have been here, the wind has blown down the glacier at night, or rather from the southwest, and it has been calm in the morning, a sort of nightly land breeze. There is also a remarkable difference in temperature between day and night. It was plus 33 degrees when we started, and without hard work we were literally soaked through with perspiration. It is now plus 23 degrees. Evans's party kept up much better today. We had their shoes into our tent this morning, and Petty Officer Evans put them into shape again. Wednesday, December the 13th, Camp 35. A most damnable, dismal day. We started at 8, the pulling terribly bad, though the glide decidedly good. A new crust in patches, not sufficient to support the ski, but without possibility of hold. Therefore, as the pullers got on the hard patches, they slipped back. The sledges plunged into the soft places and stopped dead. Evans's party got away first. We followed and for some time helped them forward at their stops, but this proved altogether too much for us, so I forged ahead and camped at 1 p.m, as the others were far astern. During lunch I decided to try the 10-feet runners under the crossbars, and we spent 3 hours in securing them. There was no delay on account of the slow progress of the other parties. Evans passed us and for some time went forward fairly well up a decided slope. The sun was shining on the surface by this time, and the temperature high. Bowers started after Evans, and it was easy to see the really terrible state of affairs with them. They made desperate efforts to get along, but ever got more and more bogged. Evidently the glide had vanished. When we got away, we soon discovered how awful the surface had become. Added to the forenoon difficulties, the snow had become wet and sticky. We got our load along, soon passing Bowers, but the toil was simply awful. We were soaked with perspiration and thoroughly breathless with our efforts. Again and again the sledge got one runner on harder snow than the other, canted to its side and refused to move. At the top of the rise I found Evans reduced to relay work, and Bowers followed his example soon after. We got our whole load through till 7 p.m, camping time, but only with repeated halts and labour, which was altogether too strenuous. The other parties certainly cannot get a full load along the surface, and I much doubt if we could continue to do so, but we must try again tomorrow. I suppose we have advanced a bare 4 miles today, and the aspect of things is very little changed. Our height is now about 1,500 feet, I had pinned my faith on getting better conditions as we rose, but it looks as though matters are getting worse instead of better. As far as the cloud maker, the valley looks like a huge basin for the lodgment of such snow as this. We can but toil on, but it is woefully disheartening. I am not at all hungry, but pretty thirsty. Temperature plus 15 degrees. I find our summit ration is even too filling for the present. 2 skewers came round the camp at lunch, no doubt attracted by our shambles camp. Thursday, December the 14th, Camp 36. Indigestion and the soggy condition of my clothes kept me awake for some time last night, and the exceptional exercise gives bad attacks of cramp. Our lips are getting raw and blistered. The eyes of the party are improving, I am glad to say. We are just starting our march with no very hopeful outlook. Temperature plus 13 degrees. Evening, height about 2,000 feet. Evans's party started first this morning. For an hour they found the hauling stiff, but after that, to my great surprise, they went on easily. Bowers followed without getting over the ground so easily. After the first 200 yards, my own party came on with a swing that told me at once that all would be well. We soon caught the others and offered to take on more weight, but Evans's pride wouldn't allow such help. Later in the morning we exchanged sledges with Bowers, pulled theirs easily, whilst they made quite heavy work with ours. I am afraid Cherry Garrard and Kean are the weakness of that team, though both put their utmost into the traces. However, we all lunched together after a satisfactory morning's work. In the afternoon we did still better and camped at 6:30 with a very marked change in the land bearings. We must have come 11 or 12 miles, statute. We got fearfully hot on the march, sweated through everything and stripped off jerseys. The result is we are pretty cold and clammy now, but the escape from the soft snow and a good march compensate every discomfort. At lunch the blue ice was about 2 feet beneath us. Now it is barely a foot, so that I suppose we shall soon find it uncovered. Tonight the sky is overcast and wind has been blowing up the glacier. I think there will be another spell of gloomy weather on the barrier, and the question is whether this part of the glacier escapes. There are crevasses about, one about 18 inches across outside Bowers' tent, and a narrower one outside our own. I think the soft snow trouble is at an end, and I could wish nothing better than a continuance of the present surface. Towards the end of the march we were pulling our loads with the greatest ease. It is splendid to be getting along and to find some adequate return for the work we are putting into the business. Friday, December the 15th, Camp 37, height about 2,500 feet, latitude about 84 degrees, 8 minutes. Got away at 8, marched till 1, the surface improving and snow covering thinner over the blue ice, but the sky overcast and glooming, the clouds ever coming lower, and Evans's is now decidedly the slowest unit, though Bowers is not much faster. We keep up and overhaul either without difficulty. It was an enormous relief yesterday to get steady going without involuntary stops. But yesterday and this morning, once the sledge was stopped, it was very difficult to start again. The runners got temporarily stuck. This afternoon, for the first time, we could start by giving one good heave together, and so for the first time we were able to stop to readjust footgear or do any other desirable task. This is a second relief, for which we are most grateful. At the lunch camp the snow covering was less than a foot, and at this it is a bare 9 inches. Patches of ice and hard névé are showing through in places. I meant to camp at 6:30, but before 5 o'clock the sky came down on us with falling snow. We could see nothing, and the pulling grew very heavy. At 5:45 there seemed nothing to do but camp. Another interrupted march. Our luck is really very bad. We should have done a good march today. As it is, we have covered about 11 miles, statute. Since supper there are signs of clearing again, but I don't like the look of things. This weather has been working up from the southeast with all the symptoms of our pony-wrecking storm. Pray heaven we are not going to have this wretched snow in the worst part of the glacier to come. The lower part of this glacier is not very interesting, except from an ice point of view. Except Mount Cuffin, little bare rock is visible, and its structure at this distance is impossible to determine. There are no moraines on the surface of the glacier either. The tributary glaciers are very fine and have cut very deep courses, though they do not enter at grade. The walls of this valley are extraordinarily steep. We count them at least 60 degrees in places. The ice falls descending over the northern sides are almost continuous one with another, but the southern steep faces are nearly bare. Evidently the sun gets a good hold on them. There must be a good deal of melting and rock weathering. The talus heaps are considerable under the southern rock faces. Higher up the valley there is much more bare rock and stratification, which promises to be very interesting. But oh, for fine weather! Surely we have had enough of this oppressive gloom. End of chapter 17, part 1. Section 37 of the Journals of Robert Falcon Scott, Volume 1, by Robert Falcon Scott. This is a LibriVox recording. Section 37, Chapter 17, On the Beardmore Glacier, Part 2. Saturday, December the 16th, Camp 38. A gloomy morning, clearing at noon and ending in a gloriously fine evening. Although constantly anxious in the morning, the light held good for travelling throughout the day, and we have covered 11 miles, statute, altering the aspect of the glacier greatly. But the travelling has been very hard. We started at 7, lunched at 12:15, and marched on till 6:30, over 10 hours on the march, the limit of time to be squeezed into one day. We began on ski, as usual, Evans's team hampering us a bit, the pulling very hard after yesterday's snowfall. In the afternoon we continued on ski till after 2 hours we struck a peculiarly difficult surface, old hard sastrugi underneath, with pits and high soft sastrugi due to very recent snowfalls. The sledges were so often brought up by this that we decided to take to our feet, and thus made better progress, but for the time with very excessive labour. The crust, brittle, held for a pace or two, then let one down with a bump, some 8 or 10 inches. Now and again one's leg went down a crack in the hard ice underneath. We drew up a slope on this surface and discovered a long ice fall extending right across our track. I presume the same pressure which caused Shackleton to turn towards the Cloudmaker. We made in for that mountain, and soon got on hard, crevassed, undulating ice, with quantities of soft snow in the hollows. The disturbance seems to increase, but the snow to diminish as we approach the rocks. We shall look for more moraine, and try and follow it up tomorrow. The hills on our left have horizontally stratified rock, alternating with snow. The exposed rock is very black. The brownish colour of the Cloudmaker has black horizontal streaks across it. The sides of the glacier north of the Cloudmaker have a curious cutting, the upper part less steep than the lower, suggestive of different conditions of glacier flow in succeeding ages. We must push on all we can, for we are now 6 days behind Shackleton, all due to that wretched storm. So far, since we got amongst the disturbances, we have not seen such alarming crevasses as I had expected. Certainly dogs could have come up as far as this. At present one gets terribly hot and perspiring on the march, and quickly cold when halted, but the sun makes up for all the evils. It is very difficult to know what to do about the ski. Their weight is considerable, and yet under certain circumstances they are extraordinarily useful. Everyone is very satisfied with our summit ration. The party, which has been man-hauling for so long, say they are far less hungry than they used to be. It is good to think that the majority will keep up this good feeding all through. Sunday, December the 17th, Camp 39. Soon after starting we found ourselves in rather a mess. Bad pressure ahead and long waves between us and the land. Blue ice showed on the crests of the waves. Very soft snow lay in the hollows. We had to cross the waves in places 30 feet from crest to hollow, and we did it by sitting on the sledge and letting her go. Thus we went down with a rush, and our impetus carried us some way up the other side, then followed a fearfully tough drag to rise the next crest. After 2 hours of this I saw a larger wave, the crest of which continued hard ice up the glacier. We reached this and got excellent travelling for 2 miles on it, then rose on a steep gradient, and so topped the pressure ridge. The smooth ice is again lost, and we have patches of hard and soft snow with ice peeping out in places, cracks in all directions, and legs very frequently down. We have done very nearly 5 miles, geographical. Evening, temperature minus 12 degrees, height about 3,500 above barrier. After lunch, decided to take the risk of sticking to the centre of the glacier, with good result. We travelled on up the more or less rounded ridge, which I had selected in the morning, and camped at 6:30, with 12.5 statute miles made good. This has put Mount Hope in the background and shows us more of the upper reaches. If we can keep up the pace, we gain on Shackleton, and I don't see any reason why we shouldn't, except that more pressure is showing up ahead. For once, one can say, sufficient for the day is the good thereof. Our luck may be on the turn. I think we deserve it. In spite of the hard work, everyone is very fit and very cheerful, feeling well fed and eager for more toil. Eyes are much better, except for poor Wilson's. He has caught a very bad attack. Remembering his trouble on our last southern journey, I fear he is in for a very bad time. We got fearfully hot this morning and marched in singlets, which became wringing wet. Thus uncovered, the sun gets at one's skin, and then the wind, which makes it horribly uncomfortable. Our lips are very sore. We covered them with the soft silk plaster, which seems about the best thing for the purpose. I'm inclined to think that the summit trouble will be mostly due to the chill falling on sunburnt skins. Even now one feels the cold strike directly one stops. We get fearfully thirsty and chip up ice on the march, as well as drinking a great deal of water on halting. Our fuel only just does it, but that is all we want, and we have a bit in hand for the summit. The pulling this afternoon was fairly pleasant. At first over hard snow, and then on to pretty rough ice with surface snowfield cracks, bad for sledges, but ours promised to come through well. We have worn our crampons all day and are delighted with them. Petty Officer Evans, the inventor of both crampons and ski shoes, is greatly pleased, and certainly we owe him much. The weather is beginning to look dirty again, snow clouds rolling in from the east as usual. I believe it will be overcast tomorrow. Monday, December the 18th, Camp 40. Lunch nearly 4,000 feet above barrier. Overcast and snowing this morning, as I expected, land showing on starboard hand. So, though it was gloomy and depressing, we could march and did. We have done our 8 statute miles between 8:20 and 1 p.m. At first, fairly good surface. Then the ice got very rugged with sword-cut splits. We got on a slope which made matters worse. I then pulled up to the left, at first without much improvement, but as we topped a rise, the surface got much better, and things looked quite promising for the moment. On our right, we have now a pretty good view of the Adams Marshall and Wild Mountains, and their very curious horizontal stratification. Wright has found, amongst bits of wind-blown debris, an undoubted bit of sandstone and a bit of black basalt. We must get to know more of the geology before leaving the glacier finally. This morning all our gear was fringed with ice crystals, which looked very pretty. Afternoon, night camp number 40, about 4,500 above barrier. Temperature minus 11 degrees, latitude about 84 degrees 34 minutes. After lunch got on some very rough stuff within a few hundred yards of pressure ridge. There seemed no alternative, and we went through with it. Later the glacier opened out into a broad basin with irregular undulations, and we got on to a better surface. But later on again this improvement nearly vanished, so that it has been hard going all day. But we have done a good mileage, over 14 statute. We are less than 5 days behind Shackleton now. There was a promise of a clearance about noon, but later more snow clouds drifted over from the east, and now it is snowing again. We have scarcely caught a glimpse of the eastern side of the glacier all day. The western side has not been clear enough to photograph at the halts. It is very annoying, but I suppose we must be thankful when we get our marches off. Still sweating horribly on the march, and very thirsty at the halts. Tuesday, December the 19th. Lunch. Rise 650. Distance 8.5 geographical. Camp 41. Things are looking up. Started on good surface. Soon came to very annoying criss-cross cracks. I fell into 2 and have bad bruises on knee and thigh. But we got along all the time until we reached an admirable smooth ice surface, excellent for travelling. The last mile, neve predominating, and therefore the pulling a trifle harder. We have risen into the upper basin of the glacier. Seemingly close about us are the various land masses which adjoin the summit. It looks as though we might have difficulties in the last narrows. We are having a long lunch hour for angles, photographs and sketches. The slight southwesterly wind came down the glacier as we started, and the sky, which was overcast, has rapidly cleared in consequence. Night, height about 5,800, Camp 41. We stepped off this afternoon at the rate of 2 miles or more an hour, with the very satisfactory result of 17 statute miles to the good for the day. It has not been a strain, except perhaps for me with my wounds received early in the day. The wind has kept us cool on the march, which has in consequence been very much pleasanter. We are not wet in our clothes tonight, and have not suffered from the same overpowering thirst as on previous days. Temperature -11 degrees, minimum -5 degrees. Evans and Bowers are busy taking angles, as they have been all day. We shall have material for an excellent chart. Days like this put heart in one. Wednesday, December the 20th, Camp 42, 6,500 feet, about. Just got off our last best half march, 10 miles, 1,150 yards, geographical, over 12 miles statute. With an afternoon to follow, we should do well today. The wind has been coming up the valley. Turning this book seems to have brought luck. We marched on till nearly 7 o'clock after a long lunch halt, and covered 19.5 geographical miles, nearly 23 statute, rising 800 feet. This morning we came over a considerable extent of hard snow, then got to hard ice with patches of snow, a state of affairs which has continued all day. Pulling the sledges on crampons is no difficulty at all. At lunch, Wilson and Bowers walked back 2 miles or so to try and find Bowers's broken sledge meter, without result. During their absence, a fog spread about us, carried up the valleys by easterly wind. We started the afternoon march in this fog very unpleasantly, but later it gradually lifted, and tonight it is very fine and warm. As the fog lifted, we saw a huge line of pressure ahead. I steered for a place where the slope looked smoother, and we are camped beneath the spot tonight. We must be ahead of Shackleton's position on the 17th. All day we have been admiring a wonderful banded structure of the rock. Tonight it is beautifully clear on Mount Darwin. I have just told off the people to return tomorrow night. Atkinson, Wright, Cherrygoward and Kean. All are disappointed. Poor Wright rather bitterly, I fear. I dread this necessity of choosing. Nothing could be more heartrending. I calculated our programme to start from 85 degrees 10 minutes with 12 units of food and 8 men. We ought to be in this position tomorrow night, less one day's food. After all our harassing trouble, one cannot but be satisfied with such a prospect. Thursday, December the 21st, Camp 43, latitude 85 degrees 7 minutes, longitude 163 degrees 4 minutes, height about 8,000 feet. Upon Glacier Depot, temperature -2 degrees. We climbed the ice slope this morning and found a very bad surface on top, as far as crevasses were concerned. We all had falls into them, Atkinson and Teddy Evans going down the length of their harness. Evans had rather a shake-up. The rotten ice surface continued for a long way, though I crossed to and fro towards the land, trying to get on better ground. At 12 the wind came from the north, bringing the inevitable mist up the valley and covering us just as we were in the worst of places. We camped for lunch and were obliged to wait 2.5 hours for a clearance. Then the sun began to struggle through and we were off. We soon got out of the worst crevasses and onto a long snow slope leading on part of Mount Darwin. It was a very long stiff pull-up, and I held on till 7:30, when, the other team being some way astern, I camped. We have done a good march, risen to a satisfactory altitude, and reached a good place for our depot. Tomorrow we start with our fullest summit load, and the first march should show us the possibilities of our achievement. The temperature has dropped below zero, but tonight it is so calm and bright that one feels delightfully warm and comfortable in the tent. Such weather helps greatly in all the sorting arrangements, etc., which are going on tonight. For me, it is an immense relief to have the indefatigable little Bowers to see to all the detail arrangements of this sort. We have risen a great height today, and I hope it will not be necessary to go down again, but it looks as though we must dip a bit, even to go to the southwest. December the 21st, 1911, latitude 85 degrees south. We are struggling on, considering all things against odds. The weather is a constant anxiety. Otherwise, arrangements are working exactly as planned. For your own ear also, I am exceedingly fit and can go with the best of them. It is a pity the luck doesn't come our way, because every detail of equipment is right. I write this sitting in our tent, waiting for the fog to clear, an exasperating position as we are in the worst crevassed region. Teddy Evans and Atkinson were down to the length of their harness this morning, and we have all been halfway down. As first man, I get first chance, and it's decidedly exciting not knowing which step will give way. Still, all this is interesting enough if one could only go on. Since writing the above, I made a dash for it, got out of the valley, out of the fog, and away from crevasses. So here we are, practically on the summit, and up to date in the provision line. We ought to get through. End of chapter 17, part 2.